Epigraph and Dedication of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Madox. Epigraph and Dedication. Towered cities please us then, and the busy haunts of men, where throngs of knights and barons bold, in weeds of peace high triumphs hold, with store of ladies whose bright eyes reign influence and judge the prize. L'Allegro. To V.H. My dear, such as it is, take this story, for it is yours. I've worked at it harder, I think, than at any story I ever wrote, because it was to please you. And in proportion to the hardness of the work, so I have the sense of its failure. But this I can say, and this you know to be true, that where it is yours by suggestion, it might scrape past. Where it is mine, in the two-stranded idea of it, it is a futility. But if it goes out with the letters of your name upon its forehead, it will give me at least as much pleasure as, in these days and years, I can get from the writing of books. F.M.H. End of Epigraph and Dedication.
Part 1, Chapter 1 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Madox. 1. Mr. Sorrell stepped out into the swaying corridor from the carriage into which he had gallantly accompanied Mrs. Lee Edgerton. He wanted to smoke a cigar, and, now that he was off the boat, he wanted in cold blood to reflect as to whether he had not made a fool of himself. The carriage was swaying tremendously, the train traveling at an unheard-of speed, and this speed pleased Mr. Sorrell. He felt, if he were not responsible for it, he was at least a friend of its author, Mr. Mockover of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Indeed, he himself had gone with the Pennsylvanian to interview the driver. The millionaire had promised the mechanic a 10-pound note if he would get them up to town in time to dress, dine, and go to the Empire before the ballet began. And in the speed at which they traveled, Mr. Sorrell took a personal pride. You cannot, as a rule, do much with trains, but he himself had had a hand in this acceleration. His left shoulder struck with violence the outer window. His right pained him considerably when it hit a brass handrail of the inner one. "Oh, steady," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed. He was bending down to peer into the carriages in order to discover one in which he could smoke, when his eyes hit upon the broad expanse of spotless white of a nun's large headdress, and at the same moment he was once more thrown so violently against the glass of the outer window that, for a moment, he experienced a feeling of panic at the thought that he had just missed breaking it and going clean through. "Oh, I say," he exclaimed, "this won't do." He set his feet hard against the outer wall of the corridor, and his shoulders against the inner. Decidedly, he was going to smoke, and equally decidedly, he was not going any farther. He got out a cigar, pierced the end of it with a patent American stiletto, set it in his clean-shaven mouth, lit it, and began to smoke. Then he took another peep at the nun. She excited in him an almost unholy curiosity. He could not remember ever to have seen a nun before. At any rate, he had never before been so near to one. He had not, indeed, really been certain that nuns any more existed. And it seemed to him absolutely odd that one should be seated in a railway train. It was still more odd that she should be coming back from America. He supposed that there might be nuns in England still, survivals, perhaps, of monasteries that had been forgotten at the Reformation, but he was quite certain that the up-to-date United States, with its salutary laws against undesirable emigrants, would not permit one of them to enter its territories. But on second thoughts, Mr. Sorrell considered that his first must have been too rash. There must, after all, be some Roman Catholics left somewhere in the world. And, of course, when he came to think of it, he remembered that in his youth there had been a home rule agitation in Ireland, and that one of the main objections to giving Parnell what he wanted had been that home rule would have spelt Rome rule. Then Mr. Sorrell remembered that there was still a pope. Indeed, when Mr. Sorrell had still been the proprietor of the Fourpenny magazine, he remembered that they had published an article with illustrations on a day's work in the life of the Vatican. And he remembered, even, that he had commissioned the editor to try to get for the magazine an article written by the Pope, even if it cost him £100. How extraordinary of me, Mr. Sorrell said to himself. And he meant that it was just as extraordinary for him to have forgotten that Roman Catholics existed as it was that he should ever have wanted such truck as an article by the Pope and been ready to pay £100 for it. Of course, it was the extraordinary rush of modern life. Today, a subject seemed of enormous importance. In a month, you would not touch it as any kind of publishing matter. And Mr. Sorrell had a moment of misgiving when he remembered the sum he had paid to the Theet Publishing Company of New York for the account of the travels of Mr. Carr K. Claflin, the intrepid explorer. It was perfectly true that Mr. Claflin had gone completely around the earth, never deviating by as much as half a mile from the equatorial line. But on the other hand, he was paying Mr. Theet as much as £10,000 for the English publishing rights of the intrepid explorations. Mr. Sorrell repeated these words rather frequently in his mind, because all the way over from New York, he had been occupied with writing a 16-page pamphlet about Mr. Claflin's book. In this production, the word intrepid occurred 34 times, and the word explorer and exploration 20 and 14 times, respectively. These lapses from literary style would afterwards be corrected by Mr. Sorrell's typewriter. The main thing was to get the pamphlet, the book, the illustrations, the preliminary puffs, and the advertisements out as quickly as possible. Mr. Sorrell reckoned that he could do it in a fortnight. The American printed sheets of the book were in the hold of the SS Eurotonka. They would be in London that night and delivered at the binders next morning, giving the press 7 preliminary days in which to write their reviews, and his travelers the same 7 days in which to get orders from the libraries and booksellers. And devoting himself and the whole of his staff with a furious energy to the task of obtaining publicity from the halfpenny papers, which are easy to manage as long as you give them plenty of advertisements. With that pulling together of the whole crew, with that devotion to the team of his whole staff, which is the cricket of publishing, Mr. Sorrell imagined that he would score another immense success. And it would have been done in record time. It was only 11 days at that moment since the day when, in London, he had received from Theet and Company of New York the cable announcing that they had secured the full rights of Mr. Claflin's book, Mr. Claflin having arrived the day before in New York with his memoirs in his hand grip. Yes, it was a pretty smart piece of work. And, bending down to peep again at the nun, Mr. Sorrell felt a rush of satisfaction at the fact that he lived in the present day. For it was the day of rushes. There was no saying how many deals you could not get through in all sorts of fragments of time. He was even proud that he felt exceedingly tired. Except for the few hours that he had spent in the society of Mrs. Lee Edgerton, he did not think that he had really any leisure whatever in the 5 days that the journey from New York to Southampton had cost him. He was proud, too, of his profession, which was that of a publisher. There were not any effeminate frills about the business anymore. In the old days, a publisher had to consider what was literature. It was something impracticable. It was something fanciful, and you went through it in a kid glove sort of way, trying to establish friendly relations with authors and nonsense of that sort. Now, it was just a business. You found out what the public had to have, for what Mr. Sorrell supplied was just that. He gave them encyclopedias that every clerk in the Fulham Road and every commuter from Brooklyn to Manhattan Beach could not hold up his head without having. Commuter is the American for season ticket holder, and Mr. Sorrell held up his head with pride at the thought that it was he, more than anybody else, who supplied the sort of printed stuff that the suburban season ticket holder must indispensably have. In his day, Mr. Sorrell had done to this end many extraordinary things. Yet he had started out in life as a mining engineer. He had not begun with the least idea of publishing. He had rather remarkable mechanical talents and a still more singular gift of tongues. He used to say that he could pick up any South American dialect in 10 minutes and drop it completely 20 minutes after he had no more use for it. In his career as mining engineer, this had been to him of extraordinary use, because he could be sent off at any minute to inspect any mine, whether in South Africa, in Galicia, or on the Klondike. And without having to rely on the representations of the Anglo-Saxons or Semites who might be trying to sell a mine, he had been able to pick up nearly always quite tidy little bits of information from native miners and the hangers-on at bars. So that, of course, he had not limited himself to his mechanical and mineralogical efforts. He had had a finger in a pie or two of his own. Thus, he had been regarded already as a remarkably warm businessman when his cousin, William Sorrell, had died. His uncle, William Sorrell, Sr., of the firm of Sorrell and Sons, the publishers, established in 1814, his venerable Uncle William had then offered him a share in the business direction of the ancient and august house. The literary side old William had intended to maintain in his own hands, and having gone into the matter carefully, considering that his uncle, by methods as antiquated as those of the builders of the Ark of Noah, contrived to extract from the business an income of between $6,000 and $7,000 a year, and considering also that, as his uncle's sole heir, now that his cousin was dead, the business would ultimately fall to him, Mr. Sorrell had accepted his uncle's offer. It had, indeed, only taken him 5 minutes to consider it. He had remembered that the business was old and not much supervised. There must be innumerable screws that could be tightened. There must be innumerable economies that could be effected. Half the staff could probably be kicked out. The site of the snuffy old Georgian house that the firm owned could be converted into a veritable gold mine by building modern offices upon it. And William Sorrell, son and nephew, could be floated as a public company. At first, indeed, Mr. Sorrell had imagined that he would practically limit his energies to the floating of this company. Publishing had then struck him still as something connected with literature and, in consequence, as something effeminate. But before very long, Mr. Sorrell had averaged it out that books, if you got hold of the right sort of book, were something that the city clerk must have. The right sort of book was as indispensable as a season ticket, a clean collar, or a 10 and 6 penny top hat. At the same time, Mr. Sorrell had been not so obtuse as not to see that it would be difficult to square the old-fashioned publishing traditions of William Sorrell and Sons. They were worth between $6,000 and $7,000 a year, to make them square with publishing what the city clerk would want. The long-standing reputation of the house was an asset that Mr. Sorrell did not at all want to depreciate. It had cost him a great deal of thought, but at last he had achieved the happy medium. He had begun with encyclopedias. He had gone on to cheap editions of the classics originally published by Sorrell and Sons. After all, had not they published works of explorers like Speke, Burton, Grant, and Livingstone in solid quarto volumes? So that what, as a development, was there against their publishing gentlemen like Mr. Carr K. Claflin? It was all in the very tradition itself. It was the tradition. It was perfectly true that you had to print Mr. Claflin upon heavy glazed paper so that his reproductions from photographs should come out well, and you had to publish him in 7-penny, halfpenny, fortnightly parts so as to appeal to the pockets of season ticket holders and commuters. But the old flag flew where it used to fly. The firm was still the firm, though just every now and then Mr. Sorrell chafed at his traditions and wished that he had been born an American citizen. His old uncle was still actually alive at Reading, where he insisted on perusing all the manuscripts that were sent into the firm and discussing them with his 2 maiden cousins of incredible ages who kept house for him. But at any rate, Mr. Sorrell at the moment was able to think that he had accomplished the smartest bit of publishing that had ever been known since the makers of books began to move their offices from Paternoster Row. He peeped again at the nun. She sat perfectly tranquil and self-possessed, and when she moved a little in her seat, he obtained through the small windows a good view of her face. She had very red cheeks, as if she had been much in the open air, blue, rather hard eyes, and large teeth that appeared to impart to her face an air of rustic and rather hoydenish good health. She looked, to Mr. Sorrell's eyes, like a prosperous market woman, and this disappointed Mr. Sorrell. He had expected, as long as he could not see her face, that she would appear pale and dark and ascetic, and with all the traces of suffering. His cigar drew well, and, propped between wall and wall of the corridor, he felt, upon the whole, comfortable. He had come out to think whether he had not made a fool of himself with Mrs. Lee Edgerton. But having the kind of brain which is able to cut off its thoughts into hermetically divided compartments, he was determined to leave the subject alone until he had come much more nearly to the end of his cigar. And suddenly it came into his head to think what a bully time he might have if with all his present faculties and knowledge he could be thrown right back into the Middle Ages. What would not he be able to do with those ignorant and superstitious people? He would invent for them the railway train, the electric telegraph, the flying machine, the motor car, and the machine gun. Above all, the machine gun. He would be the mightiest man in the world. He would have power, absolute and enormous power. He could take anything. He could do anything. No king could withstand him. The walls of no castle and of no mint could keep him out. And he felt in his physical being a tingling, impatient sensation, an odd emotion of impatience, as if just at his right hand there must be suspended an invisible curtain, which, could he but see it, he had only to draw back to enter into the region of impotent slaves over whom he could be lord of wealth as of life. It was, of course, the sight of the nun that had aroused in him this train of thought. When he once more looked at her, she was, with an expression of enjoyment, eating a sandwich out of a paper bag. And Mr. Sorrell laughed. It seemed to him as absurd that a nun should eat sandwiches as that she should travel in a Southampton to London express. He did not know how he ought to consider that they should subsist, any more than how he should consider that they ought to travel. He rather imagined them consuming myrrh and hyssop, drinking the tears of affliction, and gliding in their stiff black skirts without touching it over the ground, quite close to it, as Mr. Sorrell was accustomed to do in a recurring dream that he had in common with most of the rest of humanity. The nun brushed the crumbs off the wide expanse of linen over her breast, and then, becoming aware of Mr. Sorrell's eyes, she frowned slightly at the thought that he must have seen her eating, and moved over to the other corner of the vacant compartment. Mr. Sorrell did not see her again, and as if it were a signal to him to resume thinking upon whether he had made a fool of himself, Mr. Sorrell thrust his right hand into the deep pocket of his long gray ulster and drew out a leather jewel case that had L.E. stamped upon its slightly domed top in gilt letters of a German Gothic character. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Read by Kyle Stedman, Rockford, Illinois. Part 1, Chapter 2 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Ford Madox Ford. 2. Mr. Sorrell was accustomed to regard himself as a typical representative of the Homo sapiens europaeus. He was rising 40, he was rather fair with fresh brown hair, he had a drooping brown mustache and a pink, clear skin. His eyes were blue and slightly threatening, as if his condition in the world was that of militant assertion of his rights and rectitude. He had been nearly married several times, and he had had one or two affairs of the heart that he did not particularly care to think about, and in one case he had burned his fingers rather severely. His rival in the affections of an erratic married lady, having persuaded her to give up to him Mr. Sorrell's letters, which the rival afterwards, to save his own skin, handed over to a remarkably injured husband, it was only by the most extraordinary exertions that Mr. Sorrell had kept out of the divorce courts. And this had proved to him such a warning that, as he stood there reflecting, nothing in the world would have persuaded him, except on shipboard, to have had anything whatever to do with Mrs. Lee Edgerton. It was not that anybody knew anything against her. It was that there was always enveloping her such a perpetual and cloudy feeling of insecurity. Her husband was the sort of man who was always shooting in the Rockies. He was, indeed, shooting in the Rockies at that moment, which made it all the more remarkable that Mrs. Lee Edgerton should have appeared anywhere as near him as New York. Lee Edgerton was the son of a peer of so many descents that Mr. Sorrell would have been glad to know him. To know Mrs. Edgerton was not, however, nearly so remarkable, since it was so extraordinarily easy to come across her, attended as it seemed always by a band of laughing cavaliers. On the other hand, Lee Edgerton, whom few people ever saw, was said to be a happy, dangerous person, who might descend upon you at any time with a magazine rifle, or worse. Nevertheless, with the idea of this rather thunderous personality at the back of his head, Mr. Sorrell had felt himself quite remarkably soothed by her frequent companionship. He had not, indeed, ever been soothed by anything or anybody quite so much for quite a long time. It was not that she was in her first youth, for she had a son, as Mr. Sorrell had remarkable reason at that moment to know, actually at Cambridge, where he had got himself into scrapes, all the more damnably complicated in that he was the heir presumptive to the title, though his uncle could not be got to speak to any of his relatives. But Mrs. Edgerton had a sort of haggard, pale, passionate repose. She was very dark and very tall and very aquiline, and her eyes appeared perpetually to be searching into mysteries. She was, moreover, exceedingly thin, and Mr. Sorrell imagined that he found her so infinitely restful because she was so exactly the opposite of himself. In the last 5 years, that is to say, he had been putting on flesh. As a mining engineer, he had been rather thin and hard-bitten, but 5 years of publishing, though he kept himself fit with Turkish baths and mechanical exercises, had contrived considerably to obscure the former outlines of his figure, and the face that looked out at him from the glass was much more heavy-jowled and deep and threatening-eyed than he at all cared to see. That middle age was descending upon him did not distress him so much, but he strongly objected to being fat. And whereas Mr. Sorrell was distinctly bulky, Mrs. Lee Edgerton was exceedingly thin and graceful. Whereas upon the whole he was exceedingly prosperous, she was oppressed by a very great grief. The great grief was her confounded son. And to him, feeling as he did, large, fatherly, and protective, Mrs. Edgerton had confided her almost unbearable sorrow. She had started for the United States, intending a campaign of social pleasures and triumphs that was to begin in New York, end in Washington, and culminate in a scandalous book, of which, with immense success, she had already written 2 or 3. But in New York itself, before she had had time to get her foot really planted, she had received a most lamentable letter from her son at Cambridge. This she had shown to Mr. Sorrell on the second night out, whilst after dinner they had reclined side by side in armchairs in a pleasant nook on the upper deck. Mr. Sorrell had taken it to a porthole to read, and he had gathered from it that young Edgerton would be in the most damnable scrape in the world if he could not have £250 on the very moment that Mrs. Edgerton landed at Southampton. Mr. Sorrell had returned to Mrs. Edgerton in a frame of mind as grave as it was consolatory. He said that she might be quite sure it would be all right, although it was quite certain that the young Jack must be in as disgusting a hole as it was by any means possible for a young man to be in. And Mrs. Edgerton, the enormous tears in her enormous eyes, plainly visible in the Atlantic moonlight, had declared to him that he could not, by any possible means, imagine what a mother's feelings were like, or what a good boy her Jack really was. And at the thought that he might have to go to prison, she shuddered all over her long and snake-like body. Mr. Sorrell said that of course it could not possibly come to that. Next evening, whilst they sat side by side at dinner in the a la carte restaurant of the upper deck, she suddenly thrust over his plate of hors d'oeuvre whilst the select band played, and the waiters appeared to skim through the air a Marconigram form bearing the words, "Bulmer Pressing. All up, if necessary, not here by 8 tomorrow. God's sake help. Jack." "Oh, well," Mr. Sorrell had said cheerfully, "you must send your husband's solicitors a message to wire the money to him." Mrs. Edgerton stared at him with huge eyes. She swallowed an enormous something in her throat, and since she ate nothing else during that meal, Mr. Sorrell's dinner was completely spoilt. She disappeared, indeed, before he had finished it, and Mr. Sorrell went to pace in solitude upon the comparatively deserted deck, where, although they were only 2 days out and were not yet past the banks, he had acquired the habit of expecting to find this charming lady. It was not, however, for at least an hour and a half, which in his impatience seemed an interminable agony, that, through the moonlight, she came to him and, exclaiming, "I can't do it," burst into tears. "You can't do what?" Mr. Sorrell asked. And then there came out the whole lamentable story. Mr. Sorrell imagined that he must be the only man in London, or in the space between London and New York, who really understood what Mrs. Edgerton was, just as he was the only one who would be really, absolutely able from henceforth to champion her. But the immediately active part of her sad history was the fact that her husband allowed her the merest pittance, not £20 a week, for her private needs. That his solicitors were instructed in the most peremptory manner never to advance her a penny of this pittance. That, having come out expecting to exist upon the hospitality of the United States, she had upon her hardly more than her return ticket. That the real stones of her jewelry were all in pawn and replaced by imitations, and that she could not anyhow in the rest of the world, although she was surrounded by seeming friends, raise anything like the sum of £250,000. Her husband was 14 days' journey beyond the nearest telegraph station in the middle of a savage region. And oh, she said, with a glance at the heaving bosom of the sea, I couldn't live if anything happened to Jack. I understand that they'd shave off the little ringlets that I used to twine round my fingers when he was an innocent boy, saying his prayers at my knee. Oh, of course they wouldn't do it at first, Mr. Sorrell said, not while he was under remand, but it's quite beastly enough that he should have committed or done the thing without his being punished for it. In fact, and after a good deal of hesitation and stammering, Mr. Sorrell got out the offer to lend the lady the required sum. She said, of course, she could not think of it. As her son had made his bed, so he must lie. Comparative strangers, however intimate their souls might feel, could not bring financial matters into their relationships. Her husband would murder her if he came to hear of it, for Mr. Sorrell could have no conception of that gentleman's ferocity. But the more she protested, the more Mr. Sorrell thrust it upon her. And at last, in the midst of a burst of tears, Mrs. Lee Edgerton came to a pause. There's the Tamworth Edgerton crucifix, she said. Mr. Sorrell had never heard of the Tamworth Edgerton crucifix, and she explained to him that it was a gold-beaten cross of unknown antiquity that had been in the hands of the family ever since the 13th century. It was considered to be of almost inestimable value, and indeed, the jewelry insurance company had granted upon it a policy of £1,000. She had it actually upon the boat with her, for she had desired to impress certain choice members of American society by the sight of it now and then. If Mr. Sorrell would lend her the money, or still better, would wire it to her son, she would at once give the cross into his keeping until she could repay him. Mr. Sorrell, without more bargaining, for at the moment he did not want a cross or anything but this woman's gratitude, had routed out the Marconi operator from his supper and had telegraphed by private code to his bankers, instructing them to pay £250 to Mr. Jack Lee Edgerton before noon on the morrow. And shortly afterwards, in the public boudoir of the ship, Mrs. Edgerton had handed over to him the Edgerton cross in its leather case, in return for an acknowledgment from him that he held it against the sum of £250 that day advanced. In the corridor of the train, Mr. Sorrell opened the leather case and looked at the battered, tarnished, light gold object. It was about the size of a dog biscuit and the thickness of a silver teaspoon, the cross being marked upon the flat surface with punched holes, much indeed like those on the surface of a dog biscuit itself. And the feeling that had been lurking in the mind of Mr. Sorrell ever since, quitting the glamour of the ship, he stepped upon the gangway at Southampton, put itself into the paralyzing words, "Supposing I have been done." After all, he did not know anything about Mrs. Lee Edgerton, except that she was a Mrs. Lee Edgerton, and the other things that she had told him might or might not be true. This thing might just as well be a gilt fragment of a tin canister, for all he knew. And upon the moment, he snapped the case to and determined to return it to the lady. After all, if she were honest, she would pay him back the money in any case. If she was not, the thing would not be worth keeping. And he swayed back into their compartment and sat down opposite her. "I don't at all like this speed," she said. The train was shooting through round, level stretches of heather. It seemed to sway now upon one set of wheels, now upon the other. "That's all right," Mr. Sorrell said. "Nothing ever happens in these days. I've traveled I don't know how many thousand miles in my life without coming across the shadow of an accident. And he extended the jewel case towards her. Look here, he said. This thing's too valuable for me to have in my possession. You take it. After all, you're the best person to keep it. In the unromantic atmosphere of the railway carriage, Mrs. Edgerton appeared much older. She was dressed all in black, and her face was very white and seamed, with dark patches of shadow like fingerprints beneath her eyes. No, you must keep it, she said earnestly. After all, it's a thing to have had in one's possession. Why, it was brought back from Palestine by Sir Stanley Edgerton of Tamworth. Tamworth is quite close to here, and Sir Stanley, they say, that's the touching old legend, died on landing on English soil, and the cross was carried to Tamworth by a converted Greek slave, who was dressed only in a linen shift and knew only 2 words of English, Edgerton and Tamworth. Of course, Tamworth has been out of the family many centuries now, but the cross never has, never till this moment. And if Mrs. Edgerton appeared to have grown older, she appeared also to have grown more earnest. She leaned forward, and taking the cross out of the case, she put it into Mr. Sorrell's hands. Look at the funny, queer old thing, she said, and think of all it means, of loyalty and truth. Well, I suppose it does, if you say so, Mr. Sorrell said. You mean about the chap who carried it about in his nightshirt? I wonder how he traveled. I suppose they had stagecoaches then, didn't they? Oh, good gracious, no, Mrs. Edgerton answered. He walked, barefoot, and the country was beset with robbers all the way from Sandwich to here. I don't know that I should like to do that, Mr. Sorrell said, though I suppose it would take off some flesh. But you don't mean to say that they didn't have any kind of public conveyance? Dear me, no, the lady answered. It was in the year of the Battle of Bannockburn. Sir Stanley set out with 20 knights and more than 100 men at arms, and when he came back, they were all dead, and his only companion was this slave. Well, that was a pretty heavy bill of mortality, Mr. Sorrell said cheerfully. The army doctors can't have been worth very much in those days. No, but don't you see, Mrs. Edgerton said, that's why I should like you to keep the cross, if only for a little time. Since it was in the hands of that slave, it hasn't been out of the hands of an Edgerton until now. But my son is the last of the family, and you've saved him from a dishonor worse than death, quite as certainly as it is said that slave many times saved his master. I guess, Mr. Sorrell said, that chap must have been a handy sort of fellow to have about one. You don't get them like that now for 30 shillings a week. I'd just like to see one of my clerks walking from London to Brighton in his nightshirt, carrying my gold stylo. They say, Mrs. Edgerton went on, he lived for some time at Tamworth, and then he died. He's said to have had weird gifts of prophecy and things. He prophesied steam engines and people being able to speak to each other hundreds of miles apart, and they're flying about in the air like birds. That's recorded in the Chronicle. You don't say, Mr. Sorrell said, and he took the cross out of the case by the heavy gold ring at its top. I should think he must have scared them some. I rather like those faithful characters of the Dark Ages. They didn't produce much else that was worth speaking of, but they did invent the trusty servant. Did you ever see the picture at Winchester? It was called The Trusty Servant, and it had a head like a deer and half a dozen other assorted kind of limbs. I've forgotten about it now. Oh, that doesn't matter, Mrs. Edgerton said. I don't think people have very much changed, even nowadays. And leaning forward, she spoke with a deep and rather sonorous earnestness. They say that in all the ages, the blessing of a mother upon the preserver of her child— Oh, come, Mr. Sorrell said, and he felt himself grow pink even down into his socks. No, it hasn't, Mrs. Edgerton continued. it hasn't ever lost its power to console the unhappy, so that if ever you find yourself in a tight place— "Oh, well, that's never likely to happen," Mr. Sorrell said. "You'd have to bring down the country before you could bring our house down. Why, we're—" Mrs. Edgerton suddenly clutched at her heart. Her eyes became filled with an agony of panic. Her mouth opened to scream. The smooth running of the train had changed into a fantastic, hard jabbing. The glass of the inner windows cracked with a sound like a shriek and fell splintering over her knees. There was a rattle like the volley of machine guns. He was thrown forward onto Mrs. Edgerton, and she thrown back upon him. Then, with a frightful jerk, all motion ceased. Mr. Sorrell perceived that the glazed photographs of beauty spots served by that line, together with all the wall of the carriage, were descending upon his upturned forehead. The two opposite seats of the carriage were crushed one in upon the other, so that he screamed with the pain it caused his legs. The carriage turned right over. He was hanging head downwards in a rush of steam. For a moment, he was conscious of a great pain in his temples. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Read by Kyle Stedman, Rockford, Illinois.
Part 1, Chapter 3 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Ford Madox Ford. Part 1, Chapter 3. Mr. Sorrell felt that his blistered feet pained him very much. His legs ached from long walking. His head was dizzy with the heat of the sun, and he hated the voices of the larks that, with a monotonous and penetrating sound, drilled down all over the immense landscape. He walked on, and on. He seemed to have been walking on and on for ages. He had no idea why he was where he was, but it seemed to him perfectly natural that he should be there. And beside him there paced a large white mule with little silver bells on the tips of its ear caps. In the hot sunshine, the mule nodded its head and closed its eyes. He plodded on in this way, mechanically and without will. There was a buzzing in his ears, and his eyes felt intolerably heavy. Suddenly he stumbled over a stone, and a voice behind him said, "Gar!" Behind him, sitting sideways upon the mule, was a nun with a white headdress. She had red cheeks, large teeth, and a kindly smile. The mule was wandering slowly upon its way without any guidance from her. Slung around her were packages of coarse linen cloth tied with leather thongs, and upon her arm was a large wickerwork basket filled with eggs. She said something to Mr. Sorrell, and he felt himself muttering to himself some southern French dialect. And suddenly, too, without knowing exactly why, he heard himself utter the words Egerton and Tamworth. The nun smiled energetically and said, "Yea, yea, yea." She lifted her black-draped arm towards the horizon of the ascending down. She said, "Là-haut, et puis descendre." Mr. Sorrell found himself shaking his head in a muzzy fashion, and he uttered the words, "Serais-je en France?" The nun shook her head. "Non, non," she answered. "C'est un pas bien Wiltshire, tout près Sarum." Mr. Sorrell exclaimed, "Esperanto, by Jove!" And the nun exclaimed energetically, "Oui, oui, bonne espérance, fidèle serviteur." Mr. Sorrell's legs carried him perpetually and mechanically forward. "When I wake up," he said to himself, "I wonder if I shall remember all this. It's the flying dream, of course, and I'm short of clothing as usual, but I wish I could do the gliding step. We don't get along fast at this rate." And mechanically he attempted to pull what he considered to be his nightshirt further down over his shins. Then he perceived that he carried in his right hand a package swathed apparently in palm leaves. That'll be the old cross, he said to himself, and still pacing onward, he began to undo the stiff and cracked covering. The nun's eyes were large and eager. The thin gold object came out from amongst its brittle swathings. "O belle, o gay!" the nun exclaimed, and suddenly she was down from her mule. She fell upon her knees close to his feet, and with avid fingers clutched the relic and pressed it to her lips, her eyes streaming with tears. "I can't let it go out of my hands, you know," Mr. Sorrell said. "It's only pawn to me, though I haven't got a pawnbroker's license, and if I let go of it, heaven only knows where it will vanish to. You never can tell in dreams." The nun had burst into a great number of prayers in what Mr. Sorrell recognized was Latin, pronounced, he should say, in a Portuguese manner. And out of politeness, Mr. Sorrell remained still dangling the cross before the eyes of the religious, so that he felt as if he were holding out a watch to a little child who had asked the time in the streets. The beautiful mule had wandered to a little distance and was cropping the grass. From time to time it shook its head, and the little bells jingled. "By Jove," Mr. Sorrell said, "if anybody kodaked us now." For there the three of them were in exceedingly bright weather, in weather so bright that all the little shadows were blue and sparkling, in an immense fold of the downs, like a bowl with the blue arch of the sky inverted over them like another bowl, he himself in a single long white garment, the nun in a multiplicity of folds of coarse black, in a white headdress spreading out on each side like a swan's wings, kneeling upon the soft turf, her hands upraised, her lips moving. "We should come out very well," Mr. Sorrell said, "if the chap could get in the donkey and basket of eggs." His head paining him a little less, he lifted his eyes and took a glance across the valley. On the brow of the hill before him were a great number of sheep, all lying down in the noontide heat, and high against the skyline, very small and draped in a cloak so that he resembled figures that Mr. Sorrell had seen when surveying mines in Spain, a shepherd leant motionless upon the shaft of a great crook. "Well now, these are the good old times," Mr. Sorrell said. "What set me dreaming of them? It's better than being chased by alligators when you can't run away. It's more tranquil, but it's queer all the same. I wish the ants wouldn't run over my feet." And with the sole of his left leg, Mr. Sorrell gently rubbed the instep of his other foot. The nun rose slowly to her feet. She pointed to the cross in his hand. "Vient de la terre très sainte, Monsieur d'Egerton à Tamville?" "Why, certainly," Mr. Sorrell said. "It was brought from the Holy Land by Sir Stanley Egerton of Tamworth. Mrs. Lee Egerton was telling me so only just—" Mr. Sorrell stopped and started violently. "Merciful God, what's that?" he said. His eyes had wandered farther around the skyline, and where their road mounted, he perceived a solitary, broad-spreading oak tree. From its great branches there descended 3 ropes, and at the ends of them, their feet pointing straight to the earth, their hands apparently clasped behind their backs, were the bodies of 3 men, their heads cocked at one side with a sort of jaunty defiance, while upon the crown of the highest sat a large raven. The nun looked at them with a friendly and cheerful smile. "Très méchants gens, voleurs attrapés par le noble sieur de Courcy avant son départ." "So Mr. Courcy left them when he went away?" Mr. Sorrell asked. "Sort of a visiting card, I suppose?" "But how you can look at them like that so calmly just after you've been saying those pretty prayers, I can't think. I don't say the law should not take its course, but it ought to be done out of the way, calmly and prettily. It's not the sort of thing a lady ought to have to take the risk of looking at." The nun shook her head to show that she did not understand, and then she walked up to the mule and clambered slowly into the saddle. Having settled herself down comfortably, she made signs that Mr. Sorrell should lift her basket of eggs, and with slow footsteps they resumed their way. Mr. Sorrell carrying the cross by its large ring, which he fitted onto his little finger. But they had hardly been gone 10 yards before the nun gave a little scream. "Well, I thought you wouldn't get much nearer to those corpses and still keep a brave face on it," Mr. Sorrell said. The nun once more got down from the mule, and having set the basket of eggs on the ground, she ran swiftly, with awkward movements, back along the track they had taken, and Mr. Sorrell perceived that she was bending down to pick up something, with her voluminous clothes disposed all around her. "I'm hanged if she isn't picking up those palm leaves," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed, and when she returned to him with her hand stretched out, holding with great care the thin, crackling objects, he exclaimed, "Why, you can get half a dozen of them for a penny, fans, you know, almost anywhere. No, I don't want them," he continued. "I'll get a piece of brown paper and wrap the thing up the first place we come to." And interpreting from his manner that he disdained these precious objects, which had formerly enveloped the sacred emblem, the nun drew from her breast a little leather wallet closed up by a leather thong, into which, very carefully, she introduced the dried-up fragments. There sat upon her face an expression of supreme, of beatific contentment. A sinister, earthly odor swept slowly down upon them from the large oak tree. The raven flapped slowly and heavily into the blue air. "Oh, hang it," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed. "You aren't going any closer? I say, it's horrible, and it's infectious, too. You don't know what you won't catch." The nun was looking at him with a patient want of comprehension, and Mr. Sorrell had the conviction that she did not smell anything at all. "Il m'est impossible de la supporter," he exclaimed, and closing his nostrils tightly with his fingers, he ran up the hill at right angles to the course they had been pursuing. And suddenly fear seized him. "Hang it all," he exclaimed. "This isn't a dream. This can't be a dream. It's all too clear. What the devil does it mean? Where am I? What country is this?" He looked down the hill. The white mule and the nun with her many packages were continuing their course, which led them almost immediately beneath the tree with its sinister decorations. The corpse which the raven had abandoned was veering slowly round and round. The others remained quite motionless. "It must have been that thing that happened to the train," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed. "I'm delirious. I'm mad. I must have escaped from a lunatic asylum. That's how I come to be here. That must be a sick nurse. That's why she doesn't mind the sight of dead bodies. But hang it all, they don't hang people from trees nowadays, and 3 chaps can't have gone and committed suicide at once." He gripped his head with both his hands, the golden cross tapping upon his cheek, but his hands came away again in sudden astonishment. His whole head was enveloped in linen cloth. "That must have been the accident," he said. "My head is bandaged up. But how could they have been so careless as to let me escape if I was in an asylum?" The sun, great and glowing, was descending the heavens, and the greatness of the heat being past, the sheep on the other hillsides were getting up to feed once more. The tinkle of their innumerable little bells swept down to his ears and mingled with the song of the larks. A couple of peewits rose from the hillside round the sky, uttering their cries that are like the last wails of despair. And with motionless wings, an enormous bird sailed slowly over the lip of the down, and, great, brown, and moving very slowly, it drifted down the valley. The shepherd on the other hill suddenly burst into loud cries and violently agitated his cloak. But with absolute indifference the great bird drifted on. "An eagle!" Mr. Sorrell exclaimed. "Good God! That must have been an eagle. But there aren't any golden eagles any more except in Spain. I must be in Spain. My God, I must get to the bottom of this." And suddenly bursting into a run, he went across the hillside in pursuit of the nun, who had very nearly reached the rim of the valley. End of Part 1, Chapter 3.
Part 1, Chapter 4 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance by Ford Madox Ford. Part 1, Chapter 4. In the ordinary course, at such a moment, Mr. Sorrell would have cared little about views. He was very much out of breath, and his feet hurt him a great deal, whilst a strong wind coming over the hilltop fluttered the skirt of his single garment, so that for a minute he had to stop. He was upon the top of a high ridge, and the aspect of an immense tract of country burst suddenly up at him. Though the sun still shone brightly, it was all blues and grays. Only in the distance the wine purple of heather stretched itself before him, and this expanse ran down very steeply from before his feet and swept up again towards the horizon. With some idea of identifying, if possible, the place in which he stood, Mr. Sorrell turned straight round and scrutinized the view which lay behind him. This was, upon the whole, simple and green. It was a closely grassed valley like the hollow of your hand, running downwards, the gallows trees, little and plain at some distance below him, with the shadow cast by the climbing sun stretched flat on the turf behind it. Suddenly Mr. Sorrell said, "By Jove," again. A long way beyond the descending lip of the valley, against the blue sky, a chalk-white object tapering to a point, with at its head a glitter of gold, rose up exceedingly motionless and exceedingly silent. It affected Mr. Sorrell as if he had been watched by something stealthily, and as the vane veered round and lost the light of the sun, he exclaimed, "Salisbury Spire!" He looked a little anxiously at the sun, and then, considering that it must be about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he estimated that he must be some 7 miles to the southwest of Salisbury and going southwest. He remembered distinctly that once he had motored from London to Bath by a road that went through Salisbury, but though he racked his brain, he could not for the life of him remember the name of any single town or village through which he had passed. And for the moment he felt a regret that then he had travelled so fast. He had thought it was rather fine, because, leaving London at 11 and giving 2 hours for lunch at Salisbury itself, they had reached Bath at 4:30, giving them a speed when they were on the road of an average of about 33.5 miles an hour. He remembered that they had run over a pig, but as they had not stopped to make any inquiries, he could not tell what the name of the place was. He remembered that there had been an awkward bridge off to the left, and that the main road was narrow with high hedges. It certainly was not, as he and his friends had said, the place to let pigs lie about on the high road. And then, again, he remembered the railway accident. The last thing of which his eyes had been conscious had been the fact that the photograph of a beauty spot, together with the wall of the carriage and the luggage rack, were descending immediately towards his forehead. And the next thing was that he was there in his nightshirt 7 miles or so from Salisbury. That the railway accident had taken place actually in Salisbury, he was fairly certain. He had been trying to wriggle away from Mrs. Lee Egerton's maternal blessing, which she had administered to him sandwiched in between fragments of the tale of a Greek slave who had brought the Tamworth Cross to Tamworth Castle, which was within a few miles of Salisbury. He remembered that the story of the slave had interested him very much, the barefooted traveller in a single garment of white linen, who, bearing a cross of gold, had travelled some hundreds of miles all alone through a country infested by robbers. Decidedly, Mr. Sorrell thought he had escaped in delirium from the hospital to which he, along with other victims of the disaster, must have been taken. And without doubt, the nun, who was a sick nurse, had been sent out to pursue him. He wondered whether he had better stop where he was until she sent someone to look after him, or whether it would be better to consult the shepherd, borrow a pair of trousers of him, and get up to London by the first train from Salisbury. He turned, however, once more to regard the carcasses that were dangling from the oak tree. "Of course, they don't hang people like that, even in these out-of-way places," he said to himself. And then he considered that they had been having a pageant there. There were pageants in every corner of England. The thing was being a good deal overdone. And when he considered the tops of the other hills, he thought that they had been overdoing it altogether a great deal too much. On the skyline of a very uplifted range upon his left hand, he perceived the outline of no less than 3 gallows, and on his right, upon the summit of a dark and forbidding heather-clad hill, scalloped and ridged so that Mr. Sorrell considered it must be the remains of a Roman camp, there rose up, desolately, another gibbet. A heavy chain descended from its outstretched arm, and from the bottom hung a repulsive fragment decorated with rags. "Oh, this is altogether disgusting," Mr. Sorrell said. "Someone will have to write to the papers about it." They must have been searching for every blessed hill which had ever had gallows in the good old times. Even in the Dark Ages they could not have hanged as many people as that. It would have taken half the population. But he admitted that of its kind the thing had been well done. He had had a decidedly eerie sensation, as if the bat on his skull had knocked him clean through space into another generation. There really had not been anything whatever to show him that he was not in the 13th century, except, perhaps, for the eggs. Eggs in a basket struck him as being exceedingly modern sort of things. He did not believe they had eggs in the 13th century. He did not know much about history, but he thought they had been introduced into England by Sir Walter Raleigh, along with potatoes and brandy. He did remember the fact that had somehow impressed itself upon his mind because it was philological, and he had always taken an interest in the study of languages, which was a sound commercial pursuit. He remembered distinctly having read somewhere that Chaucer or Caxton, taking a voyage from the coast of Kent to Suffolk, had landed in search of eggs. They had not been able to get them because in Suffolk, or perhaps it was the other way round, at that date eggs had been called enye. This had distinctly interested him because it had shown him that in medieval England there were as many different dialects as there are in South America, and because the word so nearly resembled the modern German Eier, which signifies eggs. And thinking about it, it came distinctly into his mind that he had read this in 2 specimen pages from his own encyclopedia that he had reproduced in facsimile for his prospectus. He remembered the woodcut that had illustrated his specimen page. It had the word Harleian MS below it to show the care with which the encyclopedia had been compiled, and it represented a medieval gentleman with knock-knees and pointed shins, something representing a kilt and about 40 yards of woolen stuff wound round his head, holding an anchor and jumping out of a boat about the size and shape of a piece of melon peel. He could have sunk it with 1 foot. And then, acutely, it came into his head to wonder what they were doing with the account of the travels of Mr. Carr K. Claffin, the intrepid explorer who had rushed around the equator. He did not know what they would have been doing with it, he did not know how long he had been ill, but he started impulsively down the valley because he had got to get to the nearest railway station. He would have to take things in hand again. He stopped once more and with anxious eyes surveyed the immense field. He was looking for the trail of smoke of an approaching train. It was impossible that there should not be a line in all that expanse of country. He had never seen a really great view of England that had not at least 1, 2, or sometimes as many as 3 plumes of smoke, ascending and flying across space. But he saw nothing. He could not make out even a road running along the valley at his feet. He looked for the dust of an oncoming motor. There was none. Green grass ran down into the valley. In the bottom there were some high trees, dark and very full of foliage, like a ribbon along the stream. In the bottom, too, there were some thatched huts so small that they resembled rabbit boxes. There were, too, here and there, some small enclosures with little hedges round them. Mr. Sorrell imagined that these must be small holdings. That blessed act doesn't seem to make much progress here, he said. Hidden deep amongst some very tall elms, he could see the shoulder of a square church tower, and then, coming round the angle of a spur of the downs, once more there was the nun progressing slowly very far below him upon the mule that, tiny and distinct, appeared like a fragment of white chalk. "Oh, well, I'm going after her," Mr. Sorrell said. "I suppose she's got the hang of the situation. She seemed to know something about Mrs. Lee Egerton. At any rate, she had certainly mentioned the family name and the legend of the family slave who had traveled half England over with only the words Egerton and Tamworth in his vocabulary." And Mr. Sorrell considered that no doubt Mrs. Egerton had sat at his bedside whilst he had been in hospital and had told the nun all about the cross. Probably he had held on to the cross like grim death when he had been insensible, and they had not liked to force it away from him. That was, without doubt, why it was still in his grasp. No doubt the palm leaf had been some patent hospital packing that they had put on to prevent the cross from being banged about. He plodded on determinedly after the nun, but the grass here and there was pierced with tiny, little, very sharp sprigs of broom, and Mr. Sorrell had to tread with care. The mule, on the other hand, as if it smelt its stable, was traveling faster and faster. It was fully 1.5 miles ahead, and decidedly it was gaining upon him. And Mr. Sorrell felt a desperate desire to overtake the nun. After all, she understood the position. She was perhaps the only person in the countryside who would understand the position. In the ordinary way, he would have felt an extreme shyness about appearing before a lady in attire so exiguous. But if he met anybody else, even a man, he would have to explain, and that would make him feel very awkward. He had got the hang of the story by now. His head was perfectly clear, just as the wrappings round it were perfectly clearly hospital wrappings. But he did not want to have to explain to anybody that he had been practically a wandering lunatic. It would make him appear small and ignominious, whereas he was actually the distinguished Mr. Sorrell, one of the most up-to-date men of his day. No, decidedly he would not mind meeting the nun. He wanted to meet her more than anyone else in the world. She did not, after all, seem so very much like a lady. She was more like the laundress of his chambers in the temple. Probably she was a lower-class nun, and Mr. Sorrell had never felt embarrassed when, for instance, he had asked a housemaid to fasten a stiff evening collar for him. Besides, it was a sick nurse's duty to look after her patients, and with these ideas in his head, Mr. Sorrell trotted onwards as swiftly as he could. He imagined that decidedly he must be losing weight. It was probably better than Turkish baths. The nun disappeared round another fold in the downs. From her swaying and uneven motions, Mr. Sorrell imagined that the mule must be actually galloping, and when a little later he came upon a broken egg, he felt positively sure of it. He trotted on. End of Part 1, Chapter 4.
Part 1, Section 5 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Madox Ford. Part 1, Chapter 5. The Lady Blanche d'Enguerrand de Coucy of Stapleton stood yawning upon the watchtower of Stapleton Castle. There was no reason why she should have stood there, for upon the 3 stone steps in the northeast corner the ancient watchman with his horn slung from his neck leant in an attitude of dejected boredom upon his pike. It was his business to signal to those in the keep below the approach of any traveller. Thus he would blow 4 gruff grunts, his horn being of wood, to signify the approach of a knight-at-arms with his company, or he would blow 5, supposing that he had observed upon the hilltops any person in armour, and with a company whose cognizances might be unknown to him, or whose appearance suggested that they might be malefactors of the one sort or the other. Or, on the other hand, if the man approaching appeared to be a merchant with pack-mules, he would make 1 gruff sound. If, apparently, it was a knightly minstrel, he would do his best to produce 3 high notes and a flourish, though this he did very seldom now, and for the last month he had been seeking to train himself to blow 1 very high note, long and sustained, when he observed the approach of Lady Dionysia of Egerton de Tamville, who had lately acquired the habit of riding over from the castle of Tamville to supper every other evening. This last call had, indeed, been of late almost the only one that his aged lips had had occasion to make, though it is true that when it sounded it would cause some little commotion in the castle, the due states and ceremonies having to be observed. Thus, in the quadrangle below, he would see offal and eggshells and hot water being thrown onto the heap of garbage that formed the centre of the courtyard. Women and pages and old men would hurry from side to side far down below. The Lady Dionysia would ride up with her attendant train of women, little boys, old men, a chaplain or so, and shortly afterwards the washing trumpet would blow, and the commoner sort of people would be observed cleansing themselves in the courtyard. But at that time it was only 2 hours after noon, and it wanted 2 hours more for supper time. The old watchman leant upon his pike. The Lady Blanche yawned. In another corner of the small square enclosure formed by the breast-high battlements, and of sheet lead warmed by the sun underfoot, the Lady Blanche's ladies, Blanche Chemaine and Amoureuse, whispered and tittered continually with the little golden-haired boy Jehan, her page and the cousin of her husband. The Lady Blanche could not imagine what they could find to talk about. There was nothing in the world, and it seemed to her to be disgusting that there should be nothing in the world. She remembered that as a lady of the Queen Mother, she had never found the time hang heavy on her hands. If they had not anything else to do at the court, they could at least play cat's cradle, and there had always been gossip. Nowadays, there was not any gossip, since except for the outlaws, the clubmen and robbers, who made riding out a dangerous pursuit, there was not probably an able-bodied layman within 20 miles of the neighbouring castles of Stapleton and Tamville. Her husband, Sir Guy, was tiresome and foolish when he was present. In espousing the cause of the late king, he was said by now to have been murdered in Berkeley Castle by means of a red-hot horn. In espousing the cause of the late king and his favourites as against the now Queen Mother, the always foolish Sir Guy, who always did the wrong thing, had done it once again, and the thought of it added to her nervous exasperation. This entirely foolish husband of hers had undoubtedly ruined her life. With the Queen Isabella she'd always been a favourite, but her husband's insolence to Roger Mortimer had not only cost him various fines and amercements amounting to more than £200, which they could ill afford, considering that by his silly joviality and easy manners, the peasants had been encouraged to neglect their work upon the domain lands, whereas in his father's time they would have had at the end of the year £70 from the sale of hay alone, and that in bad years. Nowadays, it was much if they got 40 in the best of years. Not only had his folly cost them £200 worth of fines, but they were totally estranged from the Queen Mother, who, having returned from France with the small company of knights of Hainault, had utterly discomfited and put to death not only the late king, but all his favourites. And now Sir Guy, utterly without cause, had got together all his fighting men and kinsmen and retainers, and had gone at his own cost to aid the new young king in his campaign against the King of Scots. This indeed was a crowning folly, for in this war Sir Guy had not been summoned to do any service at all. The war was in Scotland, and no knight had been called for by the king or by the Queen Mother from farther south than Lincolnshire. It was an utterly foolish piece of braggadocio. What Sir Guy had wanted to do had been to impress the Queen Mother with the sense of his power and importance. But the Lady Blanche knew Isabella well enough to be certain that she would see how Sir Guy was weakening himself and his cousin, Sir Egerton of Tamville. Even on their own showing, these two foolish men had confessed that the expedition would cost them at least £2,000 apiece, and she had made her own inquiries of the Jew Golden Hand of Salisbury. Jews were forbidden to live or to lend money in these parts at that time, but the town council of the city had paid no attention to the writs that came down from London for the expulsion of Golden Hand. They had baptized him by force instead, without washing the habit of lending money away. She had learned that the two knights had borrowed of him at least £8,000, impugnating all their joint and several rights over land, the lordships of Old Sarum and Wiley. And where in the world should they find £8,000, even if they made fat plundering, going to and from the war and in the war itself? Why, each man of the 400 that they must take with them must bring back, as the cantor Nicholas had informed her, the value of at least £20 in booty before they could make it good. And her husband and his cousin were not the type of men to bring back money by way of booty. They were inspired by the modern crazy notions of forbearance towards their foes, if their foes had fought well. These silly ideas had come from France. Why, after the siege of Hardville, when Sir Guy had taken with his own hand the Sire Jehan de Scotteville, whose ransom might have been 1,000 crowns, Sir Guy had set the Frenchman free. He had done it with great pomp and ceremony, approaching the French knight, whom he had served during dinner in the midst of 200 people, and not only bidding him go free, but setting on his head the chaplet of pearls that he had worn in his own hair. It was perfectly true that Sir Guy had gained much praise for this absurd action, and many amorous glances from the ladies, which had been what he desired. But what lordships, domains, or estates could stand this riotous drain, this foolish and sentimental ostentation, and what did it mean to her? There she groaned and twisted her nails in aching solitude during how many months? Had they but husbanded their resources, she might have ridden north with Sir Guy and lain with the Queen, who was in the new castle, just short of the Scottish border. And with 20 minutes of the Queen's ear, she would have done more good to Sir Guy than all he would ever get by the cracking of rusty irons on the heads of penniless Scottish knights. and for all she knew, her husband had got himself into a new folly, for might it not be he who had roused the archers against the men of Sir John of Hainault, who were aiding the king in the Scotch war? These outrages were said by the juggler, who brought them news, to have been committed by archers from Lincolnshire, who had fallen on Sir John Hainault and his fellows as they went back at night from the king's lodgings to their own. But how could she tell that it was not their own Wiltshire archers, of whom Sir Guy and his cousin had taken many bands with them, in addition to the men-at-arms and the gentlemen armed cap a pie, and upon the greedy destriers that ate so much of hay and fodder? It was part of the folly of Sir Guy and his cousin that they could not, like other knights, ride to the seat of war upon light hackneys, with their armour in carts behind them, but they must go prancing England from north to south upon great wasteful chargers, that they might very well have waited to buy until they came to the northerly parts. Of this folly and vainglory of men there was nowadays no end, and the Lady Blanche dug her fingernails into her palms and breathed a tense sound of exasperation and rage. The old man with the horn blew a single high-stopped note. "Ah, yes, a woman upon the road from the plain," she said impatiently, and she did not trouble to look over the battlements. "When will there come again knights riding, or men with bears and jugglers with their little flutes and golden balls?" She called petulantly to the old man, who stood 3 steps high. "What woman is it upon the road?" He answered huskily, wiping the rheum from his eyes with the back of his hand. "Mistress, it is the nun Ludwigda, upon her white mule." "And what makes the nun Ludwigda upon the road?" "Mistress, I do not know," the watchman answered. "Maybe the Lady Blancheman shall tell you." "Why, ask her," the Lady Blanche said. "I am tired of the sound of my own voice." Being in private, for she could reach the leads of the watchtower by narrow stairs in the wall from her own chamber, the Lady Blanche was wearing only a tight-fitting dress of grey homespun wool that she had had for 7 years. She was a woman of 24, with a hard mouth, a high colour, a very erect back, and dark, resentful eyes. The Lady Blanchemain, on the other hand, was quite fair, and, although on account of the parsimony or poverty of her mistress and kinsman, she too was dressed in grey homespun wool, nevertheless from feudal respect she wore a large white coif and plaited sleeves of white and grey. The Lady Blanche liked her very well, since she was very tiny, for she had been born in the castle of Hardlot on the first day of the siege that lasted 5 months. Thus she had been very stunted at the outset of her growth, for most of that time there had hardly been either spoon meat or mother's milk for her. Her father had died in a dungeon, her mother in a convent, and at the age of 10, according to the law, she had come to act as kinswoman and serving maid to her cousin the Lady Blanche, upon her marriage to Sir Guy 7 years before, and since she was very gay, insignificant, and contented, the Lady Blanche liked her well enough. She had, besides, a very nimble ear for gossip. She looked, crinkling up her eyes over the ramparts that reached almost to her nose. "The Sœur Louise," she said, preferring for the moment to speak in French, "went into Sarum this morning to buy sugar and spices and eggs. She went along the valley with some merchants from Warminster. I think she will come back over the plain, because it is a safer way along by the gallows that Sir Guy set up to be a warning to evil gentry." "Ah, this convent," the Lady Blanche said spitefully. "What surveillance is it that they keep up, that they must needs buy eggs when tomorrow is Friday?" "Why, all their hens have died," the Lady Blanchemain said. "A pestilence or murrain struck them, and a mouldiness is fallen upon their corn wells, and their fowler was drowned on Monday, and their fish ponds ran dry, so that most of their fish are dead." "That, then, is the judgment upon them," the Lady Blanche said. Blessed be he that has done it, that they may know by their empty bellies what it is to grasp at the rights of the Lord that protects them. And intent upon wounding the feelings of her other handmaid, the Lady Amoureuse, that was of a pious nature, the Lady Blanche-Chemaine opened her heart as to the grievances she had against the religious of both sexes who dwelt on either side of the castle, the convent being to the right and the priory to the left, though the priory was for the most part within the lands of Egerton de Tainville. With the intent to wound the feelings of the Lady Amoureuse, the Lady Blanche went at extraordinary length into grievances against the convent, the priory, the lordship of Tainville, and the inhabitants of the little town of Wishford, that was perhaps a quarter of a mile from the castle of Stapleton. It was a matter of extraordinary complication, and it was one of the Lady Blanche's chief grievances against her lord that he could not set his mind seriously to grasping what were his actual rights. On the one hand, the lords of Stapleton Castle claimed by rights of the most ancient nature the service of the bullock teams of every peasant of the manors of Stapleton St. Michael, Berwick St. James, and Wishford le Virgin, upon every third day of the week not being a holiday, and the holidays being counted against the peasants. The convent claimed by virtue of rights granted to them before the conquest the right to 3/15 of the labors of every 9th day. On the part of the lords of Stapleton, it was argued that this right, because it was granted before the conquest, had been abrogated by the grant of the land to Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, by William I. The nuns set up the plea that on account of the exceeding sanctity of their community, which had been established by the blessed Edward Confessor, their rights had been specially exempted by the Conqueror. It had been represented on the parts of the lords of Stapleton that these 3/15 should be properly taken from the time of the peasants themselves, and not from the time which the peasants owed their liege lords. But on the part of the nuns it was argued that they, being women, had no power to enforce obedience from the peasants. According to the spirit of the grant from the confessor, it must be certainly intended that the 3/15 must be taken from the third day of the lord of the manor, since the lord of the manor had the means of arms to enforce his rights, whereas the nuns had not. It had been replied on the part of Sir Guy that since his grandfather had received the grant of the domain, his ancestors had hanged innumerable of the peasants, in the Christian and worthy endeavor to force them to give up their time to the service of the convent. The nuns, despairing of enforcing their rights, had sold them to the priory of St. Michael for the sum of £900. The priors having occasion to send to Rome to appeal against the election of a prior forced upon them against their will by King Edward II of glorious and unhappy memory, had taken the opportunity to procure from the Pope a writ directing the lords of the manor of Stapleton to procure for the monks the due observance of the duties of the peasants of the manor. On the other hand, the inhabitants of the town of Wishford, owning as a community certain of the lands along the River Wylye, claimed as a right, which had been ceded to them by Sir Guy's grandfather, in return for certain moneys amounting to £314, and a cup of gold worth £40, the pasturing of certain beasts upon the lands of the peasants of Stapleton, which lands the monks of the priory of St. Michael claimed to hold in fee from the estate of Egerton de Tainville, the cousin of Sir Guy de Cousy de Stapleton. The prior of St. Michael's had threatened with excommunication not only Sir Guy de Cousy de Stapleton, but also Sir Stanley de Egerton de Tainville, along with the inhabitants of the town of Wishford. And under the threat of this excommunication, the jurates of the town of Wishford had withheld payment from Sir Guy of the rent of the Knight's Fields, a large stretch of land running up to the Growley Woods, a rent amounting by year to £47 3 shillings. which was claimed not only by Sir Guy, but by the Priory of St. Michael's, the chapter of the Cathedral of Salisbury, and the Chancellor of the Queen Mother Isabella. And my lord and husband, the Lady Blanche continued, having explained all these things now for the 100th time to the Lady Amoureuse, my lord and husband having expended untold money in the prosecution of suits before the portman mote here, in the sheriff's court of Devizes, upon the sending of solicitors and learned clerks to the king when he was in France and to the Pope in Rome, is now minded out of a childish levity and weariness of the flesh to abandon all these rights, though he has spent on the maintaining of them much more than his rights are worth. The Lady Blanche paused, expecting some opposition from the Lady Amoureuse, whom she detested because she was as tall, as dark, and less high-colored than herself. For whereas the Lady Blanche, to attain to the then fashionable paleness, must daub her features with slaked lime, Lady Amoureuse could grow as white as a sheet at the expense of 1 day's fasting and 1 night's vigil and prayer before the day of any ceremony when she might desire to appear at her most attractive in the eyes of men. The Lady Amoureuse, however, answered nothing, but kept her mournful gaze fixed upon the hills, and the Lady Blanche continued, speaking now in English instead of French. My ox of a husband, who can neither increase his family nor yet his gear, will neither go on with his suits, nor yet set his hand to the task of claiming his rights. For if he had been a man in my father's day, he would have very lightly ended these quarrels. Upon the one hand, he would have burned down the convent about the heads of the nuns, and upon the other he would have slit the throats of the priors, and going with a strong many to the Portman Hall of the citizens of Wishford, he would have taken from them their charters, and have torn them into 1,000 pieces, so that never more they could have been alleged against him. The Lady Amoureuse, with her eyes upon the distant path, exclaimed in a deep, hollow, and mournful voice, I think some men of the same mind as you, some brigands or outlaws, are pursuing the sister Luguita. So fast does she gallop upon her white mule. At the same moment the watchman set his horn to his lips and blew a hesitating blast that was neither high nor low. And behold, the Lady Blanchemain said, one comes trotting along the path in a white shift that appears neither man nor woman, nor yet priest of the Holy Church. What folly is this? The Lady Blanche exclaimed, and to the watchman, what read you this pursuer to be that comes with such haste after the sister Louise? The old watchman peered for a long time at the figure. A beggar it will not be, he said, for his robes are too clean. One it might be that had been condemned to do penance in a sheet, nor yet 'tis no sheet that he wears, and upon his head is bound a cloth for all the world, such as is borne by the pagans that I have seen in the birthplace of our Saviour, and in his hand is a shining something that in the rays of the sun is like the weathercock upon the church steeple. The Lady Amourouse's eyes distended romantically. Should it be, she said with her mournful and tragic tones, the slave of the dead Sir Stanley, whom we have so long awaited? With her quick dislike for the Lady Amoureuse, the Lady Blanche said sharply, Pack of nonsense and legends! This is some beggar who is coming along with his clapdish in his hands. The little page had stood all the while 2 steps behind the Ladies Blanchemain and Amoureuse, in the proper attitude, one hand upon his hip, one hand behind his back, and his right leg drawn up so that the point of his long shoe rested upon the ground 2 inches from his left instep. A fly had alighted upon his nose, but he had not even stirred. Yet at this moment he could not keep silence. His curiosity overcame him. "Dear lady," he said, and his tones were fluting, his face pink and white, and his curls long and golden, "what is even the truth about the slave of the dead Sir Stanley? For the pages say one thing, and the old soldiers another, and the nuns another, and the father's confessor another, so that by the one he is held to be a magician, and by the other an angel. And this is a very marvelous matter, and one worthy to be understood." "Saucebox!" the Lady Blanche exclaimed haughtily, but not so unkindly as she might have. "Our bressets and lapdogs shall be daring next to ask questions." Then she turned again upon the Lady Amoureuse and continued, "Nonsense and these follies of chivalry will never be out of your head. I tell you this slave is long since dead, and his eyes picked out by ravens, and robbers have taken his cross. It is 3 months since he left the town of Sandwich, and though the news of his leaving has been with us 60 days, yet he is not here. Surely he is dead. But so sacred a relic is this cross," the Lady Amoureuse said, "that surely an angel will have walked beside him to render him invisible to evil men by day and to guide him at night." "Then if he traveled both by day and night," the Lady Blanche said, "he would have been here twice the sooner, and he is not here at all." She looked upon the little foot page and said suddenly, "Saucebox, follow me into my bower. I will chastise and rebuke you, for it is not well with your bringing up." And she descended into the narrow stairway that went from the leads down through the thickness of the wall into her own chamber. This bower of hers took up maybe 1/2 of the watchtower of the castle, and yet it was not so very large neither. The walls were of bare stone, the small windows looked out on 3 sides upon the blue air, and the place, though it was then the heat of midsummer, was not so very hot, since the windows had no glass, but only iron bars that had been painted red and white in squares to make them look gay. In this room there was a bed, very large, with pillows of red velvet, curtains of blue cloth, and a coverlet of red fox's fur. At the foot was a great chest or hutch of oak that was carved halfway across with figures representing the coronation of the Virgin in heaven. This carving was not yet finished, for since it took a long time, and the Lady Blanche had need of the hutch, the carver worked upon it when the chamber was unoccupied. Indeed, upon the stone floor were the shavings and chips that he had that day left behind him. Upon this hutch at the foot of the bed, which was all there was to sit upon, the Lady Blanche seated herself and remained for a space grinning at the little page who stood blushing and silent before her. His doublet was of old brown fur caught in the waist by a leather strap and reaching to about the middle of his hips. His stockings were of red wool, fitting very close and being at once stockings and trousers. His shoes were of old green leather, very long and pointed, and falling in flaps about his ankles. He was 14 years old, and having been seen by the Lady Blanche when she was upon a visit to her cousins, the de la Poors of Southampton, 4 years before, she had asked for and received him as her servant, though till that moment she had taken very small account of him. He had served at her table, he had learned to fight with her many other pages, and one clerk and another had taught him his letters, and how to sail eastward to the Holy Land to aid in the perpetual task of recovering and retaining the sepulchre of our Lord. But Sir Guy, having taken off with him to Scotland all the pages who were of 14½ years and upwards, this little Jehan de la Courcy de la Poor had become a servant at her table and the sergeant of all the little boys that she had then in training. He flushed and flushed again, and rubbed the instep of 1 leg upon the ankle of another, and at last his lady said, Little Jahan, talk. He said nothing. His color came and went. Little cousin, his lady continued, talk, chatter. What is it that you find to whisper and to titter about with my ladies? You are at it all the day, yet I do not see what there is to talk about in this place. He was still silent, and large tears filled his eyes. Little Jahan, come hither, the lady said. Tell me what lady it is that you love. And she took him by the hand and drew him towards her. She fingered the old shabby fur of his doublet, and the hairs came out upon her hands. This is the best clothing you have, she said, and then, tell me what lady it is that you prize above all others, and whose name you mutter beneath your breath when you turn over in bed in the deep night. Tell me, tell me. The little boy burst into tears. God is merciful, he said. I love my mother and the Virgin. Oh, fie, fie, she said, to lie to your lady. Whom is it that you love? He continued to sob and repeated, my mother and the Virgin, and as God is my life, none other. Oh, fie, the lady said. This is very bad. Either you lie to me, which is evil, or you have no lady that you love, which is far worse. For I suppose that now you have become the sergeant of the pages, you will desire shortly to be made a squire, and so to do great feats of arms and grow into a knight. And then you will send letters of challenge to fight other knights in the courts of France, of Navarre, of Spain, or even amongst the Saracens and the knights of the heatheness. And how will you do all these things without the love of a lady to bear you up? Friend, it is time you bestirred yourself. Why is it that you are so badly clad? The little page answered nothing more, and she asked him again several times, why is it that you are so unfittingly dressed? Once more he burst into tears. It is because my little wages are not paid, he stuttered at last. It is God's truth that I would be such a great and famous knight, but I do not know where I should find a lady to love except my mother and the Virgin. Why, go open the door of my closet, the Lady Blanche said, that I may see my beloved birds. Before the foot of the bed was a rough paneling of oaken boards, shutting off a portion of the room, and the door of this, creaking upon its iron hinges, the page threw open. There came out an ancient and mouldy smell. Upon 3 perches there stood 2 hawks with their hoods over their eyes, and little plumes rising above them, and a lugubrious parrot that nonchalantly opened and shut one eye. Upon smaller pegs in the wall there were, moreover, falconers' gloves, jesses, straps with little brass bells sewn onto them, and farther along Sir Guy's tilting helmet, his winter surcoat of fur, and the splintered head of a large lance that Sir Guy had omitted to have repaired in the hurry of his departure for Scotland. Why, fetch me my parrot, the lady said, and whilst the page held out to that depressed green and blue animal a gilt staff towards which the parrot extended an enormous and threatening upper mandible, the lady felt in her bosom for the great key of the hutch. She had opened it, and from amongst the medley of silver vessels, plates, and silken clothes and furs, selected one of the many little bags of cloth embroidered with silk, and she had again closed the solid slab of the lid before the page had succeeded in coaxing the parrot onto his staff. The boy placed the bird upon the lady's knee, and it climbed slowly up her arm to settle on her shoulder, where from time to time, with its long bill, lugubriously but gently, it nibbled at her ear. Now take this purse, my gentle page, the lady said, and go, when I have done with you, to Master Simon the tailor. In the purse are £6. You shall buy with them clothes and a little steel cap and gauntlets and breastplates and such other things as are proper for the equipment of a page, and a little horse. And you shall let me see with what discreetness you lay out your money, and you shall tell the tailor and the armorer and the horse merchant that the lady, your mother, has sent you this money, that you may be properly equipped, because you have been promoted to the sergeantry of pages. And between that time you shall think upon a lady that you may love, and on Sunday you shall wear your new garments, and you shall come to me in them after the dinner is drawn. And I will send my ladies away, and you shall tell me what you have devised. And the Lady Blanche raised her voice towards the little door that ran up the staircase in the wall. Ho, Blanchemain, ho, Amoureuse, come down and hear this tale of an awkward page. When the two ladies were come down, look upon this awkward little page, she said, who declares that there is no lady that he loves, and now his mother has sent him money to buy suitable apparel. He shall think upon a lady that he may love, so that her device may be embroidered upon the shoulder of his surcoat. And at the thought of a page who loved no lady, all the three women burst into loud laughter, until at last, crimson-faced, the boy blurted out, I am sure that in a week I shall not learn to love anybody but my mother and the Virgin. He cast side glances at the door, for he desired strongly to run away from all this mockery. But the horn above was grunting out a series of harsh sounds. Mercy on me, the lady said, is there an army afoot that he signals so many people? Why, the Lady Amoureuse said, the nuns of St. Radegund, with their confessors and mass priests, and the almoner, with crosses at their head and candles burning, are marching out from the convent gate. And Jenkins, the cripple, has cried up from the tower foot that they are marching out to meet Sir Stanley's slave, who is come bearing the cross of gold. Say you so? The Lady Blanche exclaimed, and descending swiftly from the hutch, she ran to the east window, and craning over the deep masonry towards the open air, she could see that there was not any doubt about it. The window was too small to show much of the valley side, but there below her, their coifs waving and moving like the wings of birds in the breeze, a procession of nuns, 2 and 2, filed along, 2 priests in purple vestments going before, with a man bearing up a silver-gilt cross, whilst a little farther up the hillside the figure in the white shift stood still, as if astonished or afraid. Mercy on me, say you so? The Lady Blanche exclaimed. End of section 8.
Part 1, Chapter 6 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Madox. Part 1, Chapter 6. Taking very little account of her eggs, the sister Mary Lagdvitha of St. John of Patmos galloped her astonished mule up to the locked and barred gate of the convent that was built 4 square of grey stone, with a great pigeon cote at one corner, and a new chapel with a peaked roof at the other, the spire of the bell tower being still in building with the scaffold poles all around it. The surrounding wall was blank and had no windows, though upon 2 sides there were narrow slits, the loopholes for arrows, which had been quite newly made, because there were so many evil men about in those days. The sister Lagdvitha, in her haste, rasped so violently the pin in its ring that the lay sister Mercy, who kept the gate, delayed for some minutes to open it, trembling because she thought it had been robbers. And when they were through, the white mule stood with its heaving flanks among the garbage and in the sunlight of the courtyard, whilst the sister lugged with her ran swiftly across the courtyard to the white thatched hut of the Mother Superior. Of these huts there were 24, each with white mud wall and roofs of reed thatching. One of each was allotted to the Mother Superior, the sub-prioress, and the Mother of Ways and Means. Of the others, one each was allotted to two mothers or lesser officials of the convent, to 2-3 sisters, or to 4 lay sisters. These 24 cells housed in all 64 religious women and took up 3 sides of the square. On the fourth side was the stone dovecot that was as large as a church tower, and had built against its side a little stone box of about the size of a dog kennel, in which there lived a pious and celebrated anchorite, who had no communication with the outer world, save by means of an orifice about the size of a horse's mouth. Here there were also built of stone, and against the wall a large guest chamber for the use of benighted travellers, apartments for the 2 confessors and the male almoners of the convent, for the fowler, the water fowler, and the keeper of the fish stooks, for 4 serfs who kept the mules, swine, beasts, and sheep of the convent, and, in the farther corner, the large chapel itself, which was very splendid and highly painted. Across the centre of the courtyard there ran a high fence, separating the men from the quarters of the female religious. The gate of this was closed 20 minutes after the tolling of the bell at the conclusion of vespers. Thus, benighted travellers who applied to the convent for hospitality after the closing of the gates must be waited upon by the mass priests or the almoners, who, when this occurred, received for their services from the convent the sum of 1 halfpenny. Whether or no the travellers next morning left any offering in the box that stood upon the altar of Saint Radeganda in the chapel. These fans and these laws were very much resented by the community. They had been instituted about a year ago by the new Reverend Mother Mary Catherine of the 7 Dolours, who had been brought from Bayonne, in France, and forced upon them by the Lord Bishop of Salisbury. The nuns and sisters objected that this was not only harsh discipline, but bad husbandry. For the nuns had been accustomed to take innocent delight in listening to the converse of the travellers, whilst at eventide they served and tended them; and the mother cellarer and kitchen account sister declared that they could not possibly render their accounts reasonably, since the mass priest served out to the travellers ale, wine, and meat with a lavish hand. It was none of his gear that he was giving away, and the travellers rewarded his vicarious hospitality with more cheerful and entertaining stories, the nuns hearing through the night only the echo of their stories and choruses of their songs, and the whole community murmured at the heavy burden that was cast upon them in the payment of 1 penny to the priest for his services. If the abbess would have this thing, it should be paid, they said, out of our own revenues, and not by the community. And they were saying even at that moment that the plague which had fallen upon the hands, so that they withered up and died, remaining mere traces of dirty fathers, that this plague was a visitation upon the mother abbess, to whose revenues the poultry money contributed. They considered also that the running dry of the stew pond, so that they had no fish, and the breaking of his leg by the fowler, so that they had neither wild duck, widgeon, teal, coot, nor moorhen to eat on fast days, these afflictions, too, should be considered as serious warning to the mother abbess, though, since they fell upon the community and not upon her revenues, they feared that she would be too stiff-necked so to regard them. But, end the quarrel as it might, the sister Lagdvita, hurrying through the dirt of the courtyard, must make her way through the gate in the fence before she could reach the nuns' quarters and the cell of the Mother Abbess. The Mother Abbess was a little, broad brown woman with dangerous twinkling eyes, so that it was not by haughtiness but by good humour, imperious obstinacy, and never speaking at all except to promulgate her regulations that she so strictly ruled the community. Her cell was formed by the bare walls of the hut painted blue, though in the right-hand corner the Sister Mary Radiganda of Saint Veronica was standing painting in red, blues, and greens a fresco representing the martyrdom of Saint Peter, who bore in his hand a key much greater than the gate of Rome itself, which was represented in the background with its name written above it in black letters. Upon a perch that protruded from the wall high up near the thatch of the roof sat the Mother Abbess's favourite hog, for the Mother Abbess was a lady of knightly habit of mind whose health demanded this exercise. Moreover, she was accustomed to sell at her own price to the community such plovers, bustards, wild pigeons, jackdaws as her hawks brought down upon the plain. She was, at the moment, standing before a reading pulpit whereon stood the almonar's book of accounts. And she was saying, "Set the price of the oil down to the community." She spoke French, with which the almoner was little familiar, for he heard and conversed mostly in French of England. But so often had he heard the words "set that down to the community" that he had no need to ask the abbess to repeat them. He was a fat, dark man who loved peace, and wore a black gown with ragged white fur at its edges, and he sighed a little. "The sellers will cry out at the cost of the oil for this lamp," he said. "There will be a great outcry. It will be better not to let the lamp be lit." "Then the convent should lose its rights," the abbess said. "The lamp was never lit," the almoner said, "in the time of the late abbess and of the abbess before her." "Then that is greatly to our shame," she answered. The Sister Radiganda, with her back to them painting at the fresco, thought that here once more the Reverend Mother showed that she was determined to ruin the community. The lamp was one provided for in the deed of grant from the Blessed Confessor to the convent, which was set down there on Salisbury Plain mainly to be a comfort to the travellers upon that great and desolate expense. It was provided that it should hang from a pole 40 feet high, set upon the highest point of the convent chapel, and it should be watched, tended, and kept burning all night, to be a guide to such as were benighted upon the great plain. Under the late comfortable abbesses whom the sister sighed to remember, this practice had fallen into desuetude. It had two very serious disadvantages. Not only did it cost money for oil and watchers, it attracted many travellers who must be housed and fed. But the new abbess, coming from France, had straightway caused all the deeds and charters of the convent to be read out before her, and hearing that this pious practice had been abandoned, she had for the first time spoken very harshly, as if the community consisted of fools and impious wretches, for she had said that it was a great laches against charity, hospitality, and the love of God and his mother, that this comfort to poor wayfarers should have been abandoned, and that to show remissness in the very action for which the community had been founded on a day when lawsuits assailed them on every hand in times that were very evil, that such a remissness was sufficient to jeopardize the very existence of the community. Whereas, as the sister and all sane persons knew, the first duty of a community was to itself and its purse. And, even supposing that the bodies of travellers dead of exhaustion or cold on the heather, or drowned by night in the brooks of the plain, even supposing these should be found, a mark or two slipped into the hand of the Bishop of Salisbury might persuade him very easily that these had been done to death by the wicked gentry in whom the plain abounded, and by hanging up a lamp during such nights as those upon which the Chancellor would be visiting, they could easily persuade him that a lamp did burn there always. Nevertheless, the abbess had persisted in her own way, and now with a sigh the sister heard that the cost of the oil was to be set down to the community. The sister Lagerwitha ran into the room very hot, speechless, and perspiring. Upon her black skirt was the yolk of a broken egg, and her coif was disarranged so that there showed itself some of her tawny hair. "Oh, Reverend Mother!" she exclaimed, "the slave of Sir Stanley Egerton is coming with a gold cross from Antioch, which was fashioned out of the money of the usurers that our Lord drove out of the temple." The Reverend Mother exclaimed, "Blessed be the Lord God and the saints in heaven," but she appeared otherwise unmoved. "And Reverend Mother," the sister gasped on, "as I rode along my way it came into my head to think, merciful God, how short my poor wind is. It came into my head to think how worshipful, praiseworthy, and religious a thing it would be to secure this cross for the service and adornment of our chapel of Radicanda." "What a folly is this," the abbess said, "and how is it that you are one that have dared to gallop my own best mule?" "But, Reverend Mother," the sister Lagerwitha pleaded, "this cross is renowned throughout all Christendom, for it was fashioned by Joseph of Arimathea, who picked up secretly the gold that had fallen from the tables of the money changers that our Lord upset, and it works wonders, so that great crowds shall come with offerings if we may but get it into our chapel." "Reverend sister," the abbess said, "this house is none of ours, and if our chapel should gain renown from it, it would be a renown that by reason of outcries, lawsuits, and evil rumors should ultimately ruin us. I will have none of this." The sister Radicanda dropped suddenly her palette and brushes, and she faced round upon the three of them. The almoner was wiping his brow with the sleeve of his gown, for the sight of the sister Lagerwitha's heat made him perspire out of sympathy. "Then, if the mother abbess will have none of this," the sister Radicanda said, whilst her eyes shone with a dark fury, "the community will debate upon it, for the chapel of Saint Radicanda is our affair, and not that of the mother abbess, and to consider of this most excellent project is our affair, and not hers. Come, almoner, come, sister, let us go swiftly from here and call the others together." The almoner rolled large eyes of appeal towards the abbess. "Go, go," she said, "restrain them from follies if you can, though I think you are not the man to do it." Left alone, the abbess blinked her eyes contentedly and took the opportunity to tell her beads, for which task in her busy life she had not often the time. She was contented that the community should commit follies, for with each folly the community grew more weak and she more strong, and she was determined to turn these errings and wayward sheep into an efficient company for the services of God. All around her the convent began to buzz like a wasp's hive, and it was not very long before she heard how they raised a pious hymn of glorification as they filed out through the convent gates. End of Part 1, Chapter 6.
Part 1, Chapter 7 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance by Madox Ford, Chapter 7. Mr. Sorrell, walking now somewhat gingerly on the warm turf and descending into the valley, which lower down appeared much more full of trees, perceived a living being approaching him with singular speed, It resembled a crocodile. It resembled a snake. It was brown and earthy. It filled him at once with repulsion and with dislike for the fact that he was so scantily clothed. For immediately afterwards he perceived that it had the face of a very dirty man, scuttling towards him at a great speed and on all fours. Upon its knees and its elbows it had things like the clogs that women use when they are hanging out washing in wet weather, and in one of its hands, which was disengaged because it used its elbows instead of feet, it held a large earthenware dish with a metal lid. It came quite close to him. It placed itself before him. It snapped the lid of the dish with loud sounds and uttered words of which Mr. Sorrell could not make head or tail. He imagined that this must be some kind of beggar, but he could not make out how it put its clothes on. Its clothes were made up of bundles of rags, of wisps of dried grass, of straw bands, and all these things seemed to be tied around its body with old cords. It filled Mr. Sorrell with an undescribable loathing. It had always been one of his principles never to relieve beggars, and he had always considered that beggars ought to be reasonably clean. He did not, that is to say, object to a man looking like a clerk out of work and standing, offering matches for sale just off the curbstone in Regent Street. But this creature was grotesque, lamentable, mournful, and moving. It was like a disagreeably conceived picture executed with fantastic skill, and it seemed to bring poverty much too close to Mr. Sorrell. He exclaimed in a sort of gusty panic, "Go away! Go away! No, no, I've no change on me. If you don't go away, I shall report you to the police." He walked around the beggar and onwards down the path. The beggar pursued him slowly on all fours, uttering mournful sounds, so that Mr. Sorrell felt as if he were being followed by an objectionable and very dirty dog. Very shortly afterwards, coming round an angle of the down, he saw a large, square stone enclosure, which he took to be a workhouse, for it had an unfinished chapel in one corner. Behind this, placed on a great mound resembling a pudding basin in shape, there rose up an enormous gray stone, very square castle. "I shouldn't have thought," Mr. Sorrell said to himself, "that they would have been allowed to put the workhouse so near the castle." And it struck him as very odd that round this castle there was no park at all. It stood upon its green knoll, with the bottom lines of the walls going straight along the grass. It was quite square, with battlements all round the top, at a height of perhaps 100 feet. In one corner was a watchtower, upon whose top Mr. Sorrell could discern quite plainly the figure of a man and the heads of several women. He stopped still to reflect before he got any nearer. He wondered what castle this could be. It was very big, it was very complete, it was obviously inhabited. He thought that he really ought to have known its name. There could not be very many such edifices in England of that date. It was very nearly as big and quite as spick and span as Windsor itself. Mr. Sorrell observed things rather slowly, and one after the other he saw, firstly, a very large cross in front of the workhouse, and then a number of hovels with mud walls and roofs of thick reed thatching. They were scattered here and there amongst trees that ran down to the stream. Then he perceived a gray stone bridge with what he took to be a toll-keeper's house in the center of it, yet it had pointed windows and a large gilt cross on the gable. And then, as his eyes traveled along the valley, he perceived at a distance of perhaps 4 miles the great towers of another castle. "By Jove, this is a rum show," Mr. Sorrell said to himself. "Here are 2 large castles in one little valley. This must be a regular show district." And then it came into his head that this might very well be exploited commercially. You might run excursions down or start a series of guides to undiscovered beauty spots. And he thought that when he got back to town he would set Mr. Puddin, a hack writer who wrote popular memoirs for him, to look up the less well-known castles of England and see what could be done with them. There was almost certainly money in it, but his immediate condition was brought back to him by the fact that the beggar had scuttled from behind his back and was making for the buildings. Mr. Sorrell realized that he was confronted by a castle and by a workhouse. He would certainly have to knock at the door of one or the other. The castle probably contained a motor car, almost certainly it would have 2 or 3, and he very much wanted a motor car. No doubt, if he revealed his identity and the pressing needs of his business, they would lend him a car and run him up to town. On the other hand, he did not wish that, in that guise, his identity should be known. It would cause him to be chaffed for the rest of his life. His fellow publishers could be very nasty, and none of them, he was aware, really liked him. He had better knock at the workhouse door. But if he did that, it would mean delay. He was not certain that he would not be taken into the casual ward and asked to break stones. He stood still, rubbing his naked foot upon his naked shin and cursing beneath his breath. He could not see, anyhow, how he was to get out of being a figure of fun for the rest of his life. It would horribly damage him in business. He would not be able to take things with a high hand any more when fellows were laughing at him behind his back. And with a sudden tempestuous vigor, he cursed the authorities of the Salisbury Hospital, who had let him escape when he must have been mad. The gate of the workhouse fell back. There came out a white figure carrying on high a crucifix. Then there were several little boys in white, swinging brass censers with brass chains. Some workmen ran out of the adjoining fields, and some women in gray dresses. There came out from the convent a man in purple vestments, and behind him 2 more in white linen surplices that shook in the breeze. And after that the nuns, a great number of nuns, 2 and 2, in black habits with coifs waving like swans' wings. The sound of singing came to him, melodious and triumphant. "God bless my soul," Mr. Sorrell said. "I thought religious processions were forbidden by law." And he remembered very strongly now that when the Roman Catholics had attempted to carry the sacrament through the streets of London, there had been a great outcry some years before, and the thing was stopped, quite rightly, as he thought. He must be upon the territory of the Duke of Norfolk, and the castle must be one of the many castles of His Grace, whom Mr. Sorrell had once met at a dinner of the Publishers, Booksellers, and News Vendors Association. Thinking himself at a moderately safe distance, Mr. Sorrell remained still and watched whilst the procession came slowly towards him. He imagined that they would be going to walk slowly round the large cross. And again the idea came into his head that they must be practicing for a large pageant. Perhaps the whole county of Wiltshire was going to be engaged in it. They certainly could not find a more picturesque place, but on the other hand, what in the world was the connection between a pageant and a workhouse? In any case, his road towards either this castle or the workhouse was barred for the moment. He certainly was not going to walk through all that crowd. Men from the fields were turning up one by one, and as the end of the procession left the gate, belated nuns came running out after it by 1s and 2s to take their station in its ranks. They had not, Mr. Sorrell thought, managed the organizing very well, and very shortly afterwards he noticed that oddly dressed figures were coming by 1s and 2s from the gate of the castle, an enormous arch between 2 high square towers. And then he realized that the procession was making straight towards him, the confounded beggar scuttling along on his elbows and knees as if to show them the way. Mr. Sorrell wanted to turn back and run along the path by which he had descended into the valley, but he felt hopelessly tired. He could not face the ascent. On the other hand, just behind him there were some high mounds of gorse. If he slipped behind these and knelt down, he would be fairly out of sight till they had passed. He found a nearly circular hollow. It had the disadvantage that the spines of the gorse pricked him through his nightshirt, but when he knelt down he was certainly quite hidden from view. He could not any longer see the procession, but he supposed he would be able to hear it when it went past. He knelt, therefore, in some tranquillity. The sun poured its warm rays down into the motionless air. Great bees buzzed sleepily above his head. The sound of the singing died away, and in his intense weariness, Mr. Sorrell dropped asleep. He was always very dizzy and stupid upon awakening, so that when he was gently shaken, he had not the least idea where he was. Then he saw the dirty face of the beggar peering at him through the bushes, whilst an old man in priest's robes was gently shaking his shoulder and trying to remove from his finger the ring of the Egerton cross. Mr. Sorrell started to his feet and recoiled. The spines of the gorse bushes ran very sharply into his back. "Look here," he said. "For goodness' sake, give me something to put on." For, standing up, he perceived that all round the little ring of bushes were nuns, priests, thurifers, and a small crowd of rather dirty people in rather dirty fancy dress. The priest shook his head as if he did not very well understand Mr. Sorrell, and once more he extended his hand towards the cross. "Oh, no, I can't let that go out of my keeping," Mr. Sorrell said. "It isn't my property. I believe it is immensely valuable." But when he placed his hand with the cross behind his back, the old priest grasped his other wrist and said, "Come," in French. "But I'm not coming," Mr. Sorrell ejaculated. "I can't come like this before all these women." The old priest gently forged ahead, pulling Mr. Sorrell after him, and Mr. Sorrell's bare feet made resistance an impracticable affair. Besides, he thought it only rendered the episode all the more ridiculous, and it flashed into his head that they must think that that was his fancy costume, and that he had been coming to take part in the pageant. Perhaps they had mistaken him for someone else who had not turned up. "But I'm hanged," Mr. Sorrell said, "if I should have come walking in this costume, even if I had to wear it in the pageant. I'd have come in a motor jolly well wrapped up." And then once more a new flash of inspiration came to him. They must be acting the legend of the Greek slave, the simple, faithful soul who had brought the cross to Tamworth. For all he knew, that was Tamworth Castle just in front of him, and indeed what could be more appropriate than they should there act that simple and touching story? "By Jove," he said to himself, "what will the other chap think if he turns up?" But in spite of this comparatively rational explanation, Mr. Sorrell, when he came out from the shelter of the bushes, could not help a feeling of abashment. He was surrounded by nuns. They called out with expressions of delight. He heard words like "glory, glory." They raised their hands on high ecstatically, and one and another of them tried to take the cross from him. But he was not going to let it go. They might be quite respectable people in the show, but they seemed to be nearly all foreigners, and in the large crowd that they had got to act, there must be some members of the lower classes. Then the other priest in his vestments shouldered his way unceremoniously through the women. He was a beetle-browed, dark man. He took hold of the cross with no faltering grasp. "Look here," Mr. Sorrell said. "If you think I am the chap that's acting in this pageant, you're mistaken." And he pulled the cross sharply from the priest. "This is not an imitation thing, and I'm not going to let it out of my keeping." The priest said some harsh words in a French dialect. "Puisque je vous dis que je ne la rendrai pas," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed. The priest appeared to consider, then he shrugged his shoulders. He turned round and addressed some angry words to the nuns. They began to fall into ranks again. The procession was reforming itself. The priest appeared to be a very impatient and dictatorial creature. He struck a knock-kneed and palsied old man who got in his way such a blow behind the ear that he fell down into the bushes. He wore an odd sort of cape, with an old hood that went down like a funnel far below his twisted leather belt. This, however, did not divert any of the glances from Mr. Sorrell. The procession had formed itself, the nuns stretching out in a long double file. The old priest elevated the cross, the two thurifers held their censers ready, and the priest in vestments motioned with his hand for Mr. Sorrell to stand behind them. "I'm not really the chap who belongs to this show," Mr. Sorrell said. The priest only stamped his foot, and it occurred to Mr. Sorrell that after all it would be his best way to get into the workhouse. It would look much less odd to march in his nightgown in the procession than to walk alone, especially as they seemed to be expecting someone in his nightgown. When he got into the building, he would be able to apologize, and then perhaps they would lend him the other fellow's clothes. All these people seemed to be singularly intent upon their acting. They had not, he remembered, paid the slightest attention to anything that he said. No doubt it was a strain, taking part in that sort of thing, and imagining that he was entering quite into the spirit of it, Mr. Sorrell took his place immediately in front of the priest and immediately behind the thurifers. Then, with the censers swinging and the fresh breeze blowing the smoke aside, the whole body got into motion. The crowd ran along beside them, calling out in high voices until the singing began again. End of Part 1, Chapter 7, read by Brize Cries, Ohio.
Part 1, Chapter 8 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger, Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance by Madox Ford. Part 1, Chapter 8. As well as he could see things for the incense smoke, which rather stifled him, Mr. Sorrell perceived that a number of people were hurrying from the gates of the castle towards the building which he had taken to be a workhouse. There were old men with pikes and axes, 2 or 3 little boys with enormous swords, which they bore over their shoulders, and 4 or 5 very old men indeed who carried crossbows. At last there came running 3 ladies dressed, one all in blue, with a great headdress, like a steeple which raked high over her head, was tied round with gold cords. They glittered in the sun, and from them there depended a veil of white lawn that fluttered like a flag. She too carried a great sword, and she ran like a deer to get in front of the procession, which was nearing the workhouse gates. The 2 other women were dressed in grey, with sleeves of white lawn, and with white hennins, whose lines resembled the coifs that the nuns wore. The lady with the sword took up her position in the gateway of the workhouse. With high, hasty, and angry words, she called the incongruous array of armed old men and boys to form into a knot behind her, so that the gateway was entirely filled up. A jagged array of spiky weapons, most of them very rusty, were pushed out towards the advancing procession, and when they were no more than a few yards off, the procession itself came to an irregular halt. "What the deuce is all this?" Mr. Sorrell asked of one of the little thurifers in front of him. "What is the old story? Did the lady of the castle try to bag the gold cross and the faithful slave? Or was it the nuns who tried to bag it, and she enter a gentle protest?" The boy looked at Mr. Sorrell in a stupid way and shook his head. "Don't any of you understand English?" Mr. Sorrell asked. There was at this point a good deal of shouting, and from the nuns came sounds of consternation and anger. The priest was consulting with the foremost of them. He too showed animation and bad temper. And then suddenly a very high voice called out imperatively in French that there was no misunderstanding. "Silence, dogs!" It was the lady with the sword. Mr. Sorrell had let himself drop into the role of a dispassionate spectator. It suited him very well, and since no one appeared to notice his garment, he had lost any feeling of uneasiness, though he was growing afraid that with all this delay he would miss his last train to town. At the same time, the pageant itself was really interesting. He could not deny it. He had no idea that people went about these things with such earnestness. It might almost have been real life. There was one old chap with a sort of double-jointed flail that had 3 iron spiked balls jangling about on chains at its end. And there was another old man who had a great deal of difficulty in setting his rusty crossbow. He put the point upon the ground and pulled up the cord with both hands until it fitted into the notch. As for the lady with the steeple hat, she was behaving with the most extraordinary vigor, shouting out commands in a French Mr. Sorrell could almost understand, and banging the flat of her great long sword against the doddering and stupid members of the crowd who chanced to get in the way. The outer sleeves of the blue gown were so long that they brushed the ground when she was not waving her arms in the air. The bare sword, when it was not in use, she carried over her shoulder as if it were a sentinel's gun. After a long pause, the priest and 2 of the foremost nuns approached the lady. Immediately her eyes blazed with wrath and indignation, and with both her hands she elevated the sword above her head. The old men poked out their pike heads. The little boys shook their swords as well as they could and cried, "Oh, accusé d'Angran!" The bowmen pointed their crossbows. As far as Mr. Sorrell could hear, the lady said that nobody was going to be allowed to enter that convent. The priest uttered a number of inaudible words, and one of the nuns said something very energetically, pointing at the priest. And there was no mistaking the lady when she said that she would split the priest in half like a pig that was going to be killed. At this, horror overtook the nuns, and they screamed. The lady spoke in such a high voice and with such distinctness that Mr. Sorrell had very little difficulty in understanding her. At the same time, it seemed to him to be odd that they should all speak French. He could only think that the pageant committee must have hired a company of French nuns for the performance. From what the lady said, Mr. Sorrell began to make out dimly the story. They were certainly quarreling about him, or rather about the Greek slave that for the moment he represented. In his interest at the unrolling of the plot, Mr. Sorrell found himself moving continually a little nearer. At last he stood almost immediately behind the priest and 2 nuns in a little open space from which the crowd had been driven. He was beginning very quickly to get the hang of the language, which seemed to him very much to resemble the Provençal that he had heard when he was inspecting a tin mine in the south of France. He caught words here and there, and of the rest his brain seemed automatically to fill in the sense. As far as he could make it out, the priest's proposal was that the nuns should have the custody of the cross of St. Joseph until the return from the wars of Sir John Egerton of Tamworth. On the other hand, the lady insisted that if the convent once got possession of the cross, they would never give it up. Her voice was high and hard, and she cited instances such as how the priory of Bridgewater went with a band of robbers and stole from the monks of Taunton the relics of St. Ostorius, which were being translated with only a feeble guard from Godstow to Taunton itself. She mentioned also how certain monks near Cologne, by force and fraud, stole from Cologne Cathedral a large number of the relics of the 11,000 virgins. She seemed indeed to Mr. Sorrell to have a memory exceedingly stored with misdeeds committed by various members of the monastic orders, and she cited grievances of her own against this very convent. These matters were, however, too complicated for Mr. Sorrell to follow, though he immensely admired the lady's spirit and the way her eyes flashed, and she repeated again and again that once the cross got into the hands of the nuns, it would never come out again, for they would hide it away somewhere or build it into their altar and swear that it was sacrilege to take it thence by force. The priest and the nuns, as far as Mr. Sorrell could understand, represented that even if they were not themselves the proper guardians of the cross, no more was this lady, whom Mr. Sorrell understood to be the Lady Blanche de Coucy d'Enguerrand. But surely the cross should be delivered into the hands of the Lady Dionysia de Egerton de Tamville. The Lady Blanche gave it to be understood that that was a foolish and a frivolous remark, for was the Lady Dionysia even married to the good knight of Egerton of Tamworth? The Lady Dionysia was not even married, but merely contracted by proxy and sent for inspection to the Knight of Tamworth. The Knight of Tamworth had not so much as seen her, for he had gone away on his Scotch wars before ever the Lady Dionysia had reached there, coming from her home in the northern marshes of Wales. It was therefore evident, the Lady Blanche said, that the Lady Dionysia was not the proper custodian of the cross, but that she herself was, since she was the cousin and the next heiress to the fief of Egerton of Tamworth. The priest, on the other hand, persisted that the Lady Dionysia was the proper guardian, the contract of marriage being made, and during the period of inspection, the lady enjoying all the privileges and rights of a knight's wife. The Lady Blanche replied that it was true that the Lady Dionysia enjoyed all the privileges of rights of a knight's wife, but these affected only her rank. They gave her no titles to property. And whilst Mr. Sorrell was amazed at the nicety with which these two people split hairs, he thought it grew tiresome, and that after all it detracted somewhat from the merit of the pageant as a rendering of history. Life in the Middle Ages was such a very simple affair. He did not really suppose that they actually had any laws at all, whereas what they were carrying on now was rather more complicated than an average argument about mining rights in the Court of Chancery. And suddenly the Lady Blanche acted in a way which much more resembled Mr. Sorrell's idea of procedure in medieval times. She had been gazing hard at Mr. Sorrell, who was looking at her admiringly over the priest's shoulder. And suddenly, with both hands, she raised her enormous sword. The nun shrieked and ran away. Even the priest, beetle-browed and militant, moved several paces to the right. And then, with an extraordinarily hard grip, she had Mr. Sorrell by the wrist, dropping the sword on the ground where it jangled and vibrated. "Come thou!" she exclaimed, and Mr. Sorrell felt a jerk in his shoulder such as pulled him past her and right in amongst the men with the pikes and the axes. He was surrounded by all these armed men as if he were inside a British square at Tel Akabir. "Well now," he exclaimed, "that's more like business." The nuns surged round them, lifting their hands on high and crying out with their coifs waving. But the Lady Blanche called out to her men, "Ho, fellows, march!" And Mr. Sorrell had to move along with some expedition in order that his bare heels might avoid the points of their shoes. Before they had gone a dozen yards, the body of them all halted, for they missed their natural leader. The Lady Blanche, Mr. Sorrell saw her over an array of weapons that resembled a bedraggled hedge. The Lady Blanche was talking energetically to the abbess, who had appeared beneath the gateway. She was telling the abbess that thus she was foiled in her evil design, and that it was time that some of the great ones of the land thus handled the churchmen who were growing too fat and haughty. She was minded to come in a very short time with some of her men and to burn the convent about the ears of the nuns. The abbess blinked at her with mild and indulgent irony. She said that it was none of her business that the nuns had come to take the cross. The chapel was in the care of the community, and in no wise affected her revenues as abbess. The Lady Blanche shrugged her shoulders and uttered a laugh of derision. She said that the abbess was all one pack with the others. The abbess smiled again, and she said that she would to God she might be the first to suffer amongst the religious of the church, for assuredly the church grew fat by means of persecution, as was well seen in the case of the blessed martyr Thomas of Canterbury, whom the king having had killed, he was forced to do penance, and afterwards to forfeit to the church a good part of his own lands. The Lady Blanche laughed highly. They were not, she said, in those old outlandish times, which were 100 years ago or more. Now they were differently inclined. The abbess said that that was very well, for no one had laid hands upon the churchman since that time, and if one once more should be slain, assuredly it would very much augment the faith of that realm of England in what was assuredly an age of unbelief. The Lady Blanche retorted, would the abbess have them return to the dark and gross superstitions of their fathers and grandfathers, when it was believed by the stroke of a pen a churchman could turn silver into gold, the blessings of heavy crops of wheat into black blight, or night into day? Now that so many could write, these puffed-up pretensions had had the wind let out of them. The abbess raised her voice at last, because she intended to be heard on all sides. "Go your ways off our grounds," she said. "Madam, you are a foolish woman, and it was the best day that the convent has had, that you and not my flock took the cross to itself. I had rather you had been the thief than we. But now go off this ground, which is holy, having known the tread and been the gift of the blessed Edward Confessor. Because you took the cross, I have no ill will against you, but I have no time to bandy words with you, nor are a pair of women fit to discuss holy mysteries, though I dwell among them, and am more fit to discuss them than you. But this I tell you, that if you further profane this ground against the will of me who am abbess, an action shall lie against you in the bishop's court, and be referable to the court of Rome, such a lawsuit as shall cost you some of your land." And incontinently the abbess retired into the little wicket chamber of the sister that kept the gates. She closed the door in the Lady Blanche's face, for it was her intention to have the last word. The Lady Blanche breathed deep in her chest with rage that she could not satisfy, and then she called to her little page, Jehan, to pick up her great sword, which still lay upon the ground. Fire flashed from her eyes, and her hands were clenched as she went towards her armed men, thinking of how she would be avenged upon this churchwoman who had eluded her. She came right in among them, and calling out to them to march, she walked herself by Mr. Sorrell's side. She looked at him with a keen, hard glance. "You come from Cyprus," she said in French, and her words seemed to him the more intelligible because she must speak in a high voice to be heard over the clinking of old chain harness, the jangling of swords, and the brushing sounds of the buskins of her men as they marched over the turf. "No, I come from New York," Mr. Sorrell said as loud as he could. "You come from Palestine," the lady exclaimed. "I've been to Palestine," Mr. Sorrell conceded. "I've been a little all over the world. I have traveled a great deal." "You were born in the East," the lady exclaimed. "I was born in Wimbledon," Mr. Sorrell answered. "That is not the East End. It's Wimbledon, southwest. Now, though when I was born, it was right in the country." "I do not understand you very well," the Lady Blanche said, "but you are a very holy man, are you not?" "I say," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed in English, "have we got to go on playing this old pageant all the time? Can't we let it up just a minute? I should like to know about the trains from here." The Lady Blanche looked at him with the dull eyes of a person who does not understand. She called to her the old man who had the flail with the iron balls hanging from it. "Thou wast..." And now to Mr. Sorrell she seemed to be speaking a sort of German Platt, such as you may hear in Hessen-Darmstadt. "Thou wast in the Holy Land. Speak with this man if you may." The old man had lost an eye. His face was very brown and clean, though his jerkin was stained, weather-beaten, and very ragged. He addressed Mr. Sorrell in a dialect that Mr. Sorrell could not catch hold of at all. The words seemed to flow by him. "Oh, I can't get the hang of him," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed to Lady Blanche. "He seems to be talking of Ragusa and Cyprus and Byzantium and Jaffa. What is he acting? A crusader? The crusaders did not go to those places, did they? I should have thought they'd have sailed straight to somewhere near St. Jean d'Arc. They wouldn't want to go fooling up in the Adriatic." Still the Lady Blanche appeared to understand none of his words. "I speak no Greek," she exclaimed, "but you were born in Byzantium?" "Well, it's a funny thing," Mr. Sorrell commented. "My father's villa at Wimbledon was called Constantinople because he built it during the Crimean War. Yes, oui." And as she looked at him with questioning eyes, he added, "C'est vrai, je suis de Byzance." These words appeared to afford her much satisfaction, for her brow cleared, and she asked him if he had not been a slave of Mohammed, rescued and baptized by the good knight Egerton of Tamworth. Mr. Sorrell was tired to the point of silliness. "Oh, hang it all," he said to himself. "If they're going to carry on this pageant racket with this deadly seriousness, I guess I've just got to give in. It beats me. They're too persistent." And he added aloud, "Oui, je suis venu à pied de sandwich tout seul." The satisfaction upon the Lady Blanche's face continued to grow. She said that without doubt he had been protected by the angels of God and by a mother's gratitude, for the roads were covered by robbers. Mr. Sorrell remarked that he supposed that that was the case, though he did not see where the mother's gratitude came in. The lady replied that the mother of the knight had been living until a few months ago, and that the knight had sent several messengers home from the Holy Land, and whilst he was returning, these messengers had reported how the slave had watched over his master out of gratitude for having rescued him from the hands of the Saracens. And Mr. Sorrell learnt how his prototype had in open battle twice saved his master's life when his horse was killed, how he had extinguished the Greek fire that the Saracens had cast upon the knight's helmet, and how, when his master had been wounded by a poisoned arrow of the barbarous Ruthenians, the faithful slave had sucked the poison from the wound. Moreover, when the knight had slept in the desert, the slave had watched over him, and had driven away venomous serpents, or had awakened the knight in time to confront the huge dragons with which the desert abounded. And all these things being reported to the knight's mother had filled her with a very great gratitude to the slave, so that she had passed whole days upon her knees beseeching favor and protection from heaven alike upon the one as the other. "Seems to me," Mr. Sorrell thought to himself, "that I run against maternal gratitude all the time. It was only just the other day that Mrs. Lee Egerton was thanking me for saving the last of the line of Egerton from prison, and calling down the blessings of heaven upon my head. I suppose that wretched little bad hat would be the descendant of this old knight who went walloping dragons round Cairo way." And he remembered how Mrs. Lee Egerton had said that the blessings of heaven would be poured down upon his head if ever he was in a tight place. "Therefore," the Lady Blanche said, "because of the gratitude of this mother, who is my mother's sister, you shall be very greatly honored and feasted at my castle. Baths shall be made ready for you, and wine and great feasts, so that you shall eat till your skin cracks." "Oh, I have to think of my liver," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed, "but I could certainly do with a bit." "Without doubt," the Lady Blanche continued, "you are a very holy man, for you have faithfully served your master and traveled in many lands, having been without doubt in Jerusalem and Bethlehem and Rome, and in the town of St. Jago of Compostela, and no doubt at Canterbury too." "Why," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed, "yes, I have been in all these places now you come to mention it. J'ai roulé ma bosse un peu partout." It was the look of returning non-comprehension in the lady's eyes that really puzzled Mr. Sorrell, for the slang of his French, if it were slang, was yet so old-fashioned that anyone ought to have been able to understand it. And then, with the slightest queer start, Mr. Sorrell found that he was not any more thinking of these people as taking part in a pageant. They were too much in earnest, and anyhow they must have been playing the pageant for 20 years at the very least. Their lances were old and rusty, their pikes notched in the blade and greasy in the stave from long handling. Their clothes were practically all very much worn and old. No, he could not get away from the feeling that they were just living their normal lives. And for a moment he felt like Rip Van Winkle, supposing that his railway accident had really made him see something queer, supposing that all these people were really just ghosts. He did not believe in ghosts, but, on the other hand, he was modern enough to know that in these days anything might happen, and suddenly he found himself saying to himself that though he could not for the life of him say what he believed, he would not equally for the life of him say that he disbelieved any single thing. Such queer things did happen that you would have said would have been impossible about the time when he had been born in Constantinople Villa, Wimbledon. What a right-down practical modern man like himself had to do, before all things, was just to keep an open mind. 20 years ago, people would have laughed at the idea of flying as the dream of a visionary. Nowadays, people were flying about just as they liked, so that it was easy to fly from Putney to the Welsh Harp, as it was to go by bus. And it was not in merely mechanical things that advances had been made. There were all sorts of other queer things. There were new odd religions which might or might not do what they professed to do. At his club there was an old General Lathrop who had one evening bored him to death by insisting on making him look at portfolio after portfolio of drawings which the General had said had been executed by spirits in his own house. Mr. Sorrell had never taken much interest in spiritualism and that sort of thing. He had always been too busy, but you could not help knocking against it. There was the drawing-room of his aunt, old Lady Wells, to which he went occasionally out of a sense of duty on a Sunday afternoon, and it was always full of estimable people who told him the most extraordinary things that you could not in the ordinary way believe in. He had heard of the dead speaking from a distance, just as he had heard of the stone blind being cured by Christian Science, the new homeopathy, or by mere psychic force. There was nobody dead with whom he had ever wanted in the least to communicate. He had never been stone blind. Indeed, he had never had any illness that in his active life he had not been able to counteract with a pill or two at the right moment. But he had always held that if he ever came to suffer from nerves as the result of overwork, it would be a quite rational thing to put himself into the hands of Christian Scientists or any other healers that claimed supernatural gifts. He had never been anything but a perfectly normal, tolerant, open-minded man, without any creed in particular other than that the world was a very large place in which a number of odd things might happen. And suddenly he asked the lady at his side, "What year do you call this?" The lady looked at him with large eyes that were rather mysterious now that her temper had subsided. "Have you traveled so far, holy man?" she said. "It is the year of our Lord 1326. Mr. Sorrell said, "The deuce it is, 1326. What happened then?" And very rapidly in his mind he ran through the dates of the kings of England from the Conquest upwards. He could not get beyond Henry III, 1216. He positively could not remember a single date between that and the Battle of Agincourt, which he remembered was in the year 1415, because it was just 400 years before Waterloo. Neither of these dates helped him to the year 1326. The Battle of Bannockburn, which he knew happened in the reign of Edward II, must have been somewhere between 1216 and 1326. For the moment he felt rather ashamed of his ignorance. It was perfectly true that no modern businessman need bother his head about history. He would not mind betting that his friend Spicer and Wells, who was next himself the smartest man in the book publishing business, he would not mind betting that Spicer would not be able to get as far as Henry III. But the lady beside him was probably chock full of historical knowledge. After all, there was no reason why a woman should not be, for women had nothing else in particular to do, and could monkey with that sort of nonsense. At the same time, though it was nonsense, he did not care to confess himself ignorant even in parlor tricks. The lady would probably look down upon him, for she would not know much of his other varied and splendid attainments, so that he did not pursue his historical investigations any further. On the other hand, because it had struck him as odd that amongst her retainers there was not one in the prime of life, he asked her in order to make conversation, that would be in the picture, for he was sure that she would not talk about anything modern. He asked her, "Why is it that the youngest of your men appears to be 60 and very tender on his feet? The eldest of your boys is that one carrying the large sword, and with golden curls. He can't be more than 14. "Holy man," the Lady Blanche answered, "can you be so ignorant of what is happening today as not to know that my husband is away at the wars in Scotland?" "Oh, I didn't know," Mr. Sorrell said. To himself he thought, "Then I suppose that this is about the time of the Battle of Bannockburn." He continued aloud, "I don't see why that should leave you with such a singular collection of armed soldiers." "Holy man," the lady said, "are you so ignorant as not to know that my husband will have taken with him all the able-bodied men to fight in the battle of our Lord the King? So that in all the countryside there's no man so proper, so fearless, or so erect as yourself." "Well, it's very kind of you to say that," Mr. Sorrell said, "but I should have thought a husband would have wanted to leave a wife better protected." The lady's eyes hardened. Her chest heaved very high and swiftly under her green dress, and she began to speak so fast that Mr. Sorrell had the greatest difficulty in following her. "There you speak the very truth of God," she said. "This is what the lords of today are. There you have my lord and master gone away. 1,000 or 2,000 pounds he will squander, and what will he bring back of booty? Not 1 penny's worth. What honors? None at all, for he is embroiled with the Queen Mother past mending. Holy man, you do not know what a fool my lord and master is." And with an enormous swiftness the Lady Blanche poured a torrent of words in some story of how the knight Enguerrand de Coucy and his cousin Egerton of Tamworth had set their archers to shoot arrows upon the knights of Sir John of Hainault, who lay with the king at Newcastle. "By little good St. Luke," the lady concluded, slackening the speed of the torrent of words and gazing almost affectionately into Mr. Sorrell's eyes, "can you wonder that some ladies are unfaithful to their lords, as is the common complaint nowadays? Do our lords pay us the proper attention which wife would exact of husband? No, not at all. In the last 9 years my lord de Enguerrand has spent not 6 weeks quiet at home, but when he was not prancing in Scotland he was laying waste in Flanders, or tilting against the Saracens in Spain. Are not women of certain beauty made to be courted and made much of? But indeed you will see that in all the country round there is not a personable man, so that I think the best of them is my little page Jahan, who you will perceive struts gallantly enough, carrying the large sword. But for anything else, it is a very tedious and disgusting life that we lead, who are the great ladies of the realm of England. And for myself, I spend days in plotting revenge upon this monstrous husband of mine." She looked fixedly into Mr. Sorrell's eyes. "Yes, I will take such a revenge, if only I can think of one, as shall render my lord and master a laughing-stock through all the realm of chivalry." "Oh, I say," Mr. Sorrell said, "you oughtn't to think of that sort of thing. Men will be men, you know, and dissensions between husband and wife are very unpleasant. As for myself, I detest family quarrels. They just lead to everybody being hurt and nobody gaining the value of a centime." "Ah," the Lady Blanche said, "if I can only think how I will have such a revenge." "Oh, but my beautiful and dear lady," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed, "that is a most unfortunate frame of mind to have got into. Just let us see if I can't help you with your business affairs, and then you'll feel better. You can get up some little fêtes, things like tennis tournaments with your neighbors, that will make the time pass more easily." "Tournaments!" the lady exclaimed, for in her turn she had not understood more of Mr. Sorrell's French than that one word. "Why, that is a very splendid inspiration." They passed at that moment under the great archway and came into the courtyard, which was all in shadow because of its very high walls. "Now I will take you to your bath," the lady said. "I hope you will clean yourself very well, for in order to do you honor, I will have you eat out of the same plate as myself at supper tonight." End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance by Madox Ford. Part 1, Chapter 9. The armed men all around them had dispersed at the voice of the page Jahan, and the Lady Blanche was directing Mr. Sorrell's steps towards the gate of the large keep. In the middle of the courtyard it frowned, a great mass of stone, towering high up above the surrounding walls. "But look here," Mr. Sorrell said in English, "isn't it about time this pageant business came to an end? I'm always anxious to oblige, but I've really got business on hand that makes me want to get up to town as quickly as possible." The Lady Blanche shook her head, and then the two ladies attendant upon her came upon them. They were somewhat out of breath, for they had not been able to keep step with the armed men. "Ladies," the Lady Blanche said, "it is very negligent of you not to have attended on me better. But now take this holy man to his bath, and attend upon him with all the diligence that you may, for such an excellent man as this is not often seen, and he has put into my head such an idea as, by God's grace, shall win us great honor, and redound for ever to the ridicule of our abominable menfolk." All these things seemed to move somewhat too fast for Mr. Sorrell exactly to get the hang of them. He had a vague idea that he ought to put his foot down and insist upon some sort of explanation, but his feet were quite literally the weakest part of him, and on the rough paving of the courtyard they betrayed him at every step. He felt that he was being gently coerced by people who were the most amiable in the world, but by people who did not pay the least attention to any of his desires or even to any of his words. The Lady Blanche had already, with her swift and determined gait, entered the arched door of the inner keep, the pendant cloth from her high steeple hat fluttering bravely behind her. The bowmen and the pikemen had mostly disappeared into what appeared to be the stony hollows of the great walls, but he had the feeling that all sorts of shaggy and tousled heads were peering at them out of crevices and crannies that formed the windows in the immense cliff of stone that shut them all in. A certain griminess, a certain ugliness rather astonished Mr. Sorrell. He could not see why, if people could afford to build a castle like this, they could not equally afford to beautify it. But there were no rose bushes on the bare stone of the wall. There was no ampelopsis. There was not even any ivy. It was all straight up and down hard gray stone, so that he had the feeling of being at the bottom of an immense well, whilst far up above them a flag of red and white checkers fluttered lazily against the blue sky. The two ladies led him slowly forward. He was limping painfully, for his feet had become decidedly tender. Thus, before he knew exactly where he was being led up 3 stone steps into an immensely large, draughty, and bare hall. The roof was vaulted, and had wooden beams across it very high up. The walls were quite bare, except that on the right-hand side, upon a sort of a platform ascending the wall and coming forward upon a square framework, was a broad and very long Turkish carpet. "Well, that's a dais anyhow," Mr. Sorrell said to himself. "I know what that is." On each side of the dais were protruded from the wall a lance, and from each lance depended a banner. The one was very faded and colored light blue with stripes of pale yellow. The other was newer and with a pattern of red and white checkered. Against the right side of the length of the hall some very long boards were laid, and beside them were upturned trestles and long wooden benches. In the left-hand further corner were a rusty plough, a number of spades, and perhaps 20 or 30 reaping hooks upon long staves. The windows along the outer side of the hall were without glass, arched and very tall, and barred with iron bars which had been painted red and white in checkers like the banner to the right of the dais. Near the door there was a great untidy heap of rushes nearly as tall as a man, and this was being added to from the detritus of the rest of the stone floor by 3 other old women with long wooden rakes. At the same time, through a window at the farther end of the hall, 3 old women with pitchforks were shoveling new rushes from a cart that stood outside. "Why, you're tidying up a bit, I see," said Mr. Sorrell pleasantly. "Not before it was needed either. Look at all those bones. I suppose this is your salle à manger." He said this by way of a joke, for he could not imagine that any people of distinction could, even for the sake of a pageant, sit down to eat in such a place. The flagstones of the floor were really disgustingly dirty, and there must be a tremendous draught from all the unglazed windows. But the lady amoureuse, catching only the one word manger, hastened to assure him that very soon he should eat. The trumpet for washing hands would blow in a little half-hour. The whiteness of this holy man's skin after so many days of travel evidenced that assuredly he had been under angelic protection, if indeed he had not actually been received up to heaven to rest himself after his journey from Palestine to Sandwich, or if, indeed, he was not actually an angel himself, who had been sent from heaven as a distinguished mark of favor to the very high and noble family of Egerton of Tamworth. She understood that this very holy man positively desired clothes and linen. She made out at least those words from the odd perversion of French that he insisted on speaking. This appeared to her a singular desire, for his single white garment, long and spotless in its purity, seemed to her to be exactly appropriate for one who came bearing the holy cross, which Saint Joseph of Arimathea had fashioned from the gold of the money changers in the temple. Why should he desire the ordinary and vile clothes of mankind, when he had himself this garment of a whiteness so peculiar, of a smoothness so alluring, and of an unknown and possibly celestial fabric? But there could not be any doubt that this holy man was persistently, and even with agitation, demanding clothes before he ate. She commanded, therefore, the Lady Blanche-Chemain to go to their lady and mistress, and to put before her this singular demand. The Lady Blanche-Chemain grumbled ominously. She said that it was exactly like the Lady Amoureuse, with her pallid beauty, to insist upon being left alone with anybody of any distinction who chanced to be in her vicinity. But with a haughty indifference the Lady Amoureuse informed her that this was a command from a feudal superior to an inferior. She was forced to do her duty. The holy man desired clothes, and reluctantly the little Lady Blanche-Chemain ran over the dirty floor of the hall to come to their mistress as soon as might be. Holding his hand very gently, the Lady Amoureuse led Mr. Sorrell across the gloomy hall, through a little door, and out into the warm sunshine of an inner court. Here in the walls there were many doors, for it was in this courtyard that there were the kitchens. A pile of the skins of cattle lay in one corner of the yard, and all the ground was clammy and noisome with vestiges of slaughter of beasts and of cookery. The stench was most intolerable to Mr. Sorrell, though the Lady Amoureuse counteracted it quite equably by holding to her nose a small bag of lawn filled with dry cloves, lavender, peppercorns, and spices, which was hung around her waist by a silken cord. A narrow causeway of white stones ran across this evil ground, and in the farthest corner of the courtyard was a great wooden vat standing high upon a platform. To this there ascended wooden steps, and the Lady Amoureuse informed Mr. Sorrell that here was his bath. The agitation which ensued in the holy man she was not at all able to understand. She told him that it was a very efficient bath, and the soap that would be brought was of the very best that could be had of the best soap boiler in Coventry, whilst the towels were soft and fine. The warm water, she pointed out, ran along a wooden conduit from an upper room of the castle, when it was heated and poured in by scullions. Mr. Sorrell halted resolutely some yards from this large structure, whilst the Lady Amoureuse called out for a page with towels and soap. The little Jehan, with his long curls, came hastening. He stepped past them on the causeway, the towels floating over his arm, the soap upon a wooden platter. He approached the bath, and setting the soap down upon the steps, he pulled out with all his force the large peg at the bottom of the tub. A spout of water splashed out and added to the unpleasant moisture of the sunlit court. The Lady Amoureuse explained to the holy man that this bath was always kept filled with clean water. Firstly, that it should be sweet, and secondly, that the wood of it should not start in the heat of the sun. Such a bath as this was not known to be elsewhere in Christendom, except at the court of the French king. It was Sir Enguerrand de Coucy who had insisted on setting it up, and his lady took great pride in it, though she feigned she was utterly averse from all new and polite ideas, holding that knights and pages should bathe themselves in the old-fashioned manner, in such streams, ponds, and rivers as the countryside afforded. In the warm sunlight, an ineffable bliss descended upon the Lady Amoureuse. It seemed to radiate from the holy man. It seemed to radiate from the gleaming and sacred emblem that he held depending from his finger. Here at last she who had lived for so long an insignificant life in this dull castle, subjected to the insults and jealous caprices of a mistress who hated her as well for her mind as for her looks. Here at last there was come to her a holy man protected by angels and bearing a relic more sacred than all the feretories of Salisbury itself could show. "And oh, holy man," she exclaimed, "if it is not permitted to me to show you such honor as should be accorded to great and gallant knights, and to strangers of very high degree, blame not me, but the lady who is my mistress, and who sets her face against all that is new and polite and the fashion of the day. For in all places now throughout Christendom, when a knight of highness has travelled far and comes to a castle, he is very softly and ceremoniously entreated. Thus, if I had my will, I should kneel at your feet and bathe them with warm water. I should anoint them with the most precious salves and ointments that the castle affords. But so vigorous is our lady and mistress in her determination to set her face against all new and gentle usages, that I must be gone, leaving you to anoint and tend yourself, to stand behind the palisade which is beyond the bath, and to hand you your garments as you have need of them. And this is the folly of our lady and mistress, who thinks that thus is a better discipline obtained, as if it were not manifest that that is the best usage and the most sure discipline which teaches us to be courteous and gentle in the proper fashion of our own day." And having said this, the Lady Amoureuse went back along the causeway and picked her steps gently. At this moment, too, the Lady Blanche-Main came out from the door in the corner of the courtyard, having behind her 2 pages, each smaller than the little Jehan, and each bearing a quantity of wearing apparel. The Lady Amoureuse was able to marshal Lady Blanche-Main and the pages upon the comparatively dry path that ran along the wall of the courtyard. Thus the Lady Amoureuse had the added gratification of shepherding the little Lady Blanche-Main away from her holy man, and of seeing the glances of vexation that the little fair woman threw at the palisade, which finally hid them from view. The little page Jehan had climbed the steps and was now in the great bath, and Mr. Sorrell was relieved to observe that so large was that vat that it entirely hid the page from view. It seemed to him possible, therefore, that he might be able to perform his ablutions without any embarrassment from these people, who seemed to him as shockingly lacking in any sense of decency as of sanitation. He mounted the steps and peered down into the bath. The little page with a hog's hair brush was engaged in cleaning the wooden sides and bottom. "I don't understand," Mr. Sorrell addressed him, "why in the world you take such a lot of trouble over washing yourself when you keep the courtyard in such a disgustingly filthy state." The little page looked at him with large and serious blue eyes. "Ehsan na Greek," he exclaimed gently. "Oh, well," Mr. Sorrell said, "I wasn't asking you to speak Greek, though I suppose that it's part of the play that I'm supposed to be a Greek slave. I may be expected to speak it." Mr. Sorrell, indeed, had made up his mind that he was just going to speak ordinary English. It wasn't very much against his will that he was taking part in these absurd proceedings. He rather enjoyed it. It was like being taken behind the scenes of a theater. But he did not see why, in strict privacy, he should not speak his natural tongue, which the page, in spite of his pretending ignorance, must perfectly well understand. To satisfy himself as to all the circumstances, however, he stepped over the side of the bath and into it. He was relieved to find that the wooden breastwork formed by its sides came nearly as high as his chin, and upon looking round the stony walls of the castle he could see no window that commanded a view of him. On the other hand, when he looked downwards over the palisade, he noticed that his head at least was in full view of the ladies Amoureuse and Blanchemain and the two little pages. "We are all ready," the Lady Blanchemain said in her barbarous French, "to hand you up your clothes." "And very fine clothes they are," the Lady Amoureuse exclaimed. "Oh, holy man, they are the very habits that were worn by our glorious master, the Knight of Coucy, upon the occasion of the great supper after his jousting with Sir Walter de Marnay." Mr. Sorrell precipitately withdrew his head. The little page had climbed up onto the wooden side of the great tub. Here he sat astride and lisped gently that if the pilgrim were ready, he would call for the warm water to be sent down the chute. He had little serious and gentle airs, this page, and Mr. Sorrell at once took a fancy to him. "Oh, well, Nipper," he said, "if you clear out, I'll be ready in a jiffy." The little Jehan appeared to understand from his gesture what was required of him. Nevertheless, he remained astride of the wood. "It is a good thing and a custom, and, as I have heard, very refreshing and sanitary," he said gravely, "to stand beneath the end of the wooden conduit. Then the slaves pour the water from within the conduit, and at first it is of the heat of one's flesh, and gradually they shall make it grow hotter and hotter until it is very hot, and then again they let it grow quite cold. And this is said to impart to the skin a beauty like that of the good knight Sir Paris of Troy, and to the courage such a force that you may easily overthrow 3 knights immediately afterwards. So it is said, but for myself I do not know if this is true, for I am only a little page, and have not the right to these nightly luxuries, and wash myself in the cold streams 3 times a day, by means of which I shall come to be a good and hearty knight." Having uttered these words with extreme precision and gravity, the little boy cocked his other leg over the side of the bath and disappeared. His hand once more came over the side, holding the wooden platter upon which the soap reposed, and immediately afterwards Mr. Sorrell, having thrown his nightshirt and his linen turban over the side of the bath, the little boy called out shrilly, "Oh, let the water come!" It came, and falling deliciously tepid over Mr. Sorrell's head and coursing down his limbs, it gave him really the first pleasant sensation of the day, and gradually it grew warmer until it was very hot, and then colder till it was very cold. "Well, they know how to do things," Mr. Sorrell said, for the water, being agreeably scented with mint, did away with the stench of the courtyard, and when he sat himself down it reached exactly to his chin. The platter with the soap upon it bobbed up against his face, and because the bath in which he sat was elevated so high, the sunshine poured down all over him. He sat luxuriously stretching himself and sighing. He sat still for quite a long time. He half dozed, and large flies buzzed all over him, and suddenly the voice of the Lady Amoureuse cried out, "Oh, holy man, are you ill? Have you fainted? For we do not hear the plash of the water." "Oh, I'm all right," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed. "Because," the Lady Amoureuse continued, "knights have been known to faint and to drown in these large baths. Such was the miserable fate which overtook the miraculously gallant Sir Louis de Destrières Blanc. In the court of the French king only a 12-month was last June." "Oh, I am all right," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed again. But the feel of the soap which he had taken into his hand filled him with a sudden panic. It was not like any soap he had ever touched before, or rather it was exactly like a soap that he had once purchased when he was inspecting a mine for some Germans in Syria. He could not for the life of him understand how they came to have Syrian soap in the middle of Salisbury Plain, and then suddenly he exclaimed to himself, "By Jove, I'm not only in the middle of Salisbury Plain, I'm in the middle of the Middle Ages." He put his hand up to feel his hair. There was not a vestige, there was not a trace of any wound, though there was certainly a scar that might have been 2 years old just above the middle of his left temple, and this scar had never been there of old. "By Jove," he exclaimed again, "it is that! Something must have happened. Something must have happened in the railway accident at Salisbury." He had got a knock, or perhaps it was only a mental shock, something mysterious, something that he could not understand, which had knocked him clean back through time, 483 years, as a cricket ball is struck by a bat. It seemed extraordinary. It seemed almost incredible. But there he was. There were the hard facts before him. He was not going to account for this. It was not any business of his to account for things. And so essentially modern a man was Mr. Sorrell, so excellently had he been schooled in worldly, practical things, that his mind immediately accepted the situation. He had not any doubt that one or other of the Christian scientists, new homeopathists, or psychics that he met at his aunt's could explain the matter in some seemingly nonsensical but probably quite true method. And he felt vaguely that if the ghosts from the past could come into the present, why in the world should not ghosts of the future be able to go back into the past? That was all that it would amount to. He seemed, indeed, vaguely to remember that in the Scriptures there had been apparitions of prophets, or even of Christ himself, several hundred years before the births of the prophets, or of the Savior. This, of course, was a much smaller kind of thing. He did not regard himself as being as important, even as a minor prophet. But if it could happen in one case, why should it not happen in his own? What he supposed to have happened was this. His soul had been shaken out of his body by the railway accident at Salisbury. It had gone wandering back through time until it chanced upon the body of the Greek slave, who had probably died upon Salisbury Plain 483 years before. Then his soul had entered the Greek slave's body. It seemed ridiculous, but there again he certainly was. He examined himself rather carefully, as far as he could for the water, and he could not find that he differed materially from his ordinary self. But, on the other hand, Mr. Sorrell had never been a vain man. He had never examined himself in a looking-glass, and although he was moderately familiar with his own face, which one cannot help looking at times, he had not for the moment any mirror in which to inspect himself. The water had become too clouded with soap to afford him a reflection, but upon the whole he felt exactly the same. He felt tired in just the same portions of his limbs that usually felt tired. He felt hungry with his usual hunger. Then possibly all this had something to do with the transmigration of souls. Perhaps his soul had formerly inhabited the body of the Greek slave, and perhaps it had just gone back to it. Something like that must have happened. With this easy acceptance of things as they are, the only thing that appeared odd to Mr. Sorrell was that he had not himself the least feeling of oddity. He was just there, just his normal self, ringed in by the wooden staves, perfectly comfortable, and with no view save that of an oval of blue sky above his head, against which the banner on top of the keep, which was just large enough to come into his view, flapped lazily its red and white checkers. Though he seemed himself to be a sort of ghost, he could not discover that he felt anything uncanny at all. Indeed, even the people around him did not seem to see anything uncanny in him. On the contrary, they appeared to welcome him with rapture, and to be inclined to do him as well as their barbarous means would let them. The water began to grow a little cold. Mr. Sorrell stood up and looked over the side of his bathtub for his little page. The little Jehan was sitting on the steps that led up to the tub, alternately meditating and telling his beads. "Hullo, Nipper!" Mr. Sorrell exclaimed. "It's about time I got myself dressed." And the little Jehan, understanding from his gestures what he desired, handed him the white towels, and once more removed the spigot so that the water gushed down into the courtyard. "Now," Mr. Sorrell said whilst he proceeded to dry himself, "pop along and fetch my clothes." He had to repeat these words in French, for the boy did not understand him at all, and thus he made himself comprehensible, too, to the ladies Blanchemain and Amoureuse. "Oh, la!" the little Lady Blanchemain cried out from behind the palisade beneath him. "Most holy pilgrim, here are your chausses." And Mr. Sorrell perceived that she was handing up to him at the full stretch of her arm and on tiptoe a garment whose purpose he did not immediately understand. He took it, however, with all the modesty of which he was capable, so that he exhibited no more than his hand and the top of his head. Then he perceived that it fulfilled the functions at once of trousers and of stockings, for it was all of one piece, one leg being of red woolen work, and the other of white, whilst the part which went about his waist was red and white checkers. It seemed to him to be a preposterous thing to put on, but having examined it and discovered that it was quite clean and apparently new, he slowly and with some difficulty inserted himself into the garment, which fitted as tight as the skin of an eel. Having got so far, he exclaimed to the ladies below him, "Well, and what comes next?" The Lady Amoureuse took from the hand of the page a white shirt, which in turn she passed up to him with an air of serious and reverent gravity. The shirt presented no very serious difficulties. It was of white, fine, and soft linen, and having got into it, Mr. Sorrell heaved a sigh of immense relief. He was at least now in a shirt and trousers of a sort sufficiently covered to confront anybody in the world, though he would not much have liked to walk in it about the streets round Covent Garden, where most of his brother publishers do their business. And at that moment he was aware that his feet had got wet. The bath was quite empty, but naturally a considerable amount of water remained upon the bottom boards. He therefore approached with a great deal more confidence the side of the bath which gave on to the palisade, and looking down upon the Lady Amoureuse, he told her that he wanted a pair of shoes. These were handed up to him, two objects so extraordinary that Mr. Sorrell could really make nothing of them at all. There was obviously a place for the feet to go into, but the toes were prolonged in a sort of stiff leather tube for perhaps a foot and a half, and at the end of each of these leather tubes was fixed a small leather strap with buckles resembling a dog's collar. One of these objects was red in the foot part and white in the tube, and the other white in the foot and red as far as the dog collar. But whilst Mr. Sorrell was perplexedly regarding them, he was aware that the little page Jehan had climbed over the side of the bath and was standing beside him. With an air of reverent seriousness, the little boy took one of the things from Mr. Sorrell. He knelt down upon the ground, and lifting Mr. Sorrell's foot onto one of his little knees, he proceeded to put the shoe onto it. The shoe was of soft and pliant leather, very beautifully colored red, and it fitted round Mr. Sorrell's ankle by an efficient strap and buckle. And next, very cautiously and tenderly, the little Jehan took the strap, which resembled a dog collar, and buckled it round Mr. Sorrell's knee. Thus the leather tubing, which had so puzzled him, curved upwards and out from Mr. Sorrell's toes to his knee. Mr. Sorrell ejaculated, "By Jove! I suppose this is the very latest fashion, but they'd be no end in the way if you went roller skating." The little boy in the meanwhile was engaged with his other foot. "Well, anyhow," Mr. Sorrell said, "they've made a very competent valet out of you, my little friend. Now I suppose they'll give me a coat." He approached indeed the side of the bath with more confidence, though the tubes bowing out in front of his shins made it difficult for him. The Lady Amoureuse, tiptoeing, handed him up a garment all flaked in red and white, with a white fur edging, and when Mr. Sorrell stood up in it, he could not help thinking that he must present a very splendid appearance. His jerkin was on the upper half of the right breast of vermilion velvet. On the lower half it was of white velvet, and similarly as to his left chest, the upper half was white and the lower red. "By Jove," Mr. Sorrell said, "I must look like a living chessboard." But a certain complacency came over his mind at the thought that he could wear such flaming splendors and yet not be a bit overdressed. He thought he must present a really fine figure of a man. The little page now made it evident to him by signs that it would be appropriate to climb over the side of the bath. It was a task of some difficulty, and one only to be performed backwards because of his shoes. Nevertheless, Mr. Sorrell performed it with good humor. He stood on the platform on which the bath rested, and then carefully descended the steps, the little page leading him by the hand. On the lowest step but one, Jehan placed a cushion of red velvet. "My lord the pilgrim," he said, "will be pleased to seat himself for his coiffing and the care of his hands." "By Jove," Mr. Sorrell said, "it's a regular barber's shop." And then he perceived that the ladies Blanchemain and Amoureuse were approaching him side by side along the causeway, being followed by two smaller pages carrying basins of silver, silver flasks, towels, combs, and various implements that he could not very well understand. They surrounded him in a sort of busy swarm, and first the little Jehan shaved him with an extreme dexterity, and then, approaching him with a large silver comb, the Lady Blanchemain delicately combed out his hair, parting it down the center and leaving a fringe over his forehead. Then one of the other little pages, with an air of serious reverence similar to the little Jehan's, slung round his waist a loose silver belt supporting a small dagger in a red velvet sheath. The other little page slung round his neck a long gold chain which supported a pomander. And the Lady Amoureuse approached him, having on the one hand one little boy with a basin and towels, and on the other page with silver flasks and little silver knives. "I say," Mr. Sorrell protested, for the Lady Amoureuse appeared to him to be of great beauty and obviously high social status, "this doesn't appear to be your work." But he resigned himself. It appeared all to go by rote. She knelt on the bottom step before him, and on each side stood one of the little pages. She placed his hands in the silver basin, not without exclaiming rapturously at their whiteness, their smallness considering he was a man, and the delicacy of their shape. She washed them very carefully with a white kind of soap. She poured over them waters that smelt of cumin and mint. And then, selecting the little silver knives, she carefully pared his nails and polished them till they shone like pink pebbles, her fingers holding his with an intense softness which was exceedingly gratifying to Mr. Sorrell. "And surely," the Lady Amoureuse exclaimed, "it is not such a hand that shall disgust our lady and mistress when it comes into her plate." "But I don't put my hands into other people's plates," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed. "And be very careful," the Lady Amoureuse continued, that you do not pat upon the head the dogs that lie under the table before you have finished eating, for nothing can be more disgusting to a person of high stomach. And this I tell you, for we have seen it done by many very excellent knights coming from Palestine, such as the Sieur Walter de Marnay himself, for in other countries they have other customs, but this is our custom here. And then, taking it from the little Jehan, she placed upon his head a small round cap of red velvet, edged with white fur. Round the cap was a chaplet of the largest pearls that Mr. Sorrell had ever seen, and from within, round the hinder sides, there depended a half circle of long golden curls. "Oh, I say," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed when he had it on, "I'm not going to be made to wear a wig. Nobody in the world shall ever make me wear a wig. I never did at a fancy dress ball. I never will now." The Lady Blanchemain exclaimed with pleasure, but a tender and regretful dismay came over the Lady Amourouse's features. "This is the latest fashion of Paris," she said, "to wear the hair very long and curled. And our Lord Enguerrand de Coucy, being always inclined to gallantry and chivalry, wears himself this hair because he is slightly bald." "Oh, yes, my dear lady," Mr. Sorrell said, "but the latest Paris fashions are all very well for women. They don't do for men." He took the cap off and handed it to the little Jehan. "Just take that hair out," he said. "There's a good nipper." The Lady Blanchemain smiled. "It is our good lady and mistress that will be pleased with this, for she is always against these new and foreign customs, and desires the simple old ways of her father before her. And those curls have been the occasion of much dissension between our lord and our lady." "Well, I'm always glad to be on the side of the ladies," Mr. Sorrell said cheerfully, "though," he added to the Lady Amoureuse, "I'm sorry I can't oblige you in this." The Lady Amoureuse took him gently by the hand and led him down the step, and the Lady Blanchemain approached him with her pink and white cheek extended towards him. "What's the matter now?" Mr. Sorrell said, and little and small and gay, the Lady Blanchemain laughed aloud. "Why, first you shall kiss me, as being the less in degree, and then the Lady Amoureuse, and this is the requital of our services for waiting on and attending you." "Oh, well, I'm sure I've not the slightest objection," Mr. Sorrell said, and he kissed her cheerfully, first on the right side, then on the left. The Lady Amoureuse, however, would have him kiss her upon the lips, and indeed she almost swooned in ecstasy at the embrace of this holy stranger, who appeared now like a prince in glory. "Well, upon my soul," Mr. Sorrell said, "these times aren't half as barbarous as I thought." But then his gaze went over the squalor and the filth of the courtyard. "I can't understand," he said once more, "how it is, since you are so polite and accomplished in yourselves, that you can put up with such dirt in your surroundings." The Lady Blanchemain laughed again. "Would you have us wash down and clear our courtyards every day in the week?" she said. "That is done here once a year, when we move to our Lord's other castle near Christchurch." "But really," Mr. Sorrell said, "it must be most unhealthy, and it's surely disgusting to look at." The Lady Amoureuse regarded him with wide and apologetic eyes. "Oh, holy man," she said, "it would be beyond human strength to imitate the spotless whiteness of the courts of heaven, where there is neither eating nor drinking. Consider that you are amongst the mortal inhabitants of this earth. Not even the palaces of the French king are cleaned more often than once a year, and there the greatest of politeness prevails, such as is not known in any other court of Christendom." Her eyes roved round over the courtyard, over heaps of straw and the rushes that had been thrown out from the great hall, over the skins of beasts, the offal, the mud, and the green slime. "Why," she said, "there is very little disorder here. I would have you see such a courtyard in time of siege. It is a very different sight with all things thrown pell-mell." "But the stench," Mr. Sorrell expostulated, "the want of any sanitary arrangements." "Oh, holy man," the Lady Amoureuse said, "for the stench it is very little, if anything at all, and you may easily counteract it by holding your pomander to your nose." And the Lady Blanchemain laughed again. "In the name of the 7 saints of Brehon," she exclaimed, "these things must lie somewhere." "But what I am contending," Mr. Sorrell said, "is that they ought to lie where you can't see them." "But if they have to be," the Lady Blanchemain said, "and if we know that they have to be, why should we not see them? For there is nothing more disgusting in the sight of the hide of a beast than in the sight of its flesh smoking upon the board. And in this way our forefathers have lived healthy and lusty ever since William the Norman first built castles in this land." "Oh, well," Mr. Sorrell said, "I suppose you can score that point. For there's no doubt that in the old days of Merry England we were much stronger and healthier, whereas we're a degenerate lot nowadays." "That is very true," the little Jehan said bravely. "I have heard that in the old days there were knights who could fell an ox with a blow of their fist. There are very few that today could do that thing." "Yes, it's all the crowding into towns that's done it," Mr. Sorrell said. The sun in setting was sending great shafts of blood-red light over the tower of the keep and the upper walls of the eastern side of the castle, so that everything there appeared to be rosy and beautiful. And at that moment a bell began to ring, and suddenly all of them fell upon their knees where they stood. "They certainly do seem to be the most extraordinary set of people," Mr. Sorrell said, as he followed their example out of a desire not to seem conspicuous. "You never know what they'll be doing next." A little time afterwards, a number of high, clear calls came from the horn at the head of the tower. "That will be the Lady Dionysia approaching. In a few minutes, the trumpet for washing hands will blow." "Dear me," Mr. Sorrell observed, "there doesn't seem to be any end to all this washing." End of Part 1, Chapter 9.
Part 2, Chapter 1 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Ford Madox Ford. Part 2, Chapter 1. During all this time, Mr. Sorrell had kept the golden cross attached to his little finger by the ring that was on top of it. He could not attach any particular supernatural value to its possession, but he had a very definite feeling that as long as he kept hold of it, he was a personage of importance, and, since it fitted onto his finger really very well, he did not intend even to put it in his pocket. For the matter of that, he could not discover any pocket in the close-fitting garment that he wore, and he could only suppose that the gentleman who usually went about in these clothes was attended upon by pages who carried such trifles as his pocket-handkerchief, or whatever it was that he carried, instead of these necessaries. It seemed to him, besides, that this was the proper thing to do, even if he were merely acting in a pageant. On the other hand, it was certainly his line if the things that he saw going on about him were what you might call authentic, for Mr. Sorrell disliked putting it to himself that he was back in the Middle Ages. It sounded ridiculous, It sounded laughable, and although he was fully prepared to take things exactly as he found them and to accept the idea that he was back in the 14th century if there was no other way out of it, he was quite determined to leave no stone unturned in the effort to detect any flaw in the proceedings of these people. On the face of it, they had appeared perfectly convincing, but he thought he might be able to trip them up in some anachronism. For instance, at dinner they might be supplied with artificial lemonade sent down by some caterer from London, or they might be given New Zealand mutton. He was pretty certain that he would be able to detect the flavor of either of these things. Or, on the other hand, he might discover one of the supers smoking a surreptitious pipe behind a battlement, or, since the castle contained such a very high tower as the central watchtower of the keep, it was possible that there might even be a lift. For he remembered that at Brize Castle in Suffolk, where he had once spent a weekend, the Isaac Goldsteins, when they had been making their restorations, had included one of those modern facilities in their architect's design. These reflections occurred to Mr. Sorrell when he had paused halfway up the interminable, narrow, winding, and very dark staircase up which the little page Jehan was conducting him, as he understood, to have an interview with the Lady Blanche d'Enguerrand de Coucy before the dinner bell rang. Mr. Sorrell wished, indeed, that he had come upon some traces of a lift. He was leaning against a stone beside the opening of a very narrow window in a very broad wall. He held in his hand the shoe portions of his leg gear, for he had found it utterly impossible, with those obtrusions before him, to climb the exceedingly narrow triangular steps that wound away up into a very profound darkness. He could not do it, and upon the whole he was relieved to be informed by the little Jehan that the great lords and knights of that day invariably climbed stairs in what Mr. Sorrell would have called their stockinged feet, if his lower garments had not been all one piece. The little Jehan indeed informed him that Father Bavo thundered unceasingly from his pulpit in Salisbury against this monstrous fashion of nobles who were daily becoming more idle, more dissolute, and more extravagant. The landing upon which Mr. Sorrell stayed to recover his breath was dimly lit by its window, which was, however, no more than a slit in the wall, and the whole staircase had a damp, musty, and sepulchral odor which reminded Mr. Sorrell of the twopenny tube at the time of its opening. The diffused and feeble ray of light fell upon the pleasant form of the little Jehan, who, with his candid blue eyes, his golden curls, and his little ragged furred doublet, stood seriously at attention and gazed at him. Mr. Sorrell felt a real liking for this little lad, and asked him pleasantly where he went to school. He found that when he talked French very slowly and distinctly, the little boy understood him very well, as long as his sentences were short, and the little boy had such a fluting and grave voice that he himself had little difficulty in understanding his answers. Jehan answered that the manage fields were about a bow shot to the west of the castle, and the elder pages did their dismounted exercises with sword and lance in the great hall after the boards were cleared. Mr. Sorrell said he did not mean that. He meant the sort of school where you went to learn the 3 R's and geography and things. Ah, sir, the little page said, we do not have schools for such things, though, without doubt, they are many and excellent in the land from which your pilgrimship comes. But I have been taught by Brother Squarey, so that I can write my name fairly, and can read a passage in the Book of Hours, if I know beforehand what that passage is. And this much I have learned, in order to have benefit of clergy in case I should fall into any crime. Mr. Sorrell laughed so loudly that the sounds echoed up and down this darkness of the stairway. You commit a crime, he said. Why, I don't believe you'd whip a cat. Ah, sir, the page said, I don't know why I should desire to whip a cat, nor do I know that it would be a crime to do it. But this I know, it is my desire to be a great and gallant knight, such as have been written of in the chronicles and in Holy Writ. A great knight, being a man of hot blood, will come sometimes to commit crimes against the law, or, by taking arms for one king when another deposes him, he is discovered to be guilty of treason. And this was seen very clearly in the case of our late king, that was put away and murdered with a horn in Berkeley Castle this very year, and many knights and great lords that were of the late king's party have been put to death very cruelly, though without doubt they deserved it, by the queen mother of the present king, who was a little boy not much older than I, but much more worshipful. And for those poor dead knights and lords, it would have been very well if they could have pleaded benefit of the clergy. Mr. Sorrell laughed again. Well, he said, I suppose your mother and father know their business best, but it seems a droll way to bring up a child to have such ideas. These matters, the little Jehan said gravely, are above my head. It is for me to do what my parents command, and to make no bones about it. Why, so it is, sonny, Mr. Sorrell said, but I should think a year or two upon the modern side of a good public school without any classical tomfoolery would be a deal better for you. The little boy was too respectful to offer any further comments, and they began once more to climb the dark stairs. In spite of the dampness and the chill, Mr. Sorrell became intolerably warm. He brushed against the rough stones of the wall. He stumbled and hurt his feet against the hard stairs. After an immensely long time, they came into a room which Mr. Sorrell, while once more he paused to take breath, considered must be a servant's bedroom. There was a large chest at the bottom of the bed, and across the bed itself a great covering of the red fur of foxes. This, the little Jehan said, is my lady's bower. Now is it? Mr. Sorrell asked. I always thought a bower was a summer house. I suppose your Lady Blanche is going in for an open-air cure, because there's no glass in the windows. The air must be very good up here. I do not fully understand what you say, the little Jehan said, but this is my lady's bower. Well, you said that before, Mr. Sorrell answered, and I was only uttering my observations. When they came to the tiny little stairway that ascended from the room, Mr. Sorrell exclaimed, I do wish your architect had made some allowance for persons of my figure. But the little page did not hear him. The Lady Blanche was leaning out of the battlements, watching the approach of the Lady Dionysia and her train that, very far below, wound slowly along beside the river Wylye. It is natural, she grumbled to herself with an air of vexation, that tonight she comes with more armed men than usual. She counted carefully and could perceive the Lady Dionysia in yellow and green, 2 ladies in scarlet that attended upon her, all these 3 being upon white horses, and there were 2 priests and 13 men-at-arms, as well as 5 pages that ran beside the horses. This gave the Lady Dionysia 18 armed retainers, as against the Lady Blanche's 30. But on the other hand, the Lady Dionysia had 10 very able-bodied Welsh pikemen amongst her 11 men-at-arms, and these 10 alone, once they were inside, would be sufficient to take the whole castle from the Lady Blanche's retainers, so weakened were these by dysentery and summer coughs. The Lady Dionysia had this good fortune because these 10 Welshmen had been part of the guard that had come down with her in her bridal tour from the Welsh marches. Without doubt, had her contracted husband Egerton of Tamworth not already set out for the Scotch wars, he would have taken Lady Dionysia's men to fight under his banner. But as it was, the Lady Dionysia had come a full 3 weeks too late, having been impeded by the great floods of the River Severn, so that she had never even seen her husband, to whom she had been married by proxy already 3 months. She had, in exchange, what was at the moment more valuable, these 10 able-bodied fighting men, who were reported to be extraordinarily ferocious and devoted to their mistress. The Lady Blanche had in her mind a problem of how to retain in her own keeping alike the holy cross of St. Joseph of Arimathea and the holy and mysterious personage who had brought it to her. Her first impulse had been to close the castle gates against the Lady Dionysia, and to repel, even with arms, any attempt that she and her men might make to enter. But, on the one hand, she had to consider the ferocity of her Welsh men-at-arms, who were said to be able to run up precipices, sticking to them like flies. She had, beside, to consider the probable return from the war of her husband and of Egerton of Tamworth. Her husband and his cousin loved each other with a deep love of boon companions, so that if upon their return they should find their respective castles warring the one upon the other, she would certainly have to face her husband's anger. For that she cared very little, but it had to be further considered that Egerton of Tamworth would probably desire to espouse the quarrel of his wife, the Lady Dionysia. On the other hand, her own husband, who was exceedingly hot-headed, would probably take up her own quarrel, if only because he too would desire to retain possession of the golden cross, if not of the holy man. There would thus arise almost certainly a private war between the two castles, and this would be a very costly and extravagant affair, lasting perhaps for a couple of years, during which, since they would not be able to get any crops in, both combatants would have to have continual recourse to the Jew, golden face of Salisbury. Force, therefore, was almost out of the question, though she would dearly have loved to use force, which was more in her character than any kind of guile. That it should ever occur to her not to attempt to obtain possession of this relic, which was plainly not her own, but the property of her cousin of Tamworth, was out of the question. In the hardier old times, of which she had heard her grandfather and father speak, and to which she felt herself to belong, in those times she would calmly have killed the bearer of the cross and have hidden the cross itself in the stones of the wall of her bower for 2 or 3 years. But nowadays that sort of thing was growing too troublesome, if not too dangerous, for it would signify endless lawsuits, the expense of which she dreaded almost more than anything in the world. But if she could get possession of the cross, she certainly meant to do it. In the first place, it was of gold, so that it was desirable. In the second place, it was miraculous, so that to possess it would make her very much looked up to throughout the whole of England, or, for the matter of that, throughout the whole of Christendom, and to render herself notorious along economical lines was the chief desire of this lady's life. Thus it was, with great eagerness, that, hearing the sound of voices behind her, she turned upon Mr. Sorrell. He was putting on his shoes, and the little page Jahan was explaining to him that although getting upstairs was impossible in these garments, descending was perfectly easy, as Mr. Sorrell could reason out for himself. She sent the little page immediately downstairs to wait for them in her bower, and at once she tackled Mr. Sorrell. "It is about this cross," she said. "It is a very valuable and holy cross." Mr. Sorrell replied that he believed that it was both those things, and very ancient to boot. "Has it not occurred to you," the lady asked, "to think that you might be very easily killed, and the cross stolen from you by robbers?" "Why, my lady," Mr. Sorrell said, "I suppose you have not any robbers knocking about in the castle, and I am quite determined to send it by registered post to Mrs. Lee Egerton as soon as we have done dinner. I suppose there is a post office somewhere near the castle?" The Lady Blanche said that she did not know what sort of thing a bureau de poste was, but she thought that, after having witnessed the way nuns had attempted to take the cross, the pilgrim would be an exceedingly foolish man to let it out of his possession at all. "Well, there's something in that," Mr. Sorrell said, "but how in the world do you send letters and parcels if you haven't got a post office?" "My friend," the lady said, "we send letters by trusted messengers if they are of importance, or if they are about trifling matters, we send them by means of the chapmen that travel hither and thither selling merchandise. So that if you desire to send the cross to any destination, you had better give it to me, and I will send it by a messenger that I can trust better than myself." "Why, my lady," Mr. Sorrell said, "I think I won't send it at all on second thoughts. I'll keep it till I get up to town and give it to Mrs. Egerton myself." "Then you had better," the Lady Blanche said, "give it into my keeping, and I will have one of the stones from the wall of my bower taken out, and I will have a little cavity made behind, and I will lay the cross in there, and I will have the stone put back again, and it shall all be done up fair with mortar, so that no one shall know in what place it is." "Oh, I don't think you need take so much trouble," Mr. Sorrell said. "I suppose I shall be moving on this evening." "This evening!" the Lady Blanche exclaimed highly. "Would you adventure yourself with that thing of great price into the mists and perils of the night that is all darkness, and where many robbers abound?" "Dear lady," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed humorously, "I have been very well protected so far, it seems, and I do not know what I have done that this protection should now cease." And this argument struck the lady as having great weight, for she asked, "And have the angels of God indeed protected you? In what shape do they appear?" "Oh, really, I can't tell you that," Mr. Sorrell said. "It's all very mysterious. No doubt it will come out some day, but it's a great deal more than I should care to explain." "Oh, holy man," the Lady Blanche exclaimed, and her voice had in it a great deal more of reverence, "there must be no talk of your leaving this place, for here you shall stay for a long time, for many months and years, and you shall be treated like a prince or like the Pope himself if he should come among us." "But, my dear lady," Mr. Sorrell argued, "I couldn't possibly stop here more than a day, let alone that I want to give this up to its owner. Hasn't it occurred to you that I've got work to do?" "But, oh, holy man," the Lady Blanche said, "if you have angelic work to do, if you desire to spread enlightenment and knowledge, and to do such things as befit the holy, where could you do it better than here, which is a very evil place, and one where many stiff-necked and ignorant people much need teaching how to behave themselves in this world?" "But really, madam," Mr. Sorrell answered, "I don't see how I could be expected to do a publisher's work from this part of the earth. It's perfectly true that I do, as far as I can, afford people the means of instruction, and so, to the limits of my power, improve the world, but I do it in the wholesale way, with encyclopedias and serious books. I don't believe in novels and nonsense of that sort, unless I can be absolutely certain they'll have a huge sale, so that I don't publish more than 4 novels in a year, if so many. But you can see for yourself that I couldn't possibly do that sort of thing here." The Lady Blanche was not listening to him, but was making in her mind a rapid calculation as to what was the value of the Golden Cross, whether as money or as a social asset. "Oh, holy man," she exclaimed, "if you will stay here, you shall have a bower tricked out like the bower of the King of France, and assuredly here you shall fare much better than you could with my cousin's half-wife, for never at dinner shall there be fewer courses than 4, each course of 14 dishes, and never at supper less than 3 courses, each of 9 dishes, and the least of your drinks shall be mead, and nearly always the best wine from Romney and Bordeaux, and you shall have such garments as my lord wears, and 4 horses to ride abroad on, and you shall have hawks from Norway, and of everything the best, such as my cousin's half-wife could not possibly afford. And has she in her castle a bath, such as today you have tasted the merits of?" "Of course. It's a most excellent bath," Mr. Sorrell said, "and I don't in the least doubt your splendid hospitality, but I can't possibly stay here. It's out of the question." "Then if you cannot yourself stay," the Lady Blanche said, "leave at least your cross here in safekeeping, for it must be obvious to you that I, who am the Lord of Egerton's cousin, and not his foolish and frivolous half-wife, am the proper keeper of the sacred emblem." "I'm really not going, you know," Mr. Sorrell said with the most bland obstinacy in the world, "to give the cross up to anybody but Mrs. Egerton. I'm perfectly able to take care of it myself, and I'm just going to keep it hanging from my finger until the proper time comes." "Then are you not afraid," the Lady Blanche said, "that I shall slay you and keep the cross for myself?" "Oh, come," Mr. Sorrell answered amiably, "people don't do that sort of thing nowadays. Besides," and he smiled as at a hidden witticism, "the protection that I spoke of will operate just as freely now as it has hitherto." And immediately she recognized the appropriateness of this contention. There seemed to remain nothing for it but an appeal to the reasonableness of her cousin's half-wife, and from her she anticipated very little reasonableness at all, for the Lady Dionysia was young, of great levity, and of the most headstrong obstinacy, so that hitherto she had accepted none of the Lady Blanche's suggestions, though the Lady Blanche, as the cousin of her husband by proxy, stood surely in the position of a feudal overlord to a ward, and neglecting to talk any longer to Mr. Sorrell, the Lady Blanche remained plunged in a fit of abstraction. On his part, Mr. Sorrell had new food for reflection. The dark earnestness of the Lady Blanche seemed to him to remove at once all idea that she was playing a part. No actress could possibly have kept it up so well, and although she had submitted him to nothing but a personal gentleness, he could not help thinking that his cross, if not his person, was in very exceptional peril. And suddenly he felt himself rather alone and rather lonely in this immense place that spread its great grim walls far below and far around him, filled with unfamiliar men, speaking in an unfamiliar tongue, the servants of this woman with the ferocious eyes and the hard voice. Mr. Sorrell was a man so modern that he could not get it into him to feel any sense of physical danger. He felt rather, as he had felt on several occasions, when in rather questionable company, that he might be about to become the victim of some exceedingly skilful pocket-picking. But he did not see how, if he kept the ring carefully all the time upon his finger, they were going to get the cross out of his possession without offering him physical violence. And to his moment of vague fear, there succeeded a sort of elated amusement. After all, if they wanted to get the cross, they could not possibly get it off his finger without his consent during the daytime, and at night he was quite capable of putting a chest of drawers or something of the sort in front of his bedroom door. A great many sounds of trumpets came from the castle below to proclaim that supper was about to be set on the boards. The sun was just down below the hills, for at that harvest time of the year, when all men and women were wont to be in the fields helping to get in the oat crop and the last of the hay, supper, which was usually at 4, was not partaken of till after sunset. It was not really dark, but blue shadows had fallen all over the long valley of the Wylye. Mists were rising amongst the heavy foliage of the trees. The castle of Tamworth, farther down the valley, showed enormous and purple, as if it blocked up all the passageway, and the houses of the little town of Wishford, which was beyond the bridge, being visible from that high place, showed their white mud sides, all pink in the light reflected from the sky. From the top of the Portmanteau Hall, the gilded effigy of the Dragon of Wylye turned slowly in the capricious air of the evening, sending forth now a stream of light, and again being obscured. The cavalcade of the Lady Dionysia had reached the foot of the green knoll, and her trumpeter blew a turn of notes to demand admission to the castle of Coucy. "So that you are determined," the Lady Blanche said at last, "neither to stay here, nor to leave here the cross that you have brought." "My lady," Mr. Sorrell answered, "this demands a great deal of attention. If this really is England of the year 1327, it's obvious that I can't behave exactly as if it were 483 years later. But upon the whole, the lines of my action must be pretty well the same, and if I cannot put the cross into the hands of Mrs. Lee Egerton, I certainly ought to keep it until I can put it into the hands of some Egerton of Tamworth." "But you will not give it to the Lady Dionysia?" the Lady Blanche said eagerly. "I think," Mr. Sorrell answered, "that I probably shall not until all parties together are agreed as to whom I should confide it to." He considered once more, and then continued, "Of course, it's a nuisance to have to carry this thing about with me, and I shouldn't in the least object to getting rid of it, for there's nothing in the world I hate so much as family quarrels. What we've all got to do is kiss and make friends, and toss up, heads or tails." He paused, and again he spoke quickly. "Now there's the very idea," he said. "Why don't you toss up about it, you and the other lady, as to who shall have custody until the gentlemen of Tamworth Castle come back?" The Lady Blanche looked at him with wide and serious eyes. "I do not very well understand you," she said. "What is it you would have me do?" "Oh, you take a penny," Mr. Sorrell said, "or a 10-centime piece, or a 25-franc one." "I don't know what any of those things are," the Lady Blanche said. "Oh, hang it all," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed, "then play a game of cards." "I do not know what that game is," the Lady Blanche said. "Well, what do you know?" Mr. Sorrell asked. "You must have a precious dull time of it in the evenings. Don't you play bridge or chess? Oh, hang it all, what's an old-fashioned game? Well, now, what is it? Cribbage, my old aunt plays, or draughts. Don't you know le jeu des dames?" "Assuredly I know le jeu des dames," the Lady Blanche said, "but what would you have me do?" "Oh, why," Mr. Sorrell said, "play the best out of 5 games, and the winner to have custody of the cross." "That I never would do," the Lady Blanche exclaimed, "for my cousin's half-wife is a much better player than I, and assuredly she would win." "Well," Mr. Sorrell said, "you must think of something of the sort for yourself, something that you are fairly equal in, and let the winner be the winner in a proper and sportsmanlike manner." The Lady Blanche's eyes became full of a smoldering fire. She broadened her broad chest and erected her fierce head. "Now, indeed, I see that you are a very holy man," she said, "and if you will kiss me, you may kiss me." "But, I say," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed, "is that a proper thing to do? What about your husband?" "In the first place," she answered, "it is a very proper thing to do, for it is the custom of this country, though I have heard it is not so in other lands, not even in the country of France. But it is obvious that a reward for favors should be paid, and this is a reward of a trifling kind for favors very great. And it is also obvious that upon making an acquaintance, which is likely to become a dear friendship, some seal should be set upon the bond. But of these things I will let my own old jongleur sing to you of an evening, so that you may become acquainted with the knightly customs of our country of England. And for my husband, he is away at the wars. If he were here, I do not think it is he that would grumble if you courteously saluted his wife, and if he did, you may very rightly put on your steel cap and take your sword and go at him, as he at you, for it would be a great discourtesy of him. But since he is not here, and I have not been kissed by a proper man these 3 months, or since the knight of Steeple Langford rode by on his way to Barnstaple, I am not minded at all to consider my husband in the matter. And suddenly she cast herself into Mr. Sorrell's arms and began to kiss him hotly on the lips. "Holy man," she whispered, "I do this that you may not have a mistaken view of my character. All day long you have seen me acting in a high, haughty, and militant fashion, and you will have heard that I have frequent dissensions with my husband, and that with ferocious determination I must set my peasants to do their work. But all these things are necessities forced upon me by the hard nature of my life, and actually I am such a tender woman, and as well fitted for the gentle sports of love as ever was the Countess Helen, for whom great battles were fought in past times. Nay, I am as patient as Grisel of the Balance, who had, in truth, not more need for patience than myself." Mr. Sorrell felt himself in an exceedingly awkward and somewhat ridiculous situation. He had a feeling that he had his arms around an exceedingly savage tiger, whom, on the one hand, he might enrage if he were not warm enough. On the other hand, he might enrage her further still by going too far, and he wished to heaven he could come across some man who could give him a hint or two as to how to behave upon such occasions, which, as far as he could see, appeared likely to crop up every 10 minutes or so. The Lady Blanche exclaimed, "Press me close to you, and say that you do not believe I am a sharp-toothed wolf." She was very warm, and smelt of musk, and Mr. Sorrell half sighed and exclaimed, "Oh, well." And after a minute he asked, as if the time for tender confidences had approached, "Now tell me, really the truth. Is this a pageant, or is it the year of grace, 1327? As surely as that lark sings in the sky," the Lady Blanche answered, "so surely it is that year and no other." High in the air above them, a lark was sending down high thrills of song, its little breast illuminated by the light of the upper air. "Well, that is not an anachronism," Mr. Sorrell said resignedly, "and anyhow, I suppose I must believe that you aren't kidding me. For the life of me, I don't know what is an anachronism in these days and what isn't. You may have canon, or you mayn't, and you may have eau de cologne, and you mayn't. I'd no idea I was so ignorant, but I am. And it puts me into your hands. I'm entirely in your hands." She disengaged herself slowly and regretfully from his arms, and she gazed at him with a level and devouring glance. "Oh, Pilgrim," she said, "yes, you are entirely in my hands, and of this you may be very certain, that I shall never let you go till you or I are dead. It is all very well to put it to the test of a game, but if I win the game, I will keep you and the cross, and no one shall gainsay me. And if I lose it, I will keep you and it by force or by fraud. I have some stores of gold unknown of by my husband, or any man, for that is fit and proper in these idle and extravagant days. Your captivity shall be a very sweet one, since you shall be more splendid than all the men around. But by this you shall know that never with your cross shall you leave this place till you or I be dead." "I say," Mr. Sorrell said, "all that sounds distinctly nasty. I can't go in for that sort of game, you know. If this is really the 14th century, I dare say I could put you up to some uses for your money that could pretty well do anything for you. I believe I could make you Empress of the world." And suddenly, at the prospect, he became enthusiastic. "Why, good Lord," he said, "if it's the 14th century, I can do anything. Just think of the things I can invent. Why, we can begin right bang off with flying machines. There's no need to go through any intermediary stages. How would you like to go flying through the air, my lady? I've done it, and there's no reason why you shouldn't. Why, we can terrorize every city in the world. We could burn Paris down in a night. They couldn't do anything at all." The Lady Blanche looked at him, with her broad nostrils quivering and her eyes alight with the contagion of enthusiasm. "That is how I would have men speak to me," she said. "That is how I would have my lovers speak to me. And if you will make me Empress of the world, surely you shall be my Emperor." "Oh, hang it," Mr. Sorrell exclaimed. "That won't do at all. You've really got to remember you've got a husband. I've always found, and all history shows it too, that if you've got a big thing on hand, you've got to behave respectably. You've got to make large masses of men obey you, and you can't ensure obedience if you have scandals. It simply can't be done." "As for my husband," the Lady Blanche exclaimed, "we will kill him in the night. I will make him sleep heavily with very much wine, and you shall stab him while he sleeps." That was done by the Lady of Mormond, and you will make me an empress. You will make me an empress. You're a very great magician. I knew it the moment I set eyes on you. Oh, I'm a very great magician, Mr. Sorrell said, but you aren't going to get me into that sort of game. It doesn't pay, I tell you. It can't pay. You've got to behave respectably if you go in for a deal with me. It's always been my first business principle. The trumpet blew 3 times to show that the meats of the first course were coming from the kitchen, and the Lady Blanche gave Mr. Sorrell her hand that he might lead her down the staircase. In the thick darkness she kissed him 3 times, exclaiming, my magician, and several other things that seriously discomposed Mr. Sorrell. It left him in a very angry and discomposed frame of mind. His brain was commencing to boil with plans for exploiting the 14th century. There were so many things to do that he did not know where to begin to think about it, and he did not want to have any red herrings drawn across a trail that, he felt confident, would lead him to an unheard-of glory. He did not see why he should not have a fleet of airships hovering over the channel within 3 months' time, and he did not see who in the world was going to stand against him. End of Part 2, Chapter 1.
Part 2, Chapter 2 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by garyday. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Madox Ford. Section 11. The Lady Dionysia de Egerton de Tamworth was the 11th daughter of Henry de Mabuse, Earl of Marant. The Earls of Marant had been great and independent noblemen in the days of Henry III, but the accession of the third Edward found them somewhat impoverished, owing to a succession of heavy fines which had been incurred by the Lady Dionysia's father. The Earl had been of the Queen Isabella's party before her flight from the court of Edward II to France. Thus, no sooner had the Queen been gone than the Earl had been fined no less than a sum of £6,000. At the instance of the dispensers, this fine had converted him into a strong supporter of Edward II, so that upon the return of the Queen with a small handful of men from Hainault, the Earl, dreading further fines from the King, and regarding the Queen's exploits as foolish and foolhardy, the Earl had hastened with all his men into the south to oppose her coming. He failed to find the Queen, but when she had succeeded in deposing and murdering her husband, she fined the Earl another £7,000. These successive fines, which would have amounted to about £182,000 in the currency of Mr. Sorrell's date, were not sufficient entirely to ruin the Earl, but they made him unreasonably anxious to marry off his daughters, of whom he had 13. He desired to marry them off not only in order to avoid the expense of maintaining them, but in order to contract alliances with noble families, so that he might once more become the head of a powerful faction in the country and get his fingers round the national purse strings. The matches which he made were mostly in the west of England and along the Welsh border where his own lands lay, and amongst the families of the west of England few were more powerful than that of the Egertons of Tamworth, of Cresswell, and of Beddington, 3 castles each of prime strength. It is true that the marriage which he made for his daughter Dionysia was with Sir Stanley Egerton, a younger son, but Sir John the elder was away in Palestine, and reported to be so ill with poisons and wounds that he could hardly come home. And indeed the Lady Dionysia, attended by her 10 savage Welsh men-at-arms, had not been set out 3 days upon her journey to Tamworth before the news reached the Earl that the Crusader had died at Sandwich. In the ordinary course, the Earl would have been too proud to let his daughter make a marriage of the sort that was known as de Changellerie, and prevailed much amongst the knights of the west of England and the Welsh marches. But the younger knight of Tamworth was accounted for his deeds of arms so very famous throughout chivalry, and appeared so certain in these modern and degenerate days to become one of the most powerful knights of England, that the Earl, after protracted bargaining, had consented to the proposition. The young knight had done extraordinarily well in tournaments, having sent his cartels to the courts not only of Spain, but of France and of the Roman Emperor. In his conflicts he had been uniformly successful, and he had gained great renown by fighting in Spain against the heathens. The Earl of Morant, being of the old school, which included the Lady Blanche, regarded these exploits with a certain amount of contempt, as being on the one hand modern, and on the other rather unprofitable trickery. They did not pay, and they cost a great deal of money, bringing in very little more than a great deal of fame, and no land worth speaking of. The Earl of Morant's idea was to get hold of land by force, to occupy it, and sit down over many miles of territory until the king, for the time being, was in sufficiently low water to ratify the conquest. This, of course, was the frame of mind of a nobleman whose families had for long been established on the Welsh or Scotch borders. It was already, as the Earl recognised, a little antiquated for the marches of Wales. It had become antiquated as soon as Edward I had seized all the territory of Wales. There was not any land within 100 miles of the Earl that had not been granted, upon the conferring of the princedom of Wales on the late king, to English knights, whose land it was altogether too difficult a matter to appropriate. Thus, although the Earl was an old-fashioned man, he realised that the days of forays and raids were over in his part of the country. It was difficult for him to move with the times, since he had never been able, try as he would, to master the elementary details of modern tournaments and single combats. But he was quite determined to choose as his sons-in-law men who were as entirely up to date as it was possible to find. Pure Norman in his blood, the Earl had a great deal of shrewdness. Indeed, the first of his family to come to England had been an excellent lawyer, who had arrived when things were settling down after the conquest, and had gained his advancement very much more as an administrator than by means of his sword. Thus the Earl recognised that even a marriage de Changellerie with so eminent and modern a personage as the younger Knight of Egerton would be very well worth having. According to that Western custom, which prevailed perhaps more in Scotland than in England, a wife was married for 1 year, during which she enjoyed all the privileges of the married state. At the end of that time, if in her mind and body she satisfied the necessities of her husband, the marriage became permanent, or if she bore him a child. If it was not so, she returned to her guardians, with her honour untouched, except in so far as it was affected by failure in the undertaking. And with her there came back from 1/2 to 2/3 of her dowry, this being a matter of bargaining. The Earl felt, however, fairly sure that this transaction would turn out very well. His daughter was perfectly healthy, and so he had ascertained was the Knight of Tamworth, so that he had very little doubt that a child would result from the union. The parties' predilections or aversions to or from one another would have very little to do with the matter. As to his daughter's dowry, which was £1,000 in gold, and some parcels of land which the Earl happened to have in Gloucestershire, in that respect too he felt fairly confident, for he would find means to delay paying it over until the marriage was finally ratified. The Lady Dionysia, who thus set out, was at that time 19 years of age. She was tall, large-limbed, and of an exceeding and most unusual fairness. Her features were oval and aquiline, but she had at the same time so abstracted and reflective an expression that all the harshness of their aquilinity seemed to be tempered and done away with. It was always very difficult to get at what she thought, for she spoke extremely little, being immersed in frequent and very long daydreams, which would fall upon her in the midst of the gayest of companies. Her 10 sisters regarded her as being slightly mad, for when it came to action, her actions were of singular abruptness, and of some inscrutability as to what caused them. And since she was of extreme physical strength, though she was the youngest but 2 of them, she was allowed to go her own way. Their castle, which was about 20 miles towards Wales from the city of Chester, was remote and solitary, but it contained so large a number of squires, retaining knights, men-at-arms, and other dependents, that they sat down usually 300 to table, with 1 man or page to wait upon every 3 of them. Jongleurs and minstrel knights and ballad singers in great number travelled that way, for the Earl was notedly liberal in his rewards, and the daughters were reputed beautiful and kind, so that the castle had of late years been nicknamed the Maiden's Hold. It was accounted fashionable to pass that way, and there spend a night or 2. Thus the Lady Dionysia was as well acquainted with the gossip of the day, and with the high feats of chivalry, as was any lady of Salisbury or the other metropolitan cities where the tournaments were then held, and her mind had roamed over the great expanses of the world. She had heard them described with their strange trees, flywers that devoured wanderers, apes, dragons, parrots, and porcupines that discharged their quills like arrows, and sands of the desert so heated that the fire melted at noontime the armour of men and horses. Yet she could not in her mind picture them as otherwise than resembling the dark blue distances that she had seen from the tops of her craggy Welsh mountains, with their deep ravines, their swiftly descending streams, and their endless rain clouds. Travelling southwards, she had come by way of Upton over the Severn, and to Worcester, and so by way of Devizes down over the great plain. She had seen walled towns and great abbeys and minsters, and she had become acquainted with strange tongues. Norman French was her own language, for she was of Norman blood on both sides, and of English she had very little, for upon the Welsh border the poor spoke Red Welsh alone, and that was a language not easy to learn, and not very much worth the learning. Still, in English she could make herself understood, and could understand most things, English being the language of daily matters, such as the washing of linen or the slaughtering of beasts. Arriving at Tamworth, she had found herself in command of a castle a little larger than her father's, spreading abroad over a fertile champaign country, with the low hills of the bare plain all around it, and this delighted her eye and pleased her sense of command, so that she had no impatience because her husband, by proxy, was away at the wars. It pleased her indeed to be able to settle down before he should arrive there. The Lady Blanche, she had found very much inclined to rule within the domains of Tamworth, but the Lady Dionysia, without contradicting her cousin when she was present, exactly countermanded each of her orders as soon as she rode away. For the sake of safety, when they heard that Hugh of Fitzgreville, the outlaw, was anywhere within 20 miles of them overnight with his band that infested the plain, they slept in each other's castles together for 2 or 3 nights on end. This they did for greater safety, so as to join their bands of ancient armed men. For although it was unusual, it was not at all an unheard of thing that outlaws should take a coloneled castle in the night time, sacking the place and carrying off to hold for ransom such women as seemed worth the trouble. Whereas joined together in one strong place, the 2 ladies would be very well able to hold it against Hugh of Fitzgreville, whose band did not number very much more than 40 men, roughly armed, for the most part with clubs. It was their custom to set forth a little before sundown with all their men and all the furnishings of the castle, which were no great matter and could be carried upon mules. The unoccupied castle would be left quite empty, except for ploughs and such implements as could be of little value to the outlaw, whilst the castle itself would be too strong and too stony for Hugh to do it much damage. Besides, why should he desire to damage it, which would be a strenuous and very difficult enterprise, at which he could gain nothing at all? Thus there passed some agreeable days together, playing draughts and walking in the gardens after supper, and going a-hawking or shooting with bows, or listening to stories during the daytime. It could not be said that the Lady Blanche did anything more than heartily dislike the Lady Dionysia, or that the Lady Dionysia did anything more than good-naturedly ignore the Lady Blanche, whom she regarded as a disagreeable person. But on the other hand, their attendant ladies met and mingled and laughed and were good sisters, and their young pages strove in a very friendly manner with each other at running races, jousting at the ring, or casting quoits, so that there was generally laughter to be heard, and little tittering over small secrets, and in that way very much pleasure in the air, though it would have been better had there also been able-bodied men of good birth and gentle courtesy. The peasants of their respective domains grumbled a little when their ladies were absent, for thus they lost their natural protection, but it had to be remembered that these peasants were so extremely poor that they had nothing whatever for the outlaws to take away, except now and then a beast or a sheep for food, or a daughter for their recreation, or a son that they would train up to be an outlaw. And, as all the world knows, it is the will of God that a peasant should lose an occasional beast, sheep, daughter, or son, though at such times as the lord of the domain was at home, and had with him a strong force, he would frequently revenge the wrongs of his subjects. Thus, before the knights of Egerton and de Courcy had gone away to Scotland, they had made a drive of all the outlaws that they could catch in the plain, Egerton hanging 18, and de Courcy 25, whose bodies might still be seen decorating gallows and oak trees all around the hills of the valley, and this was held as a very high and knightly kindness shown by these lords to their dependants. There were at the high table on the dais at supper 6 ladies, the Lady Blanche and her 2 attendants, and the Lady Dionysia and her 2, who were named Amaril and Kunigunde. These ladies, who had come with the Lady Dionysia, were of very high English families from the neighbourhood of Chester, the one being called of Rolls and the other of Birken, both being descended from great English earls that were before the Conquest. Of men there were Mr. Sorrell, who sat beside the Lady Blanche, the Dean of Salisbury, who ate out of the same plate as the Lady Dionysia, and was a fat man of about perhaps 40. He had come to Tamworth to get some hawking, and for change of air, he having been ill of a surfeit. and this indeed was his general custom when he found that he was growing overbearing to the chapter, for he was normally a man of a good-natured and chuckling disposition, beloved by such of his inferior clergy as were submissive in habit. Yet, at times, fits of anger would visit him, and there would arise great quarrels of troubles among his officers. At such seasons it had become his habit to go for diversion rather to the castle of Tamworth, where they made him welcome, than to his own country house, which was above Winterbourne Gunner on the windy plain. The Dean loved a good hawk and a good hound, and had many of these, of which he would make presents to kings and such people as could be of service to the deanery of Salisbury. And these hounds and hawks he would have set in motion before him upon wide expanses of open country, so that he could see them well. But the Dean himself had never been seen either to ride hawking or to the chase, for although he did not enjoin this abstention upon his inferior clergy, he considered that it made his office more dignified if he were not seen to do these things, though occasionally, when they were alone, he would force his chaplain to ride a race with him. His chaplain, a very bald, lean old man, had been one of the regulars, a canon of the order of St. Dominic, but having made a pilgrimage to the Holy Land in the 50th year of his age, and having borne a double-headed mace and chainmail in a fight against the Saracens, this Father Giraldus had lost all taste for the confined life of a priory, so that, at the intervention of the Dean, who loved him for the good and holy stories of travel, miracle, and feats of arms that he could tell, he had been absolved of his monastic vows, and had become the chaplain to the Dean. This Father Giraldus sat between the ladies Amaril and Amoureuse to the right. The ladies Blanchemain and Cunegunde, who were upon the left, had no man to them at all, and they grumbled that the Lady Blanche might just as well have sat the holy pilgrim on their side of her, so that they might have some share in the conversation, instead of between herself and the Lady Dionysia, who had the Dean for her own comfort. There were thus 3 men, 2 of whom were priests, against 6 ladies, all of them young, lively, handsome, and clean. They were served by the 4 eldest pages, who stood on the other side of the table, and carved before them. 2 of these were the Lady Blanche's, and 1 the Lady Dionysia's. He was called Gilles Blois, and he was very dark and mischievous. The 4th page was the Dean's, a red-headed boy of 16, who was soon to be made a squire of the chapter's military knights, and would in turn become one of the knights whom the chapter kept to do service when the king demanded it. In 20 minutes he had become exceedingly enamoured of the Lady Amoureuse, she being 7 years his senior, and he carved for her all the best bits of the meats, so that the Lady Amaril protested laughingly from time to time. The little Jehan carved very carefully, kneeling upon one knee and putting only the first 2 fingers and thumb of his left hand upon the meat that he carved. But his fellow page of the Lady Blanche's was too little to kneel, and the 2 other pages had not been bred in this custom, so that they could not do it, though the Lady Dionysia and the Dean chided them majestically from time to time, and held up to their admiration the little Jehan, who was indeed the perfection of pages. There was thus a great deal of laughter at the table, for all these people had different habits, the churchmen being churchmen, the pilgrim being from Constantinople, 3 of the ladies from Wales, and 3 from the southwest of England. Being upon the Lady Blanche's right hand, Mr. Sorrell had his own right, from which the cross dangled, towards the Lady Dionysia. But except that the Dean and his chaplain, both upon their entry, lightly kissed this sacred emblem, no mention was made of it at all, whilst they ate meals which to Mr. Sorrell appeared truly terrible, and drank wines which were remarkably good. But he had never conceived such eating. It was quite true that the first course consisted of 14 dishes, the dishes themselves being mostly turned wood, though one was of gold and 2 of silver. The golden dish held a gilt structure of pastry, shaped like a castle, and from this the Dean and Mr. Sorrell and the 2 ladies were first plenteously served, having only 2 plates of silver between the 4 of them, but such a taste as distinguished the fragments of meat and forcemeat balls that came out of this gilt erection, Mr. Sorrell could never have imagined. Encouraged by the Lady Blanche, and indeed he was so hungry as to need little encouragement, Mr. Sorrell took with his fingers a piece of dark-looking meat. It was sweet. It was salt. It tasted overpoweringly of nutmeg and cinnamon, and was of the consistency of soft jelly. Mr. Sorrell exclaimed, "Oh my God!" and drank quickly from a cup of silver. But even the wine was spiced with cloves. He ate a piece of very coarse bread, and then he hesitated. The Lady Blanche was so occupied with observing how much meat was served out at the lower tables, and how much metheglin poured into the leather cups, for she was of the opinion that there was a mighty waste in the cellar, the kitchens, and the pantries. She was so much occupied with indignantly observing these things, that she did not perceive that Mr. Sorrell of the first course ate little or nothing at all. But then she gently chided him. Mr. Sorrell replied that he was used to something much simpler, something old-fashioned, like a sirloin of beef, or a loin chop, something really old English. The Lady Blanche said that, of course, as an anchorite or a holy man, Mr. Sorrell must have fared very simply, but his travels were now at an end, and he might very well pay more attention to the pleasures of the table. The first dish of the first course was, she said, very excellent, being compounded of the tongues of rabbits, hedgehogs, deer, geese, and wild boars, together with the breast of partridges and the livers of pheasants. It contained, moreover, forcemeat balls made of honey, cinnamon, and flour, boiled in wine, and the sauce was made likewise of honey, nutmegs, cloves, garlic, and mint, and all these things had been stewed together, so that there could not be found anywhere a dish more savoury. But Mr. Sorrell still said that as a foreigner and a new man, he desired something less costly and more simple. Thus, for the next dish, the Lady Blanche must be content to share with him a panade of herring, boiled in white wine whey, and covered with a sweet sauce compounded out of cherries. This appeared to the Lady Blanche to be unreasonably homely and tasteless fare, so that she regretted almost having shared her platter with the holy man. Mr. Sorrell, on the other hand, could not get his mouth to receive more than one taste of what, since he did not know its contents, he regarded as a mixture of strawberry jam and oysters. But since he was very hungry indeed, of the first course he managed to eat some of the breast of a bird which had been pickled in fermented honey, and was laid over with a paste of almonds and cheese, and he regarded with envy the hinds of the lowest part of the low table, who were gnawing half-cooked flesh from great bones. He indicated this to the Lady Blanche. She said, "Holy man, in the days of our great-grandfathers and our great-grandmothers, when life was very active and forays and strifes abounded, it was very well for men to eat such dull food, for their minds were very full of other things. But in these degenerate days, when all life is dullness, we must have our foods highly spiced and seasoned, according to the precepts and the science of cookery. The pages carried away the plates and emptied them into a great tub with 2 handles, which served for the broken meat of the poor waiting outside the castle gates. This was done to the sound of trumpets. And whilst the second course was being brought, a man came in with a bear that danced in the sort of horseshoe formed by the 2 tables along the wall and the small table on the dais. This man had with him a girl who danced upon her hands with her feet in the air, and shouted answers in this posture to the exclamations that were shouted to her from the tables. The talk at the high table was, for a time, mostly of journeying to the Holy Land, and of the places that one passed on the way, and of the perils from the pirate ships of the Saracens, whom with difficulty the ships of the Emperor of Byzantium chased off from galleys bearing pilgrims. This conversation was mostly monopolized by the chaplain of the Dean, bald, lean, and old, with fiery eyes. This brother Ording had the voice of Stentor, so that he could make himself heard above all the din of the hall, and he told them of so many strange things that happened in the Adriatic, and of what churches in the town had pictures, and of which were kept in a slovenly way, and of the sloth of the Greek monks, and of the miraculous islands of Greece, and the strange things that happened there. Thus, near Corfu, there was a small island whose inhabitants were protected by Saint Nicosius. So efficient was the miraculous protection of this saint, who decreed that no stolen thing could be taken from the island, that once when the pirates landed there and slew a sheep and devoured it, contrary to the habits of pirates, they vomited forth all that they had eaten. This was known to all men of these parts, and the brother Ording appealed to the pilgrim for confirmation of these things. But in the din of all these people, for with the servers and the occupants of the lower table, there must have been 90 of them, of whom by far the larger part were below the great pewter salt cellars. With all this din of knives, teeth, crying out for more wine, more ale, and more metheglin, Mr. Sorrell was unable to hear or to make himself heard, and because Mr. Sorrell mentioned this to the Lady Blanche, she spoke at once to a man who stood below the table, armed with a long stick like a hop pole. Immediately he ran down the tables, striking with his stick here and there at hands and heads, upsetting drinking vessels, and sending platters of meat skimming onto the rushes, where they were devoured by the many and large dogs that lay beneath all the tables. There fell a deep silence, which was broken only by the deep grunts of the bear, the panting of the girl who danced on her hands, the low, shrill sounds of the bear ward's pipe, and the light crackle of the torches of pinewood that, stuck into iron rings on the stone walls, were beginning to be lit, for it was growing very dusk. And in the comparative quiet, Mr. Sorrell heard the Dean, who was leaning back in the chair with his hands clasped across his stomach, amiably remonstrating with the Lady Dionysia for riding so large, fierce, young, and half-trained a destrier. He had remonstrated for a long time, pointing out that this beast might not only be of danger to the valuable life of the lady herself, but that it might very seriously put in jeopardy the limbs of those who rode with her, as well as the lives of the beasts they rode on. For it was true that this destrier was being trained for the use of the knight Egerton, her husband, so that it would attack his enemies like a fury, with teeth and with hoofs. But it was a half-trained thing, and how could they tell that it might not one day mistake her friends for her enemies, and getting out of hold worry them in the terrible manner that stallions have. Such animals, he said, were fit only for male control, and this beast was as large as an elephant, and as cruel and treacherous as a tiger, having slain in its stall already 2 men. And the Dean appealed to Mr. Sorrell as to whether fierce horses were fit to be ridden by gentle women. The Lady Dionysia turned her deep and bewildered glance upon Mr. Sorrell, who for the first time really saw her curiously fair features and the run of her limbs beneath her dress, which was of scarlet velvet with white sleeves laced with silver cord. The forehead cloth of white lawn, which beneath her steeple hat of red velvet and gold descended over her forehead, was edged also with silver wire, which, being heavy, held the forehead cloth down, so that hitherto it had hidden her face from his sight. She looked at him for a long time, and he could not find any words in which to reply to the Dean, for the effort to be comprehensible to these people was a little tiring to him, and he always felt a difficulty in speaking foreign languages when he was at all fatigued. Suddenly the Lady Dionysia spoke in a very deep and abstracted voice, as if she were coming up out of a dream. "Why, I am as good as any man," she said, "and I do not know what fear is." "That is very well," the Dean replied, "but there are things that are the province of men, and things that are the province of women." "Assuredly," the Lady Blanche exclaimed, "you shall not ride my cousin's charger, lest, running away and being impaled upon a post or stave, it should be imperilled in its life, or even killed." The Lady Dionysia uttered nothing at all, but continued to gaze into Mr. Sorrell's eyes. Mr. Sorrell was trying to think how he should say that, of course, there were limits, but for his part, he had always thought that in the hunting field, a woman with a perfect seat was a better rider than the best of men. He himself was pretty keen over the hurdles, but in the mid-Shropshire, which was a pretty stiffish country, there had been a Mrs. Nichols, who could give him a lead all the time, and in his travels he had ridden pretty well any kind of horse you could find, no matter how tough a customer it was. But while these thoughts went through his mind, Mr. Sorrell found that his tongue was tied, and he continued gazing back at the Lady Dionysia, as if the sight of her had struck him with a disease of muteness. The 4 pages were walking up between the tables with towels, basins, and ewers, so that the suppers at the high table might wash their hands between the courses. The servers behind them were marching with their dishes held on high over their heads. The 2 trumpeters at the door had their horns to their lips, all ready to blow as soon as the dishes were set upon the table, and suddenly, from amongst the poor who were waiting for the broken meat outside, there rose a shrill clamour, like many shrieks of surprise and joy, and there ran into the hall a grey-brown object, filthy and hideous, leaping up in the rushes so that it resembled the bear itself, and having upon its elbows and its knees 2 pairs of clogs, such as women wear out of doors in wet weather. Mr. Sorrell exclaimed, "Good God! The beggar!" And the beggar, rushing between the bear and the dancing girl, threw himself under the high table, and began to kiss Mr. Sorrell's feet. This filled Mr. Sorrell with disgust and repulsion, and from the lower part of the hall they began to cry out that the beggar had been miraculously cured, because he had been the first to welcome the Holy Cross to that place. The Dean stood up in his place, and so did the chaplain, who in a stentorian voice ejaculated, "Te Deum laudamus," and then, Whilst everyone stood still in confusion, the pages in their places, the servers in theirs, and all men held their breaths, or chatted to their neighbours, a man in a clerk's dress of black with furred edges, and an inkhorn slung from his chest, rushed into the disordered hall almost unnoticed, and fell on his knees before the Dean. "Hugh of Fitzgreville," the Lady Dionysia exclaimed deeply, "is laying siege to my castle of Tamworth." End of Part 2, Chapter 2.
Part 2, Chapter 3 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance by Madox Ford. Part 2, Chapter 3. In a very misty half-light, caused by a small moon shining down through vapors arising from the river Wylye, the black shapes of men, to the number of 30 or 40, were moving in front of the black walls of the castle of Tamworth. They were carrying bundles of faggot wood and parcels of thatch, which they had torn from the roof of a hut that was not very far distant, and they were piling these in front of the great gate of the castle. Others were hauling up from beside the pale stream the huge trunk of an elm tree that had been blown down a fortnight before in the high wind, and now, lopped of its branches at the top, lay there awaiting a convenient season for carting. They worked for the most part in silence, for these outlaws were very barbarous men who had hardly any words to utter at all, and they were armed with clubs, though 2 or 3 had bows, and Hugh of Fitzgreville himself had a double-handed sword, a cap of steel, and 2 daggers. With the faggots and thatch they intended to make a fire before the great gate, so as to weaken it, and with the trunk of a tree they were going to make a battering ram, supporting it 2 and 2 on either side with ropes of oxhide. They worked industriously and with haste, and when they had dragged the tree trunk so that its butt end was within a few feet of the gate, they set fire to the mass of combustibles that there lay heaped up. It smoldered and sent out a great deal of smoke, and then, so that they might have more light to work by, Hugh Fitzgreville commanded them to set light to the hut from which they had already torn half the thatch. But whilst all these scoundrels tugged and sweated at the oxhide ropes that went beneath the battering ram, the alarming flames crept towards the dark heaven, and a sickly flickering light fell upon the malefactors' forms and faces. They had little discipline and no unity, all these fellows, so that at one time 25 upon one side of the tree trunk would be lifting, whilst the other 25 would be letting go of their ropes. Having hidden himself for the last 10 days, Hugh of Fitzgreville had used the time at once to make himself acquainted with the habits of the castle people, and to make them think that he was far away and upon other errands. Indeed, he had sent a treacherous packman down to the castle that afternoon to say that he lay well away to the east, even as far as Andover. Thus, as he had hoped, the Lady Dionysia had been beguiled into security, and she had ridden over to Stapleford with all her men, leaving the castle almost uninhabited, but with most of its furniture, which must have been worth nearly £50, and with what was still more desirable, a certain quantity of arms, including even, it was said, one of those new and devilish inventions which spits forth stones and fire and fills the beholders with fear. Thus lying up during the evening in the heather, Hugh of Fitzgreville, a man of 40, with a very black beard, gnarled fingers, and a huge sword, who had been outlawed for many outrages, from the taking of a king's deer to the murder of several people, male and female, and religious as well as laymen, Hugh of Fitzgreville perceived with satisfaction the Lady Dionysia riding towards Stapleford with all her armed men. Near nightfall he heard from one of his men, the son of a peasant of Stapleford, that to that castle there was come the holy pilgrim that for so long all the countryside had awaited, bearing with him a golden cross that worked astounding miracles. And this all the more determined Hugh of Fitzgreville to make his attack upon Tamworth Castle that very night, for he expected that the destination of the pilgrim and the cross was Tamworth itself, and he very much desired to have arms for his men. The season for violences was passing over. With the end of the summer, the knights and their retainers would be back in Wiltshire, and he himself would have to go into his winter quarters in the little town of Imber, which was inaccessible to mounted knights once the winter rains began to fall. He desired arms, for he wished to sack Harnham, the southern suburb of Salisbury, where all the Jews dwelt, and where there was in consequence very much money. There were arms in the castle of Tamworth, not many, but sufficient, and there were not anywhere else any that he knew of or could lay hands upon. But if on the morrow the cross came to Tamworth Castle, his chance would be gone, for it is very well known that this cross shed a miraculous protection over all such as possessed it. Thus with the dusk, Hugh of Fitzgreville slipped with his men down the hillside towards the stream. It had chanced that there was walking there the clerk Nicholas, whom the Dean of Salisbury had left at Tamworth to watch over such books as he had brought with him, and more particularly an edition of Ovid's Metamorphoses, which were the Dean's favourite reading. And this clerk Nicholas, walking in a shady grove, had perceived how Hugh of Fitzgreville and his men had come down to the gates of the castle, and what they had set about doing. Thus, after watching them for a time, being himself unseen, and uncertain whether they were friends or foes, he had set off, running at great speed, as if the devil and all his imps were after him, towards the Dean and the castle at Stapleford. But not knowing this, the outlaws set about their work with great determination, though with much clumsiness. Hugh Fitzgreville was cursing lustily all the while, and thwacking them over the shoulders with a great stick. At last he called for silence, and commanded that they should all stand there with the hind rope slack in their hands, whilst he counted 4, and upon the word 4 they should all lift together. They must batter down this great gate. There is no other way into the castle. The walls were too high and the windows too narrow. He made 3 attempts at counting 4, each of them ending in failure. But at the 4th attempt they got the great tree trunk lifted up, and stood trembling at their knees with its great weight. He commanded them to swing it against the gate, but when they had swung it, they tottered so that it fell again to the ground a little farther away than before it had been. Cursing, sweating, and screaming, their leader forced them to another attempt, and again they had it poised and trembling in the air. There was already an element of fear abroad amongst all these men. To begin with, this attack upon a great castle was a larger and more dangerous enterprise than any to which they had been used. And again, descending into the valleys was a thing they always dreaded. They were men who wrought violences upon the open plain, and here in the darkness and the mists they felt themselves shut in. Nor indeed did they very well know the ways of escape, for it was unfamiliar country. Thus the trembling of their hands beneath the great weight of the tree trunk was a symbol of an awful fear that beset them, and the angry agitation of their leader made them all the more dogged and cowed. But they swung the tree trunk back, and with an enormous thud it fell against the great gate. The lock split, the bolt split, the gate itself, dividing into 2 parts, flew right back. Suddenly they felt, and they screamed aloud, that the devil was amongst them. The men on the right-hand side only heard the hoofs. The men on the left saw, enveloped in the clouds of smoke from the burning hovel, an immense white horse that fell in amongst them. Upon its back was a terrible man, all in red and white, waving a steel mace above his head and calling out in an unknown tongue. Those who saw horse and rider let go their ox-hide ropes, so that the released tree trunk fell across the legs of the other half. 12 of them were pinned down and lay screaming. The horse reared on high and seemed itself to scream in continuous bursts of sound like the high laughter of fiends. The firelight reflected in its eyes appeared to pour forth streams of flame. The black wall of the castle came into sight, dun-colored in the light of the flames, and vanished when the wind beat the flames low. It rose in front of them like a great cliff, and the uncharted night surrounded them on all other sides. The horse reared, it struck out with its right foot, and with its left, its enormous jaws closed with a panic-bearing sound. His heart full of dread, Fitzgreville struck with his two-handed sword a desperate blow at the man on the horse. The sword fell upon the iron handle of the mace that the man carried, and its blade shivered like brittle glass. When the fragments fell over its back and crupper, the horse squealed as if with a wicked rage. And even whilst the outlaw, with a gesture of despair, dropped his ruined hilt to the ground, the horse was upon him. The first blow with its right foot smashed his head like a nut, so that he was at once dead. And then upon the prostrate body it executed its rage, stamping with its feet, tearing with its enormous teeth, until there remained only the pulp of the human being. Then the horse stood still and trembled in all its limbs. It raised its nostrils toward the open gate and snuffed in the air. All the robbers had fled, only those who were pinned down by the tree trunk lay still and groaned. The stallion, with its head erect, trotted in through the dark gateway, its rider powerless or unwilling to prevent it. Thus, when a short 2 minutes later there came riding into the circle of light the dean, his shouting chaplain who brandished a Morgenstern, his page upon a black horse, and 4 more pages who were the eldest of the ladies Blanche and Dionysia, together with the 5 Welsh men-at-arms who had clung to their stirrup and ran, uttering wild shrieks, it appeared in the light of the dancing flames that a miracle of God had been worked. There lay 3 men dead by huge blows, and 1 crushed out of all semblance of a man, and beneath the tree trunk, in an orderly row, the 12 others pinned to the earth and screaming, as if Providence had neatly arranged this device that in a seemly manner there might be several captives, of whom to make an example to all evil doers. The old men-at-arms, who had followed them on foot, came dropping in by 2s and 3s, and many awakened peasants appeared far off, slinking in the outer ring of the firelight, and asking what all this could be but a madness of their lords, or a miracle of God, some thinking the one, and some the other. And suddenly, staggering from under the archway, faltering here and there, they perceived a knight in a garment of red and white checkers, who bore in his left hand a mace, and from whose right depended an ornament all flashing gold. So many and such great cries went up, there was such a babel and such a confusion of voices, that no man knew very well what he said or what was said to him. But there could be no doubt that all were agreed that the bearer of the cross of St. Joseph and the cross itself had wrought this miracle for the protection of the noble house of Egerton of Tamworth. All men ran about seeking what vestige of fray they might find, and at a little distance there was discovered a man with his shoulder broken in, who had been crawling down to the river to drink. The great gates of the castle they observed to be thrown asunder as if miraculously, to permit the entry of the messenger of God. Nothing else in the castle was disturbed, nay, not so much as the books of the Dean of Salisbury, and the great white destrier in its stall with its favourite mare was quietly munching beans, with the stable cat seated upon its wethers. Thus, upon that memorable night, 2 miracles were wrought by the cross of St. Joseph. On the one hand, the cripple was made to walk. On the other, the most formidable band of outlaws was broken forever, its leader slain and mutilated beyond recognition. So then here indeed the finger of God had been made visible. 4 others of them were killed outright, 10 were taken ready to be hanged, and the rest, leaderless and broken men, were dispersed all over the plain, so that most of them never again met together. End of Part 2, Chapter 3, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Part 2, Chapter 4 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes Are Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes Are Romance by Madox. Part 2, Chapter 4. It was thus with the glory of 2 miracles to his credit that Mr. Sorrell was borne once more into the lights of the great hall of Stapleford Castle, seated on high, on a litter supported by the shoulders of 4 Welshmen. All the countryside was abroad, torches here and there gleamed on the black wall of night, as they had come by the riverside, and a great crowd of people, who by their position or their rights were deemed fit to have ingress into the great hall, were already there, whilst huddled round the central doorway was a crowd of peasants and their wives. Mr. Sorrell was confused out of his mind. He could not have given you a coherent account of the proceedings. At the moment he was sober enough, though he was ready to admit he had drunk too much wine at supper. He excused himself by the fact that he had not in the least known how strong the liquor was, and had eaten so many sweet things and so many salt things that an unheard-of thirst had possessed him. No doubt in the ordinary way he would have wanted to ride with the expedition. He would have done it for the fun of seeing what happened. But without the wine he would probably not have insisted upon riding the white stallion, and he probably would not have insisted on taking with him an iron mace. As it was, he was conscious of having behaved boastfully and of having been enormously elated. There had been a great deal of hurry. He had been hoisted up onto the great horse before the castle door. Other men had ridden beside him. They had gone down to the river and along it. He had laughed and cried out with excitement. The pace of the great horse had seemed to him extraordinarily easy. It had trotted with a level, heavy action. He had ridden most things, from mules in Spain to camels in Egypt, and some sort of ox on the Tibet frontier. And the pace of the great horse had seemed to him absurd. He had wanted to go faster. He had kicked it with his heels. He had hauled upon the bridle. He had called out. At last he had struck its sides with the iron mace. Immediately it had become another creature, bounding with the elasticity of a steel spring, snorting and screaming. It had taken its own head, and he had found himself galloping through the night with immense bounds, far in advance of all the other men, going on farther and farther toward the glare of a large fire that was all he could see in the darkness. It had grown larger. It had become a conflagration. He had seen many men. He had heard their cries. He had noticed that a man with a black beard and a convulsed face had struck him with a great sword. He had struck in return with his mace, meeting nothing. He had had too much to do to keep on the back of the horse, which swayed like a small boat in a very choppy sea, pitching now on one end, now on the other. For all he was a good rider, at last he had to hang on to the mane and the saddle. Then the horse had stood still. It had neighed. It had trotted in under the dark arch into the darkness of the castle. It had come to a standstill by what was obviously a closed stable, with a rough thatch that came down almost to Mr. Sorrell's knee. And here, breathing hard and slightly pawing the ground, it had been answered from within by gentle whinnyings. And it was here for the first time that fear of a sort had come to Mr. Sorrell. It went quickly through his mind that if he did not let the horse in, it would kick its way into the stable. On the other hand, if he descended, might not the terrible beast, not knowing him for his master, tear him as Mr. Sorrell had seen it tear the outlaws? But the thing had to be faced, and with fear possessing him all over, Mr. Sorrell had slipped down from the horse, caught its bridle near the jaw, and tremblingly had found the latch of the stable. It was part of the odd jumble of fear, elation, and the natural tendency of his nature to do things in a ship-shape way that he unstrapped the unfamiliar saddle-belt and took off the headstall and bit before he let the horse go into the black darkness of the stable. He could not for the world have told why he did this. It was hardly the desire for tidiness, since he dropped the saddle and the bridle immediately on the ground. But the horse trotted quietly into its stall. Mr. Sorrell slammed the door to, and leaning one hand against the lintel, he became violently ill. This certainly sobered him, but it left him very dizzy and faint, and like a man in a dream, he stumbled amongst heaps of offal and the handles of ploughs, which are weary and troublesome things, towards the light of the castle gate, and here, among torches, glare, and the shouts of men, he seemed to be seized upon by friendly savages. He was hoisted shoulder high onto a litter covered with cushions. And what struck him most, and most singularly, was the fact that the little Jehan was immediately busy about his feet. He discovered, been riding in boots of jointed steel, and almost immediately the little Jehan had these off and was putting on the now familiar red and white shoes. He sat on high, supported by the shoulders of 4 shaggy-haired, black little devils of mountaineers. He could not make himself heard. He could not ask any questions. It just seemed odd, and he just supposed that the gentlemen of those days went about with pages, carrying their slippers behind them, because their iron riding shoes might be calculated to blister their feet. And then suddenly the mountaineers trotted off with him, and he was not distinctly conscious of thinking anything at all, except that it was probably all right, and that they ought to feel grateful to him, though he really had not done anything in particular. At any rate, he was thankful enough for the half hour or so of darkness and quiet. There was certainly an extraordinary amount of chatter and babble in the hall of Stapleford Castle when they reached it. There were all sorts of people there, nuns, priests, old men-at-arms, men in costumes that he could not account for, a man who might be a mayor in a red garment with a chain round his neck, though he was treated as if he were of no account at all. On the dais there still sat the ladies, as if they had only just finished their supper, their neffs of silver and gold standing solitary on the white cloth before them. He was conscious of the Lady Dionysia gazing at him with a fixed and bemused glance, whilst the Lady Blanche, with triumph upon her face, held out her arms towards him, and the 4 other ladies rose up and called out. Still bearing him on high, the mountaineers kicked and shoved their way through the crowd till he was come right up to the dais. Everyone else stood upon their feet and shouted and called out. Only the Lady Dionysia sat still and gazed at him in silence, and he was conscious that he must present a splendid enough figure, all in red and white velvet, if indeed it had not become dirtied by what he had done that night. They began almost immediately some sort of religious service in the body of the hall. They appeared to be returning thanks, and the ugly but now cured cripple figured prominently in the middle of a body of kneeling religious people. But it was all very confused, for not everybody took part, and pages or servers moved about clearing the boards and removing the trestles of the lower tables to set them along the wall. Then the little pages came to take away the neffs from the dais. The Lady Blanche had one, the Lady Dionysia a second, and the Dean one more. But as for the chaplain and the ladies in waiting, their knives, cups, and napkin were simply wrapped up in cloths. The neff of the Lady Blanche was formed of a huge shell, in shape like a snail, that had come undoubtedly from the east. It had feet of silver, and there were attached to it sails and rigging, and a crew of tiny men, of silver also. It contained as table furniture the Lady Blanche's knife of gold, her small golden drinking cup, her napkin ring of tortoiseshell, her napkin, and the beads which she used at table when she was piously inclined. All these things were carefully wiped before her face by the little page Jehan upon pieces of soft leather. Then the Lady Blanche fetched from her bosom the large key of the hutch in her bower, and giving this to the page, she bade him very attentively to stow away the neff in her hutch, and to bring her the key again. This was the first time she had showed so much trust in the little page. And similarly the Lady Dionysia and the Dean had their vessels cleaned by their pages, and stowed away in their neffs. The Lady Dionysia's neff was of silver gilt, in the shape of a man-at-arms who bore a large chest of booty upon his back. The figure stood upon a plate of silver gilt, from which the lady was accustomed to eat at table. The Dean's neff was in the shape of a chassé or feretory. It was of gold with a peaked roof, and it had small carved saints and angels at each of its 4 corners, whilst on the peak of the roof was an image of St. George trampling upon a dragon, and holding it transfixed between his pointed shoes with a long spear, round whose stave the golden beast twisted its neck, sending upwards flames of gold. And no sooner were the neffs off the table than all who were on the dais rose up and filed out of the hall, completely ignoring, as if with haughty indifference, the religious ceremonies that were there taking place. And this a little disconcerted Mr. Sorrell, who would gladly have taken the opportunity of returning some thanks to some deity for his having come safely through rather considerable perils. He followed the white headdress of the Lady Dionysia through what appeared to be miles and miles of stone corridors. The little Jehan walked before them carrying a torch, whose flame smoked redly and filled the air with a fat, resinous, and stifling vapor. They went along narrow passages, up narrow stairs, and round long galleries. Mr. Sorrell tried to say to the Lady Blanche that he could not understand how they estimated their expenditure. It seemed to him to be very badly managed. Thus, on the one hand, the lady had a neff, a mere implement for containing table things, which must have cost 300 or 400 pounds. Would it not, he asked, have been more reasonable to keep her things in an ordinary plate basket, and to have the passages lit by candles, or at the very least by night lights? Everything that they did seemed to be unbalanced, so that at one point they had a most unreasonable luxury, and on the other a great deal of discomfort. There did not seem to be a pane of glass in the whole castle, and yet he had upon his head at that moment, on the cap that they had put on him, a chaplet of large pearls, which must have been worth at least 3,000 or 4,000 pounds. The lady said that this chaplet had been brought from the Holy Land by her husband's grandfather after the crusade of Richard I, when knights were more practical and less given to romantic notions. It was a chaplet nearly as fine that her husband had put upon the head of Sir Guy de Hardelot after he had taken him prisoner, because, forsooth, he had fought very well. Whereas it must be obvious to any person of sense that if an opponent has given you a great deal of trouble, you should make him pay heavily for it. But for the other things Mr. Sorrell said, she did not at all understand them. Mr. Sorrell said, "Oh, but if you're going into partnership with me, you'll have to get to understand this sort of principle. You must have your expenditure level and sufficient all round. It's no good being ostentatious in one place and niggardly in another. That's the sound business principle." "I do not at all understand you," the Lady Blanche said. "What can I know of the high principles of magic?" "Oh, it's perfectly simple," Mr. Sorrell said, and he cast about in his mind for some illustration that would make her understand the absolute necessity of mastering this elementary business principle. In the upper part of the castle the corridors were wider, more high and more gloomy, and the shadows of extravagant and protruding sleeves, veils, and headdresses jutted and waved over rough walls of stone upon the one side and untreated wood upon the other. They walked very slowly, the little page going ahead with the smoking torch held on high. "It's like this," Mr. Sorrell said. "Supposing you want to publish a book, you have to consider two things, the get-up of the book and the amount you spend in advertisement. Now, it's no good getting up a book handsomely unless you can spend a good sum on publicity. You might have the very best etching for illustrations, and you could have it printed in what's called golden type with red lettering on the title page, the half title, and you might have it printed on the very best handmade paper at God knows how much a pound. But if you don't spend a high sum on advertising, you won't sell 25. "I do not understand any of those terms of magic," the Lady Blanche said, "though I listen with all my ears." "I'll try to talk about your sort of life," Mr. Sorrell said. "Don't you understand that time is the most valuable thing in the world? Well, then, just consider how much time your servants must lose in doing the work of the castle just because these passages are not lit. You could do with half the number of servants if you organized properly." "Ah, dear friend," the lady said, "then the other half would starve and become bandits, and oh, holy man, if these passages and corridors were lit at night, surely it would be very easy for my servants and serfs to come to me where I lie in the upper part of the castle, and to cut my throat and do other outrages. So I should lose my costly gear, and there would be an end of me." No, very assuredly I will keep all my passages quite dark, and the law of the castle what it is, that any serf who is found in them after sundown shall have his ears cut off and his nostrils slit as a suspected thief. These words opened before Mr. Sorrell such an abyss of dark social considerations that he really found nothing to add to his arguments. He had been meaning to say that when they came to build his airships, he was not going to have the propellers made of silver gilt set with carbuncles, or the sails of embroidered silk, whilst the dynamos were scamped for want of money. And he was not going to have his gun carriages carved in fantastic shapes and gilded, whilst the barrels were made of cheap pig iron. But before he could recover himself sufficiently to be coherent, they had entered a room which almost exactly resembled the bower of the Lady Blanche. Here, too, there was a bed covered with skins of the grey wolf, and at the foot of the bed was another large hutch, and this was all the furniture, save that in a corner of the room there lay a large leather portmanteau. Except that it had no brass lock or fittings, this so exactly resembled Mr. Sorrell's own largest piece of traveling gear that he had a momentary impulse to say to the Lady Blanche, "Now I've caught you. I bet that thing has got some chap's ordinary clothes in it." But he checked himself in time, for upon racking his mind he once more discovered that he did not in the least know what would be an anachronism and what would not, and for the moment this cost him a bitter mortification. The Ladies Blanche and Dionysia sat themselves at either end of the hutch, the four other ladies perched on the sides of the bed. The dean sat himself between the Ladies Blanche and Dionysia. The bishop's chaplain pulled out from the wall the leathern portmanteau, and sat himself down upon it. The little Jehan entered the closet, which was made of planks, walling off one end of the room, and fetched from it a torch, which he lit and stuck in an iron ring in the wall. The ring was so high that he must stand on tiptoe to get it there. Then he went outside the door and stuck his own torch in yet another ring. All their eyes were fixed upon Mr. Sorrell. "Oh, hang it all," Mr. Sorrell said. "Do you expect me to make a speech?" The dean yawned suddenly. "It is very late in the night," he answered. "Yet it would be well if the most weighty matters could be now debated and set to rest." "Why," Mr. Sorrell said, "I'm very tired, and I don't feel as if I had anything to say whatever." The Lady Dionysia was gazing at him with her lips slightly parted. It distracted Mr. Sorrell more than he could say, and the dazzling whiteness of her skin made the Lady Blanche's weather-beaten and colored beauty appear dusky and negligible, so that for a short moment Mr. Sorrell wished that he had not so precipitously entered into a business partnership with the Lady Blanche. The Lady Blanche started suddenly with vexation. "By the eyes of Christ," she said, "I had forgotten that I had meant to have the abbess here, so that she might hear of her utter downfall and be properly chastened." And immediately in high tones she bade the little page run to bid the mother abbess, who was in the great hall, to hasten before her. The Lady Dionysia said in deep and startling tones, "Lie down upon the dean's bed, holy man, and rest your limbs." And before Mr. Sorrell could recover from the emotions which her voice caused in him, with exclamations of delight, the four youngest ladies had seized Mr. Sorrell and had conducted him to the bed. They laid him down, and screaming with laughter and tittering, they kissed him upon both cheeks before they left him alone. He could not bring himself to remain in a recumbent posture, but he was glad enough to sit down on something soft, so, leaning against the pillows, he crossed his legs as well as he could beneath him and sat up. "So it is even in that way," the dean's chaplain exclaimed in a huge voice, "that the heathen people of the East sit upon their cushions. I have seen them do it in Bethlehem." "I learnt the trick in Syria," Mr. Sorrell said cheerfully. "It's quite comfortable when you've got used to it, though these hoops on my legs are rather in the way." And suddenly the Lady Dionysia exclaimed again, "Let us pull the hutch from the bed and sit round the other way so that we may all face the holy man." This proposal appeared to fill the Lady Blanche with a deep anger. She had never heard of hutches being sat upon in that fashion. The dean smiled with indulgent surprise. He too had never heard of such a thing, but it appeared to him to be reasonable to act exceptionally in exceptional circumstances. "When the stream is full," he said, "we cannot go by the ford." And he chuckled amiably, regarding the Lady Dionysia as a madcap but exceedingly attractive child. The Lady Blanche was protesting that such a thing should never be done in her castle, but with her large hand the Lady Dionysia beckoned her two ladies to help her, and bending down powerfully, she lifted the one end of the hutch without effort, whilst it took all that the other two girls could do to scrape the feet of the hutch along the floor. "Now let us sit down," the Lady Dionysia said gravely. And the dean sat himself beside her, facing Mr. Sorrell with his hands clasped upon his stomach and his eyes blinking, whilst he shook gently with contained laughter. "Surely," he said, "with these varieties I shall be cured of my jaundices and distempers. And since tomorrow is bloodletting day, I think on the day after tomorrow I might well get me back to my chapter, though I have never before been cured under 3 weeks. Yet so it is as Ovid says, les têtes sanguis. A constant occupation of the mind makes the blood limpid and not thick and heavy." The Lady Blanche stood behind them, her eyes flashing appeal to Mr. Sorrell to strike with lightning both those people who defied her. "Never shall I sit upon the hutch," she exclaimed, "with my back where my face should be, and since this is my castle, I will call immediately 4 men to set you all in irons and in dungeons for disobeying my orders, which is a feudal laches." The Lady Dionysia paid no heed at all to her cousin's speech, but gazed at Mr. Sorrell, who gazed back at her. The dean turned his chubby and comfortable head over his furred shoulder and blinked at the enraged lady. "Ah, dear dame," he said, "you have so great a knowledge of the law, but I am astonished in your haste you should slip up and trip. As Tatianus has it, in the passion of the head, wise tongues speak folly. For I have paid the Lady Dionysia for this my room, and the Lady Dionysia has done that suit and service of 1 shilling to you for it. Thus you have no more right of ingress or command here than has the king into our chapter house of Salisbury, once we have done him proper suit and service." "Ah, Dean," the Lady Blanche said, and the prospect of a legal argument with the man mollified her very quickly for the moment. "Yet custom and the law have it, that if in a tenant right, the tenant should do anything sacrilegious duty to his overlord, the overlord has the right to enter upon the building, and to take the person of the wrongdoer, and to enact justice upon him." "Ah, dear lady," the dean said, "and is it sacrilege, outrage, or blasphemy to move a hutch and to sit reversed upon it?" "Ah, dean," the lady said, "is it not wilfully to molest and to despoil the gear of an overlord, thus to drag a hutch over a rough floor, so that its legs and the feet upon which it stands may be chafed, strained, and parted from the body of the piece?" "So it might well be, our dear lady," the dean said, "but this hutch is my hutch, which I bear about with me on the back of a mule, and is no hutch of yours at all, for I believe you have 2 or at the most 3 hutches in all your castle, and yours that was in this room I have lent to my chaplain that he might store in it certain charters and cartularies that upon this journey we are meditating to devise to tenants of the chapter of Salisbury, so it is all well." He added, "And come you and sit upon my hutch," and leaning back he caught her by the hand. "Ah, Dean," the lady said as she surveyed with kindly friendship his twinkling eyes, since a man of any sort was a pleasant object for her to survey, "it is you that have found the solution to our quarrel, not my cousin's half-wife, who has the obstinacy and unreasonableness of a white devil." And leaning back so that his arm encircled her waist, the dean comfortably and courteously set her upon the hutch. Nevertheless, she sat with her back to Mr. Sorrell, looking at him over her shoulder, and then the abbess came in, followed by the little Jehan. "Ah, abbess," the Lady Blanche said, on a high note of ironical laughter, "we have asked you here that you may listen to the judgment of the holy man in the matter of this cross, that you desire sacrilegiously to steal and convey away, after the sacrilegious and blasphemous manner of all the priesthood. Ah, dear lady, the dean expostulated. Oh, you, the Lady Blanche said, you do not belong to the monastic orders. You are no more than a clerk, and clerks are honest people. The abbess made a slight reverence to the dean, who slewed round upon the hutch and nodded to her over his shoulder. Father Dean, the abbess said, if you will, I would have you come tomorrow morning to my little nunnery to judge in friendly way between my community and me. For you are a man, very learned in the law, descended from those first Normans who were always barrators and cunning men at haggling. Why, mother, the dean said in his husky, pleasant voice, it is not for me to judge between you and your community. That is a task for my lord the bishop's chancellor. Ah, Dean, the abbess said, that I very well know, and very well I know that if this should come before Sir Chancellor, then would result an eternity of lawsuits. So I would have you give judgment on this matter in a friendly manner, I making you some small presents as my humble means afford. The dean waggled his comfortable thumbs that were crossed upon his comfortable stomach. Even what is the cause that you would have me consider? He asked. Ah, Dean, the abbess said, I trust it is one that has no precedent in Christendom, for what will you say to a convent that rushes pell-mell, with all the nuns and its prioress at the head, and its almoner and its sacrist and its mass priests and its little thurifers, all of them rushing out to do robbery upon a highway against the will and consent of their abbess, whose province it is to take order for them? Why, what is all this folly? Said the Lady Blanche. I have had put, the abbess answered composedly, the sacrist and the thurifer and the subprioress and the cellaress all in irons, but the prioress and the higher priests I have deemed fitter to spare, since their position is of prominence in the community. But if you will give me your opinion upon it, I will abide by it as a judgment between them and me. For myself, I think the community did very wrong in thus acting against my desires, and I think that they should pay me some heavy fine to benefit not my private good, or to be left to my heirs, but to go into the coffers of all the abbesses that shall ever succeed me. The Lady Blanche had been gasping with indignation. It was not for this that I sent for you, she said, but to hear what the holy pilgrim has judged and decided concerning the cross of St. Joseph that he brought all the way from Bethlehem. I might say, the abbess continued in her calm and level tones, that what may be decided concerning this cross is in no way an affair of mine. But since you have called upon me, as being very assuredly moral supervisor of these parts, and as far as the priory of St. Stephen's bounds, I take it as being very courteous in you, and shall be glad to hear this history. The Lady Blanche was convulsed with rage. Abominable prelatress, she exclaimed, is it you that are set in command over the morals and orders of this district? The abbess looked at her with straight and twinkling glance. Very assuredly it is, she said, and so it is according to all the precedents, for the Bishop of Salisbury is away at the war, and so is the Chancellor of the diocese, and the Knights of Stapleford and of Tamworth have gone, and the Prior of St. Stephen's is but a minor prior, whereas I, though a very poor one, am a full abbess. So I am above everyone else in this district, as being like a baron of Parliament, and able to wield direct authority. The Lady Blanche exclaimed, By the eyes of Christ! But her utterance was choked within her. And that this is according to all precedent, the abbess continued almost jocularly, I will prove to you by many instances. Thus the abbot of St. Edmund's, being desirous to go to the aid of King Richard I in his French wars, it was answered to him that since the Bishop of Ely and the Bishop of Norwich, and most or nearly all the knights of Suffolk and Norfolk were away, the abbot must stay in his monastery of St. Edmund's, since there was none other but he to keep order in those two counties. And indeed, for what else are convents and monasteries? Do you think they are for the support of lazy nuns and idle priests? Not so. They are here to keep order in the world beneath, to pray to heaven that things may be well above, and by a goodly example to win the ungodly, the lecherous, the blasphemous, and the idle. Mercy of God, the Lady Blanche said. These are the very newest fashions that you bring with you from France. Far be it from me, the abbess said, to cast aspersions on the holy women who have preceded me. They were so lost in prayers and visions of heaven and in fasting and vigils that the things of this earth were sealed up for them. But being less holy, I deem it my duty to be the more vigilant. The Lady Blanche dug her nails into her palms so that the pain might cause to die down within her enormous anger. We shall see how it will fare betwixt you and me, she said, and then she turned upon Mr. Sorrell. Holy man, she exclaimed, tell us in 3 words what you have decided to do with this cross. Oh, for goodness sake, Mr. Sorrell said with a start, tell them yourself. I'm not up to talking French before such a lot of people. The Lady Blanche looked round upon her assembly. The holy man, she exclaimed, has decided to leave it between me and my cousin's wife by proxy, to settle which of us shall have the custody of this cross until the return of the knights, our husbands, from the war. Ah, but how will you settle it? The dean asked. That is a very difficult question, for I think that neither the Lady Dionysia nor yourself, our dear lady, are of such a kind as to surrender this sacred and desirable emblem without a struggle. A malicious and haughty fire came into the eyes of the Lady Blanche, and she stared hard at the Lady Dionysia. Why, these are the days of chivalry, she exclaimed, when all things are settled by single combat and by spear and shield. Thus now I will challenge my cousin's wife to fight this thing out with me, and the winner of us shall have the cross, or if she will not accept this my challenge, she shall be accounted what is called, I think, a recreant, and so the cross and the man who brought it shall remain in my keeping. Mr. Sorrell exclaimed, Oh, I say! And from all the other people came many exclamations, whilst from most of the ladies came a shrill sound of laughter. The dean looked at Lady Dionysia, whom he regarded with the fondness of a guardian for his protégé. This is a mere counsel of madness, he said. Such things have never been heard of, and the lords of chivalry are the men only. For what a thing it would be if ladies should go endangering their sweet limbs in the hard knocks of fearful war. The Lady Dionysia said nothing at all, but sat fair and drooping as if she were in a dream. The abbess stood with her hands on high, as if she were turned to a stone in an attitude of horror. Oh, you couldn't come to fighting, Mr. Sorrell exclaimed, looking at the Lady Dionysia. Why can't you toss for the thing, as I suggested in the beginning? The Lady Blancheman said gaily to the Ladies Amaryl and Cunigund, Why, if our mistresses fight as knights, we must be squires and have a goodly melee. Ay, that must we, Lady Cunigund laughed, and these young things raised their hands on high as if they were striking with swords, and then they tickled each other under the arm, and screamed with laughter so that they fell off the bed. The Lady Amoureuse was tenderly stroking Mr. Sorrell's hand, and the dean smiled. This is all very nice nonsense, he said, but the hour is very late. I am going to bed, for, as the Duke Virgil of Mantua said, Sodicue cadentia sedera somnum. The falling stars persuade us to sleep. And suddenly the Lady Dionysia spoke in her deep and dreamy voice. Why, this is a very good proposal, she said, and I am heartily in accord with it. I have not had, until now, much love of my cousin Blanche, but now I love her as if she were my own sister. I have often been minded to put upon me the harness of knights and to travel into deserts seeking dragons and adventures, and now this thing has come to my own door. Very heartily I will be a partaker in this high enterprise. The dean looked at her with outraged perplexity. My child, he was beginning. But his chaplain, arising from the portmanteau, gaunt and fanatical, approached them with enormous and hungry eyes. It was his private conviction that all women were fiends sent for the temptation and misleading of humanity, and that any 2 or 6 of them should be soundly cuffed, thwacked with swords, or struck black and blue with the heads of lances, seemed to him very desirable, and a thing for which to praise God, and his stentorian voice filled the room. "Let them go at it," he exclaimed. "Let them fight. Why should they not fight? It is very common among Saracens that women put on caps of steel and betake themselves to the lists. And shall Christian women be behindhand with heathens? No, let it not be said that Christian women are wanting in valor. For is it not recorded of the first Christian woman that ever was, that she lingered last by the cross, thus showing that she feared not the Roman soldiery, and came first to the grave where the stone was rolled away? Many ladies have put on armor and fought," the Lady Dionysia continued. "Thus was Arabella of the Red Hand, who went to seek her lover, a good knight that was cast into the prisons of the king of Bohemia. And there is Eunice of the Lions, who slew 7 of these beasts in the sands of Africa. And there was Thecla of the Blue Mountain, who fought with Sir Bors of Troy for the life of her husband, and overcame him." She arose from the hutch and went suddenly close up to the Lady Blanche. "Cousin," she said, "let us go apart into a private place, and discuss at more length how this shall be done, whether in the lists or in the open field, whether we 2 alone, or whether with our ladies as squires." The Lady Blanche, on her part, was not ill pleased, for she very much desired to do this thing at once, in order to mar her cousin's beauty with sword strokes, and to render her husband ridiculous by the reports of an excess so outrageous. Nevertheless, in places she was a little disappointed. She disliked to have pleased the Lady Dionysia by any means at all, and she had some vain hopes that the Lady Dionysia, by refusing the combat, would give her a colorable claim to the custody of the cross, for he who is ready to take a thing by the sword is obviously a fitter guardian than he who fears. Nevertheless, their way was barred by the Lady Abbess. "Impious female!" she exclaimed. "Have my ears lived long enough to hear such speeches?" "Ay, they have lived long enough, but never whilst I myself do live shall such a thing take place in a country where I have any say. Will you defile the bodies that God has given you by sweating under heavy armor? Will you harden hands that God has made soft upon the iron hilts of swords? No, by my faith, you shall not, whilst I have a voice to upraise against these things." "By the eyes of Christ," the Lady Blanche said, "this woman talks." "Ay," the abbess continued, "are not these things lamentable enough? And is this not a lamentable house? Into it is come a pilgrim bearing a holy symbol, and lo, what has fallen upon him? Here is a man that, simply clad, endured the hot burning sun at noonday, and the dews and frosts at night. Simple, pious, and bearing those hardships that conduce to sanctity, he traveled through the wilderness, and by the protection of the dear angels escaped many and fell perils. Now being come into this accursed house, he lies upon a luxurious bed, tricked out with silks and velvets and pearls and silver and gold. Gorged with food and heavy with wine, he is hung over by immoral damsels and kissed and stroked, so that it is an abomination of desolation. How is holiness fallen, how is piety come down?" "Say you so?" the Lady Blanche exclaimed indifferently. "Insolent prelatus that has found a tongue at last, for I have not heard you speak so many words in all the year together that you have molested this soil. Get you gone out of this room, and go yelp to the sheep in the darkness." And setting her hand upon the abbess's black shoulder, she pushed her without more words out of the doorway, and followed with the Lady Dionysia. Mr. Sorrell had sprung off the bed and approached the dean. "I say," he exclaimed, "have I been behaving in an improper way?" The churchman looked at him, at once friendly, astonished, and humorous. "Man of sanctity," he exclaimed, "if, as seems true, you have been nourished with the bread of dear angels, assuredly our finenesses here are very little things by comparison. Or if, on the other hand, you have endured perils and hardships, it is very fitting that now you should rest and take your ease. and I have not observed that you have in any way transgressed against the rules of decorum that are such and such in one country and such in another. For my lady abbess, I would have you take little notice of her. She is a woman of great piety and shrewd common sense, as she has given evidence by coming to me rather than to the chancellor or my lord bishop. Yet she has not been long enough in harness to learn that in the church, as in the life of every day, first we fare hard, and then by hard faring we earn the results of toil. And so day leads on to day, but before very long she will have learnt that lesson, and will no longer speak words so fanatical and foolish. And at this point the comfortable dean yawned very loud and very long. Man of sanctity, he said, the hour has approached for sleeping. You have brought to us a very holy relic, and we have seen pleasant things of the high spirits of young damsels and great ladies, but, as Holy Writ says, there is a time to sleep, and tomorrow we shall discourse of these things with heads much more clear. The ladies Blancherman, Amaryl, and Cunigund had drunk in the words of the comfortable dean, with evidence of the highest satisfaction. They surrounded him and made him say that the abbess of St. Radegun's was a horrid old woman, who had shamefully miscalled them. And he bustled them out of the room, his amiable countenance relaxed into happy smiles. Last of all went Mr. Sorrell and the lady Amoureuse, being followed by the little page Jehan, who took the torch from the ring outside the door and led them to their respective apartments. End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Part 3, Chapter 1 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Ford Madox Ford. Part 3, Chapter 1. The young knight of Egerton was seated in his bath, therefore there was a fire in the room. It was nevertheless July, and his leman, a young girl whom he had purchased of her mother, a peasant's widow of Derby, was oppressed by the heat. She had taken off her coif, her upper dress and skirt, and her neck and arms bare and white. She was blowing the brands in the great stone fireplace. Her hair, which was usually confined by her coif, had fallen into disorder, and a strand hung down on her bare shoulders. This afforded the young knight of Egerton a great deal of curious entertainment. "Now I have never seen a woman's hair before," he repeated. "Do thou not fasten it up." The young girl flushed so that it went down over her neck, but mutely and sulkily she took her hands down from her head. The hair continued slowly to uncoil itself, and the young knight, with an air of malice, hummed between his teeth a tune of 3 notes. He began to upbraid the girl because she showed no signs of being about to become a mother, but kneeling on the hearth, her hands on the ground before her, and with distended cheeks, she continued to blow the fire. "It is my fault, then?" the young knight grumbled. "Say it is my fault if you will. I am a very unfortunate man. I have eaten salmagundi and the powdered bone of unicorn, and ginger and costly spices. I am a very unfortunate man." Gertrude, the leman, took no notice of his complaints. A flame had started beneath the black crock on the fire, and sitting back, her hands folded in her lap, she gazed at the flame and at the bevies of little sparks that began to run here and there over the sooty surface of the crock. She was hoping that her next purchaser would prove younger, richer, and more generous, so that she might have finer dresses than any other woman in the camp. Though she had 3 dresses, 2 pairs of gloves, a necklace of paradots that the young knight had taken from a dead woman's body in Scotland, though she possessed even a dried orange in a pomander of silver, which was a rarity possessed by no other woman lying then at Newcastle, and though she had run about naked till she was 14, which was a year before, and only half clothed till the day she was taken to the young knight, though she slept now in sheets of silk beneath furs that were sacked from the castle of Kirking across the border, and she had before then only laid in the straw with the pig, though before then she had never had but cuffs and kicks from a man, so that her body had been all gray with dirt and blue with bruises, whereas now it was all white and washed with soap, and from the young knight she had had nothing but clumsy caresses, even when her sulky air made him curse with rage. Though she had been but a very beggar, and was now apparelled and fed better than any middling knight's wife, yet she looked sulkily at the fire. She desired to have velvet gloves set with stones of price. She desired a hawk from Norway, a white horse of her own with trappings of silver, a monkey, 2 collars of pearls, 5 pounds of sugar a week, a ring of silver, 3 rings of gold, and quite a young lover who would beat her, or else to be such a rich, free courtesan of a fabulous great city as the other women talked of having seen. By some of these she had been told that she was worthy of a younger and more sprightly companion than the young knight, who was turned of 35, had already gray hairs in his brown head, and was stiff and clumsy with rheumatism. The young knight of Egerton had been called by that name for so long, his elder brother neglecting to die, that he was now long past the middle age of most knights of his day, who died mostly old men at 42. He was rather a small man with brownish features, very large in the bone, with knitted joints, a foxy and good-humored expression, and brown hair which he wore long in the French fashion, and which his leman curled when he went banqueting. He was subject to great changes of humour, so that at one moment he would swear great oaths as to what he would do with the spoils of the palace and the wives of Mahonde, promising to dress Gertrude, his leman, in pearls from head to foot, and to give her 300 women slaves, each one a princess, as well as one of the stones of the birthplace of the Redeemer when he had taken and sacked Palestine. For this was his high and devout intent, now that he was come to be the true knight of Egerton, and had the real disposal of all the goods, gear, and land of Egerton of Tamworth, and all its villainies and dependencies. At other times he would sit for hours in his bath, with Gertrude pouring hot water over him, or over his wine at the board of the public room of the inn where all the knights that lodged there dined. After his 13th cup he would throw his arms around Gertrude, who sat at his side, and would burst into tears before all the people there, declaring that he was an old and a ruined man. And with his head upon her shoulders, whilst before them the courteous and fat hostess commiserated him, he would declare that Goldenface, the Jew, and the other Jews of Harlem by Sarum would have all his substance, that he would never ride plundering again along the Loire, that he would never see Palestine, the land of the Redeemer, but that he and Gertrude, from whom he would never part, would be cast out to lie in the straw like rotten and decayed horse that have done their work. And most bitterly of all he would weep when, with his 15th cup of French wine, there would come to him the thought that he would never have children by the Lady Dionysia, his wife, so that he would lose all her dowry and a forfeit as well. And lugubriously, whilst Gertrude, supporting him, looked straight ahead and said nothing, the young knight would describe his doubts to the kindly hostess. The hostess, broad and comfortable in her brown worsted gown, with an enormous white coif, larger than any nun's, would sigh, "Ah, gentle knight," many times, for she too had no children by her husband. And the knight, being carried to bed by his 2 little squires and 2 men-at-arms, the hostess would chide Gertrude for her heartlessness. She would bid her support the knight's head carefully, that it might not come to cruel knocks against the stone of the winding stairway. She would bid Gertrude in all ways strive to remove the doubts of the knight, and so to comfort him, and she would bid her remember that the knight had raised her from the straw. This, however, would in no way placate the leman, who desired velvet gloves, a hawk from Norway, and a white horse of her own, with velvet and silver trappings. And for long after the young knight was by turns groaning and snoring between the silk sheets, she would remain brooding out of the window, returning the jests of street boys below, calling back ribald answers to the ribald proposals of men-at-arms, or yawning when the Wiltshire archers of the two knights of Egerton and Cousy would come tumultuously down the streets, driving before them the Flemings of Sir John of Hainault, with whom they had carried on a perpetual feud. And what Gertrude revolved always in her mind was whether the young knight was really rich or whether he was poor. She never had the means of being certain. On the one hand, he would vow the most desirable vows as to what he would do in Palestine, and she heard him often described as the most famous gentle knight of all chivalry. But then, during all the time they had been in the town of the Newcastle, from all the 6 forays and rides that he had been upon, he had brought back no spoils, except the necklace of paradots that he had given her, and the sheets of silk, and the furs that covered their bed. It was very little to her that he might be the most famous gentle knight of chivalry. Other knights, not so famous, would have given her the velvet gloves, the falcon from Norway, and the sugar that she desired to crunch between her sharp white teeth. When he had given her her first dress, coif, and stockings of fine silk at Derby, she had cast her arms round his neck, and had kissed him as if he had been a doll that she passionately desired. But it had not gone on as it had begun, and she was filled with doubts that to be the mirror of chivalry might mean that he would never give her a silver mirror in which her ugly little face, her pretty teeth, and her white body might be reflected. And it seemed to her ridiculous that he should sit in his bath whilst she poured hot water over him from time to time. The young king had gone on a foray into Scotland. Who knew whether this time at last they might not bring back some plunder worth the name? Yet here the young knight sat in a long wooden tub. He had round his neck his mantle of devise that he wore at state ceremonies, of checkers of red velvet and white. It spread from his neck and covered in the oblong tub, whilst his face, hot and perspiring, looked from the top as if out of an inverted funnel. He had explained to her that the hot vapor gave him ease from the pains in his limbs, and that in this way they sat in the castles of France before the fire, whilst the dependents stood round and the minstrels chanted romances and lays. Nay, more, he had said that along a river called the Loire in France, there were places where hot water gushed out of the earth, and here were sheds erected, and ladies and knights sat in them to bathe all day, and practiced the gentle rites of love, and had their healths and pleasures. There was thus a long lay of a gentle lady called Biangobin, and a knight called Lois, and of how they met at such a bath to fool a jealous husband. But this seemed to her a fabulous, foolish, and disagreeable story, for how could water ever come out of the earth but cold? Whilst she sat looking at the fire, she was aware that the young knight was telling his beads beneath the cloak. There was a little clicking, the folds of red and white checkers moved slightly and with regularity, and from his lips there came little whispers of sound. His piety was the thing about him that pleased her most, for she was deeply religious and went to Mass every morning at 5. The gilding and the scarlets and greens with which the church there was painted pleased to the bottom of her heart her being that was avid of color, and she was determined that when she was a courtesan her bowers should be painted all scarlet and crimson and green, with the ceiling gilded like a church. In the room in which she had to live in this hostel, the walls were all of bare stone, and the young knight, who was exceedingly jealous of her, was accustomed to lock her in there for days at a time, so that she knew every stone and every patch of damp. There was a long green mark in shape like a cluster of circles beneath the window where the rain entered. There was a large dull purple stain beneath one of the gray beams of the ceiling, and indeed nearly all the walls were greenish with damp. One of the corbels that supported the great beam was carved like a leering devil with high cheekbones, and one like a placid queen, her head erect and crowned, with a cloth that flowed back over her hair. The bed was of walnut wood gone black and very huge, so that it would hold 4 persons. The hutch at its foot was of a rough oak gone gray. The lock on the painted oaken door was as huge as a cuirass. and bright red with rust. In the door itself was a trap hatch through which her food was passed to her by the hostess when she was locked in. At these times she was allowed a brachet for her company, but when the young knight was there he would not suffer the dog to be near them, for it disturbed him with its affection. The young knight continued to tell his beads. Gertrude continued to gaze at the fire. By intermittent and vicious spurts in the wood she knew that it must be raining, but she did not turn her head to look out of the window. A young page entered, dressed all in black velvet, with a strap of red and white leather about his waist, and a little badge of red and white checkers upon his shoulder. He was the older brother of little Jehan, and had long golden hair, but his face was ugly. He bore in his hands a shoulder plate of shining steel with fluted ampicas, and he grinned maliciously when he saw Gertrude's disordered hair. With a sulky mutiny she caught her cloth which lay on the hutch and tied it over her head and beneath her chin. The young knight continued his prayer, though his eyes were upon the piece of armor. At last he said, "Hum," and then gradually he scowled. The young page meanwhile reported that the body of the knight of Couzy's Wiltshire archers, who were in advance of the army, were returned almost starved, having been wandering for 3 days in the bottomless valleys of the Tyne. "Well, that is the old tale," the young knight said. "Turn the harness askew. What booty have they brought?" All the while his keen little eyes scrutinized the shining steel. Sir John of Hainault, being come from Flanders, had brought with him a harness that was of the latest fashion of the King of France's knights. This had the round bolt that protected the shoulder joint, not spiked like a unicorn's horn, but beaten flat like the petals of a dog rose, and inlaid with gold. And the young knight, taking advantage of his holiday, had bidden his armourer exactly to imitate this new fashion of roundelet. But his scowl deepened, for he saw before him roundelets that were an inch broader than Sir John's, and very clumsily inlaid. To his inattentive ears the young page said that he had heard that the knight of Couzy's men had brought back nothing but some of the iron plates upon which the Scots baked their bread, and a quantity of the new flayed skins of beasts that they had found in a deserted camp of the Scots. "That is the old story," the young knight said, and then he exclaimed again, "I am a most unfortunate man." He stretched out his naked arm, with its huge and bony elbow, through the opening of his cloak, and pointed at the armor. "Mark that," he said. "I did bid Gorhelm's son, the armourer, to make me that roundelet, such as those Sir John of Hainault wears. Now mark, I bring Gorhelm's son with me, because Gorhelm the Old is too obstinate to make armour after the new fashions. Now it appears that Gorhelm's son is too stupid, for that roundelet is no more like those of Sir John of Hainault than an egg is like an onion." Gertrude said nothing. The page continued to turn the armor, now that way, now this, before his lord's eyes. "Mercy of God!" the young knight exclaimed suddenly in a high bellow. "There are spots of rain upon the steel. Ay to me, you have carried my armor through the rain, and it is not greased." He leant back in his bath, exclaiming, "Mercy of God! Mercy of God!" many times, whilst his mouth fell open with amazement. "Ah, gentle knight," the page was beginning to explain, when with a marvelous spring, it was reported that many times in full armor the young knight had sprung right over his war-horse, he was right out of the bath. His mantle, blazing red and white, and clasped at the neck, with a buckle of gleaming beaten gold weighing 3 ounces, whirled all around him. The water dripped from his wet and hairy limbs that, white beneath the scarlet and all knotted and distorted, fell like the sails of a windmill about the page's ears. The page dodged that way and this. He held up the armor to defend himself from the painful blows, and upon it the knight's horny hands fell with metallic and hollow sounds, whilst he bellowed with fury. The page yelped like a small cur at each blow, and then from the street, rhythmic and mingled with cries, came the light, measured tread of the returning soldiery. Evading the body of the page, which the young knight, who now had the boy by the throat, was whirling around the room, Gertrude the lemon went to look out at the window. In greens and browns and grays, all woolen and wet, the Wiltshire archers were tramping home through the rain. They raised their hands and cried out to familiar faces at the windows of the street. One bent beneath the weight of a table strapped to his back, another was burdened with a bundle of hides like a harness, yet another bore a sack full of meat and bones. Yet upon the whole they had very little booty, and they marched rhythmically, at each step there coming a little clittering sound like hail from all the arrows shaken in the quivers behind their shoulders, and from the strings that flapped against the mighty bows that were slung across their backs. From them all there came up a warm odor of wet woolens and of humanity. They had been for 3 weeks incessantly upon the search for an enemy that constantly evaded them, amongst the stony bottoms of stream-filled valleys and amongst the stinging mists of the heathery uplands. From the room there came a mighty splash. The knight had thrown the boy into the wooden bath. The water gushed out onto the dirty stone floor. The shoulder piece rolled into the corner. The young knight held the page in the bath, pressing him down with a bony foot and a leg scarred with the chafing of steel armor. His cloak flying round and round as with fury, he waved his bare arms. He addressed the back of Gertrude, who was leaning from the window. His misfortunes poured out from his mouth in loud and grating howls. Did ever, he asked her, any man have such misfortunes? Was ever any knight so served by dolts? The boy was sobbing in the water. The knight, still pressing him down, began to howl an immensely long story of how Gorham the Old, his armourer, whom he had left behind in Wiltshire, had flatly refused to imitate a cannon called a saker, one of which the young knight had bought, along with 20 hundredweight of soft iron, from the iron founders in the Weald of Sussex. Gorhelm the Old was to have forged this iron in the shape of the other saker, so that the young knight would have 4 when he went sieging to strong castles. But would Gorham the Old do this work? No, he said he was a smith, a sword maker, an inlayer of harness. With iron logs he would have no truck. He had been beaten, but this only made him the more obstinate. He would have nothing to do with any new fashions which were all toys and folly. Then Gorhelm the Younger was an incapable fool. This page was ill-trained, and by the 5 wounds of the Redeemer, his ear listening to the sounds in the street told him that his archers were marching back in the rain, with their bows out of the cases and the covers off their quivers. "In the rain," the knight called out. "Merciful God, in the rain! There will not be feather on arrow or bowstring that will not be frayed and perished. And these are my men." Gertrude turned slowly from the window. "Ah, gentle knight," she said sulkily, "it has not rained more than 3 minutes. It will take them longer to cover their bows and to cap their quivers than they will need for reaching shelter." The knight's mouth fell open with rage and despair. "By the bones of the Virgins of Cologne," he called out, "is it thus a courteous leman speaks to her paramour? Merciful God, do you too side with this idle, dissolute, and neglectful rabble? I will sell you to the Mahound and the anthropophagi. I will throw you into chains in the town jail. Merciful Savior, I will tie you down upon the bed and beat your naked flesh with rods until you bleed from shoulder to thigh. All this I will do because you have no heart nor bowels of compassion." Gertrude raised her shoulders slowly to a level with her ears. She let them as slowly fall, and then turned her back on him. The unfortunate knight's arms fell desolately to his sides, and he remained lost in dismal thoughts. He imagined he must be bewitched, and he thought it would be well to consult a wizard or a priest. For, try as he would, deserve it as she might, he could not raise his hand against this insulting enemy. And yet he was a young knight of Egerton, who had been famed for having in but 10 years 7 of the most famous lemons in Christendom. There had been Isabel de Joie, with hair like corn, Constance de Varagonde, with teeth like pearls, Biria la Belle, with breasts like mother of pearl, Bice de Carnasse, with arms like alabaster, and Jeanne la Siberie, whose breath was sweeter than odor of pinks. and there had been Margaret of Wyvern. All these famous and beautiful women had wept, sighed, groaned, or coaxed according to their natures, when he had only frowned. Why, if it had come into his head, he would have beaten them in his cups for the amusement of hearing them howl. But this wretched, ugly, mean little girl controlled him as she did the Bratchett dog. She had a face like a rat, limbs as thin as stalks of corn, the insatiable hunger of a leech, yet she kept him there, for he knew that long since, packing his arms upon wagons and setting his men to march afoot, he would have gone back home to Tamworth, but for the fact that the Lady Dionysia awaited him. He could not tell that the Lady Dionysia would not send Gertrude packing, sell her to some strange man at the thought of which his bowels turned over, or slay her with a dagger as the Queen Eleanor had done to Rosamund of Clifford. Yes, assuredly, but for this mean girl he would have gone to the south again. Then equally assuredly he must be bewitched. Bewitched, she must be Garanagonion, the leech of the desert that Holy Writ and the lays tell us of. Her filthy old mother had appeared to be a witch. He had loved her with jewels, fed her with sugar. He had borne her device on a shoulder knot at the Queen Mother's table, which was beyond reasonable decency. He had composed in her honor 5 rondels and 3 virelays, which his jongleur had sung to her during the day before the hearth in the guest room of this inn, and which he himself had recited to her in the dusk of the night when his pains prevented his sleep. During the day she had shown no sense of the honor. At night she had turned over in bed, yawned, and fallen asleep at once. Perhaps that was because the young knight could compose poems only in French, for he spoke English indifferently, whilst Gertrude understood only the language of the Midlands. So the young knight meditated, his foot pressing down the wet page in the bath, whilst outside the archers went by, and Gertrude watched them from the window. His own incomprehensible condition engrossed him so much that he did not come out of it even when the sound of iron armor came knocking along the staircase wall into the very door of the room. A huge figure, all black and rusted mail, with the high cheekbones of an enormous red face peering good-humoredly from the visor, creaked stiffly across the floor. The young knight turned his head despondently and muttered, "Hum," and tranquilly peering out of his black helmet, the Knight of Coosey and Stapleford said nothing at all. At last the young knight came out of his reverie. "Why the devil," he exclaimed, "do you come here in these greasy pot-lids?" His jovial and sagacious eyes upon the young knight's face, the Knight of Coosey set one mailed hand heavily upon the other, and with a gesture of weary satisfaction, he pulled off one gauntlet and cast it rattling upon the hutch at the foot of the bed. His armor was very old, and had seen much service. It was coated deep with a mixture of grease and soot to keep it from the mist of the weather. When they went against the Scots they were thus homely clad, for there was no eye to see them, and only too little glory to be got. Therefore the Knight of Coosey wore a very old helmet, sorely dinted at the top, much like a sooty crock with an iron flap that he had pushed up the better to see. Clenching and unclenching his huge fists that were covered with hair of a bluish black, he said, "My hands are as stiff and cold as a skeleton's. I thought I was never coming to the time when I should get these things off." The young knight vented another hum of less ill humor, and like a threatening spectre of iron, the large knight moved himself towards the fireplace and stretched out his large cold hands. "If you have pickled your Henry enough," he said, "lend him to me to take off these things. My Jeannot has a broken arm. My Peter has a crushed leg. Griselda is gadding God knows where. I have not one to undress me in my chamber, so I came here." "Mercy of God," the young knight said, startled into a sudden hospitality, and removing his foot from the page, he bent down, and catching at the wet velvet of the boy's throat, he threw him out into the middle of the floor. "Dirty little bastard, who have wetted my armor, and art thyself wet. hurried to take off the gentle knight's pot lids. And with a shivering, hurried obedience, the miserable page, his long hair hanging about his shoulders like rats' tails, ran to kneel down about the great black limbs of the knight before the fire. And Gertrude, coming slowly from the window, stretched out gingerly her white hands to the greasy straps and buckles round the knight's neck. "Ha, saucy one!" the knight exclaimed. "Here is condescension." And with his hairy fingers he touched her bare neck and shoulders. Her tiny and delicate hands slapped at his immense paws, and when she had loosened his helmet so that he could take it off, she went to the bed and slipped herself into her dress, which was all of one piece, long and trailing in the skirts, so that she might appear taller, and of blue cloth, the sleeves lined with yellow silk falling to the dirty floor. "There have never been so many broken arms and crushed legs amongst my villains," the knight said. "We have been stumbling amongst wet rocks all these 3 weeks." "Well, you are back," the young knight said. He stretched his arms wide apart with an easy gesture. "My pains are much better." "That too is well," the Knight of Kusi commented. "But there is plaguey trouble coming. 3 times today the Lord Mortimer has been in my rooms with messages from the Queen Mother." "Let her rave," the young knight said. "Gentle knight, the Queen Mother is a very evil bitch. I have dined at her table but 3 times whilst you have been gone, and the nearest I have sat to her has been 6 away." "Then there will be new fines asked you," the Knight of Kusi said slowly. He had got his helmet off, his huge red face appearing above the iron shoulders, whilst, holding his helmet patiently on his chest, he waited for the page to peel off his black thigh pieces, beneath which was a suit of brown leather, marked here and there with grease. The young knight had set himself down on the edge of his bath. "Let the fines come," he said. "I shall get me away to the Holy Land with Gertrude. I have a plan for assaulting the Holy Sepulchre." "Well, it is Gertrude here and Gertrude there," the large knight said sagaciously. "You had much better see to it that your wife gives her a kennel in the yard and stay at home." "See to it that your wife gives Griselda a dovecote," the young knight jibed back. "If my wife proves to be the like of Lady Blanche, she shall go packing back to Wales." "That shall be as the cat jumps," the Knight of Kusi answered. "Mercy of God," the young knight said suddenly. "You have been afforded no wine. What a household is mine!" "I was thinking as much," the Knight of Kusi answered. Gertrude, while she pulled tight the laces of her dress behind her hips, was moving towards the door. "Ho, Lemon, wench, worst of loiterers," the young knight said. "Hasten, run, fall down the stairs and bring wine for the gentle Knight of Kusi. What a household is mine." Gertrude, who had a friendly feeling for the Knight of Kusi because he was gross, jovial, and tickled her as often as he saw her, had been already intent on fetching him wine. For that, indeed, she had put on her dress to go below the stairs, since it would have troubled her little if he had seen her stark naked. But now she turned her head disdainfully over her shoulder and looked at the young knight. "It is for servers, not ladies, to bring wine," she said. "I will bid the servers to bring it, and when they have brought it, I will pour it out." The young knight exclaimed, "Mercy of God!" The Knight of Kusi grinned broadly. "I must get me to a witch doctor," the young knight exclaimed. "It is certain that I am bewitched, or I should take your sword, and with a turn of the wrist take off that thatched sparrow's head. But before God I will be unbewitched with fumigations and prayers and sorceries, and then I will have that weeping mouse dropped into a fire on the city wall as a warning to all witches." "That would be a very good thing to do," the Knight of Kusi said ironically. The infatuation of the famous young knight of Egerton was a byword of the host in Newcastle, and many said that it was a black shame to the order of knighthood that a knight's neck should be so beneath a peasant girl's heel. These said that one day they would beat her with rods, naked, round the marketplace of Newcastle and home again, to teach her manners. But many knights who made poetry held that it was very touching, and worthy of Verrelais or Ramont that a knight should so love his leman. for they talked of King Cophetua and his beggar maid. As for the Knight of Cusi, he thought that it benefited his boon companion to be plagued, since it ridded him of the fits of mad temper he was used to have. Besides, Gertrude was small and like a child, and it pleased him to tickle her. But alas, the young knight said, if I have her burned, I should have her no more. The Knight of Cusi smiled sardonically. What can be done for a prisoner, he said, who loves the chains that kill him? The Knight of Cusi was now all brown leather, immense and slightly corpulent. He looked down at the page who was gathering up the black strands of the harness from the wet floor. Thou, Henry, he said, canst thou write? I forget. But write it down or have it written, these words of mine, before I forget them. And he repeated his last speech, counting the rhythm with his fingers on his leather chest. I will compose a canzone with these words for a burden and have them sung to Griselda, he said. End of Part 3, Chapter 1, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Part 3, Chapter 2 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes Are Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes Are Romance by Ford Madox Ford. Part 3, Chapter 2. A pleasant peace reigned in their room. Gertrude had returned, bringing herself the wine, because she liked the Knight of Cusi, and had sufficiently asserted her dignity by the speech of refusal. The Knight of Cusi drank a huge draught from the leathern flagon, tilting his head back. Except upon occasions of ceremony, he disdained to drink from a goblet or a jack, for he said that with such inferior vessels a man could not drink himself out of breath. Then, panting and in a deep satisfaction, he held the leather vessel before his chest and slowly stroked his stomach. His cousin sat on the edge of the bath and swung his naked legs. These two knights loved each other well, and were less resolute when they were parted, for the Knight of Egerton could be counted on for a rash, sudden, and desperate resolution when a pinch of affairs needed it, whilst the Knight of Cusi had a heavy peasant cunning that had served them well when there had been time to think. So in armies and courts they were by-named Castor and Pollux, and they were accounted the two strongest knights in the world. The Knight of Cusi had pulled against a plough ox at the end of a rope and had stopped it dead. The Knight of Egerton had killed the same ox with one blow of his fist, and it was these two knights together who had held the lists at Bukavaya against 14 picked knights and 14 knights of Spain and High Germany, running their courses through 3 hot days until there were no more spears left to tilt with. This was a very famous deed of theirs, and is recorded by 4 chroniclers. The Knight of Cusi drank once more from the flagon, and once more panted comfortably for breath. Then he said slowly, When I went to my chamber to find Griselda, who is gadding it about the town, I saw there a hind from Wiltshire. Says I, You are none of my men, but I know your face. And the fellow falls on his knees and holds me out a letter, which he says is from the abbess of St. Radegund. May she drown, the young knight said. She is the most thorny woman that ever I met. What shall be in this letter, the Knight of Cusi said. Please God, the young knight answered, it be to say that my wife Dionysia has gone with another man. Then you would lose her, the Knight of Cusi said. But her dowry would fall to me as forfeit. But I am a very unfortunate man. It will be to say that your wife Blanche, or my wife Dionysia, or both together have done some sacrilege for which we must pay a fine. It is a plaguy world where a man may be fined for the sacrilege of a wife he has never seen. No, it is about miracles, the Knight of Cusi said. I have asked this hind, and he said it was about miracles. Miracles? The young knight wondered. Shall one write letters about miracles? Miracles will keep, and letters are nasty things to have to do with. So much I gathered, that it was about a miracle worker, the heavy knight continued. It is a very stupid hind, and has not read the inside of the letter. And when I kicked him to have more news, he could only blubber and curl about my knees. I do not like letters, the young knight said. Let us not read this letter. Letters bring always evil tidings. I have observed that, if a woman would kiss you, she does not write it in a letter. She waves her handkerchief from the top of her tower as you ride by. But if she will have money of you, or her wrongs righted, or tell you that your wife has cuckolded you, or that your house is burnt down, then she will put it in a letter. Well, we must read this letter, the Knight of Kuzi said impassively. He waded in his leather suit to the door and called down the stairs. Ho, Henry! Ho, page! Ho, server! A hind waits in my chamber with a letter. Ho! A hind with a letter, convey him here. He returned to the fire. Why must we be plagued? The Knight of Egerton grumbled. Mark me, no good will come of this. If there is ill news, the Knight of Kuzi said, the sooner we have it, the sooner we may plan to avert the disaster. If there is good, then it is well to know it soon. And again he shouted to the door and called. Ho! A hind with a letter from Wiltshire. Ho, Henry! Ho, hostess! Someone to convey hind and letter here. He called the words very loudly, for fear that the first time no one should have heard him. But his words, which had first had reverberated down the staircase, became as it were corked up and dull in their flight. Several persons were mounting. And first there came, in a cloak of parrot green velvet, with an undervest of leaf green and fleshings of that color, a round cap of green with 3 ostrich feathers, painted, green, and set in a brooch of gold. There came in Rottger Lord Mortimer. He had a reddish, square, and curly beard. Golden hair depended from his little cap. His eyes were very narrow, and he swung himself from left to right as he walked, having upon his left wrist a leathern glove painted green, and with many tassels, pieces of glass, and beads of gold. Upon this glove sat the Queen's hawk, with its cap and plume of green velvet, with stitchings of gold. Rottger Mortimer was not yet come to the extreme height of his ascendancy over the Queen Mother, though it was known to be very dangerous to stand up against him, and the young king was entirely his toy. He entered the room with a little inclination of his back, saying, God save you, gentle knights in lemon. The Queen is upon the stair. The Queen is welcome, the Knight of Kuzi said. He held the flagon to his lips and once more drank to get it done before the Queen should be in the room. Sitting upon the side of the bath, the young knight continued to swing his bare legs whilst he uttered a God save you beneath his breath. There was much rustling from the stairs. Then, all in purple and gold, the Queen Mother came in with the little king, as if he were in the folds of a curtain, half hidden in her immense sleeve. The Queen was a fat matron with a cunning, determined face. Her eyes were small, brown, and keen. Her dress was of purple velvet, all of one piece, and sewn with thick gold thread that glinted in the seams. About her waist she had a rope of amber beads that was twisted before her and fell in 2 ropes to her feet. The king was all in scarlet, a boy of 14. Upon his yellow hair was a small circlet of gold. Round his knees were 2 garters of solid gold links. The ends, passing through the buckles, fell down to the tops of his shoes that were very long and gilded. He gave his hand to Gertrude the Lemon to kiss, and the Queen Mother kissed her courteously upon the cheek. But these were the only salutations. All the persons in that room gazed into each other's eyes warily and in silence, the Lord Rottger in his green, swaying upon his feet in a nervous nonchalance. Ah, gentle knights, the Queen Mother said, I have a great grief against you twain. I have a great grief against you, gentle Queen, the Knight of Kuzi said. A grief too I have, the young knight said. Then we have 3 griefs in one room, Rottger Mortimer minced. And that is good, for Holy Writ tells us that all good things are 3. The Queen erected her head more haughtily. Speak your griefs, she said. Nay, by God, speak yours first, the Knight of Kuzi answered. He had turned round and stood back upon his heels, his considerable protuberance, all of yellow leather, stained with black grease, bowing out towards the Queen Mother. The young knight stood up suddenly beside the bath on whose edge he sat. "If there is to be long speaking," he said, "I will get me into the closet and put on my clothes." "No, do not do it," the Queen Mother said. "I will have you hear me. You shall not escape into the cupboard. I will see your face, so I may know when this night lies. For I know that though there are two of you, you will leave the talking to the Knight of Kusi." "Well, I am too cold without my clothes," the young knight answered. "Gentle Queen, if you would see me, you may, and that is all there is to it." And going to the door of the whitewashed closet, he fetched out a pair of full hose, of which the one leg was white and the other blue, a shirt of fine lawn, another shirt of steel mail, which he hung ostentatiously on the side of the bath after he had rubbed it almost under Roger Mortimer's nose, and a doublet of blue with white fur. Roger Mortimer bent down and fingered the shirt of mail. "Well, gentle knight," he said, with a sort of sneering jest, "we shall not put a knife through that." "Neither you nor Sir John of Hainault could," the young man sneered cheerfully back. "I doubt I am strong enough myself. It is mail of the Saracens that will turn the edge of a scimitar. Yet, as you feel, it is so light you would say it would float like the Virgin's web, and I wear it for my comfort." "Sir John of Hainault is an honorable knight," Roger Mortimer said darkly. "He will do no stabbing in the back." The young knight whistled between his teeth. "Ah, gentle Earl, I was not miscalling the Knight of Hainault," he uttered dryly. He held before him his blue and white hose, being about to step into them. For only answer, the Lord Mortimer delicately ran the point of his white forefinger round his throat. "Ah, if it comes to beheading," the young knight said, "Roger Mortimer, thy throat is as thin as mine. And remember that the wise woman of Torrington has prophesied thou shouldst be short by a head when the day came." Roger Mortimer swallowed with rage. The young knight had on his hose, and coolly he stripped off his long mantle. His bare body was all marked with scars and blisters. He put his finger in a livid weal above the left breast. "That scar, gentle Queen," he said, "I had at Bannockburn. You remember Bannockburn." At Bannockburn the young knight had been the last but one off the field, the Knight of Kusi having been the last. "We fought into the light of the morn, gentle Queen," he said, "when King had fled, and Queen had fled, and little people like Bardaber and such were fled. So we fought on, and when our horses were dead, we fought afoot. A year we lay in a Scots prison." "Take care ye lie not 10 in an English one," the Queen said highly. The young knight had his head in his shirt of lawn, when it came forth, and he was clothed. "Gentle Queen," he said, "ere we lay there 10 days, Roger Mortimer would have our heads." "That is true," Roger Mortimer answered. "Ah, gentle Queen," the Knight of Kusi said, "what is this talk of beheading, and why should we to prison?" His voice was heavy, and he bent his brows deeply upon the Queen. "For that you are traitors and cowards, knight," the Queen said, "and have put disorder in our army, and shamed the king and us before all our people." The Knight of Kusi drew himself up with a minatory gravity. "Gentle Queen," he said heavily, "you are the first that has called me a coward in my life. No other would have lived after that word." "Knight," the Queen answered, "in this you are a coward, that you will never meet with the Scots, and so there is murmuring in the country that I and the Lord Mortimer are sold to the Scots king. But I think it is you that are sold to David le Bruce." "Gentle Queen, you lie," the heavy knight said. "It is what you told to me," the Queen answered, "and who can doubt that you have spread disorder in our forces? 2 months ago your Wiltshire archers set about the knights of Sir John of Hainault. At night they fell upon them in the streets. Many they slew, others they pursued to their houses, and there has been no peace between your men and the Flemings since that day." "I have hamstrung 20 of my archers," the Knight of Kusi said heavily. "It is the Flemings that have laid on first every day since then, and it is all the English army now that fights your Flemish friends. But it was you who set your archers to this fray, the queen said. Not so, queen, and well you know it, the knight answered. It was the Flemings set them to it. I saw with my own eyes, and you saw from your balcony, how the Flemings carried horns, and they set spearheads into the horns and cried out, Berkeley, and well you know what a horn and a spearhead did at Berkeley Castle. Who knoweth better save Lord Mortimer? For it was at Berkeley Castle, by means of a red-hot spear run through the orifice of a horn, and so introduced into his body, that Edward II, the husband of this queen, was by her orders and Roger Mortimer's done to death. The queen mother shrugged her shoulders with contempt. Yet it was you and your cousin who stirred up the archers to their fray against the Flemings, she said. It was the Flemings themselves, the knight repeated doggedly. Whether the king, your husband, was good or bad for this nation is not for me to say, who had nothing but good at his hands. But these Flemings, it is their boast that it was by their aid the king was cast down. They boasted in all the taverns, and they cry aloud that it is they who rule England now. It was you who stirred up the archers to fray against the Flemings, the queen repeated. I have a letter from your wife in Wiltshire, praying me to pardon you for this deed and to be favorable to her. The young knight had got himself into his coat. Merciful God, he said, the Lady Blanche again. Is there nothing we can do but this fool will be in it? 1,000 miles away and she will still poke her fingers in. She has longer arms than the giant Hoboculus, who picked apples in Wales when he stood in Ireland. The Knight of Coosey strode heavily towards his armor, which lay still upon the hutch at the foot of the bed. He caught at the hilt of his sword and shook it out of the scabbard, so that all the harness fell on to the stone floor with a threatening and echoing clang. The Lord Roger Mortimer shrank back against the wall. The young King Hurley stood out before his mother. Will you kill us? The queen cried out, and she felt behind her back for the hasp of the door. The Knight of Coosey set the point of his sword on the floor. His chin he leaned upon the hilt that was like an iron cross. He fought still with those great long swords, though it was the fashion then to have them lighter and easier to wield, but he was a very strong man. Gentle queen, he said, I desire no more than that you should see my strongest argument, for I am a man of little skill with words. Swaying gently as a sword bent like a great spring, he grinned with his cunning peasant's face at the queen. Would you make war upon us? The queen said hotly. May God forbid it, the Knight of Coosey answered. May God forbid that I should make war upon my king. But what would you have, gentle queen? If I am put to it with imprisonment and the losing of my head, it is certain that I will do what I may to save my neck. What would you be, you and your cousin, against all our many? The queen said contemptuously. Ah, do not be too certain of your many, the knight said. It is certain that the great strength of the army, if ever we had found the Scots, would have lain in the archers, and our archers and the Lincolnshire bowmen are all you have. Nor have you even all the knighthood with you, as well you know, if it is a matter of Flemings against Englishmen. And that is all the quarrel that there is between us. Is it the Knight of Coosey who upholds the peasant's vile bow? Lord Mortimer swung himself away from the wall to sneer. The peasant's vile bow against the knight's spear and mace? The Knight of Coosey bent his brows upon Mortimer. Is it the Lord Mortimer who talks of things of arms? He asked. He knows of them very little, if he knows not that in wars, as in policies, arms have their day. So the day of the bow has come, the spear being left to be the arm of knight against knight in the tournaments that are so gentle and joyous. So if you press me, Sir Mortimer, I will rely upon my bowmen and the bowmen of Lincolnshire against your knights and the Flemings. And well you know that there will be with us not a few knights. The Lord Mortimer said, Before God that I should hear a knight uphold the bow. These are indeed degenerate days. The little king said suddenly, Will you make war upon me? Ah, gentle knight, this is sad hearing. Nay, surely I will not make war upon thee, the knight answered. It is a far way from can to will. You are a very traitor, Knight of Kusi, the queen said. I have it in your wife's hand against you. And you have other letters come from Wiltshire. I heard it as you called down the stairway. What new treacheries are you preparing in the south? The young knight, all in white and blue, said with a jocular irresponsibility, Nay, if the letter would but come, you might keep it for yourself. I do not like letters, and would sell this for a groat. The Knight of Kusi looked for a moment at his cousin and then at the queen. That is very true, he said, and welcome you are to the letter, for I cannot read it, nor my cousin. I do not believe we shall have this letter, the queen said. You will edge it away by some trick. You are the cunningest man that I ever saw, gentle knight. Well, I am a cunning man, the knight said complacently, so you would do better to have me upon your side than against you. You are as bitter a foe as ever I had, the queen said. Gentle queen, the knight answered, for a clever woman you are a very foolish one, and it is your cleverness that makes you foolish. You know very well what make of a woman my wife is, how she will never let me be, how she will always be putting her nose in and crying out, so that for peace and comfort I am 9 months of the year driven out of my home. My wife was a lady of your body, and very well you know her. Knowing her, you should know that she knows nothing of my mind, for she has never listened to words that came from my mouth. She has embroiled me with priests, with peasants, with nuns, and with burgesses, so that house is a hornet's nest for outcries and complaints. It may well be that she has heard that I set the archers upon the Flemings. Your flatterers and favorites have been buzzing that story abroad till it would be a deaf person that should not have heard it. So my wife will poke her nose in where I should be safe away from her. But if you will be such a fool as to believe your flatterers and favorites and my wife as against me, well, your folly will skip it till it skips into a war between us. That I swear is the truth of the matter, and you are not the woman that can look me in the face and say I lie. The queen looked at him for a long time, but said nothing. At last she brought out, Nevertheless, your archers did set upon the Hainaulters, and I have hamstrung 20 of them, and my cousin 20 more, 40 good men that will never march again. I wish I had them now. But you did not do it till after I commanded it, the queen said. The knight roared out suddenly, A lie! It was done before your messenger reached me. Your messenger was Lord Mortimer, and well you know that he would not put his nose out of the door, and you would not let him, till 12 hours after all the fighting in the streets was over. Whether you made that story or he is all one. It is a foul lie. You live among lies and should know it. I am tired of you. I am tired of this place. Tomorrow I and my men will get me gone from this place to the south. You may fight the Scots how you will without me. And casting his sword contemptuously on the pile of his black armor, he turned his back upon the queen. Then slowly he winked at Gertrude the Lemon, who was beside the fireplace, for he was a much more patient man than to have lost his temper so early. The queen cast a look of concern at Roger Mortimer. This was what she had the most to fear, for it was agreed between them that if they were to carry on this war against the Scots, they must do it with the archers, light horsemen, and the more agile of the knights. And they must carry on the war against the Scots, for there could be no doubt that the country of England cried out that the Scots must be chastised, so that already there is dissatisfaction with the queen and her party. Liars had said that the Lord Mortimer had been paid by David le Bruce to let their troops be worsted, so that she cried out to the knight's leathern back, Nay, you shall not go. The knight crossed his arms and did not speak. It is against the law that you should go, the queen said. You are here by the king's summons. Gazing at the fireplace, the knight addressed nobody, but spoke as if with himself. Hear how the queen lies, he said. No summonses were issued to knights south of the Trent, and none called me for a war in Scotland. I am here at my own cost and will. Again the Queen glanced with perturbation at Roger Mortimer. Though she had forgotten it, it was true what the Knight of Cousy said. "Ah, gentle knight," the little king said, "if you are here without my summons, you are a very good servant to me." The knight slowly shrugged his huge shoulders, and at that moment the lemon Griselda came into the room with a wallet that held a letter from Wiltshire. She was tall and blonde, and her bones were well covered. She wore green and gold, and her coif of white linen was very large and folded like a napkin. End of Part 3, Chapter 2, read by Brize Cries, Ohio.
Part 3, Chapter 3 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, A Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, A Romance by Madox Ford. Part 3, Chapter 3. Having been kissed by the Queen out of courtesy, and having kissed the little king's hand, Griselda, who had come hurrying as soon as she had heard that the Queen was there, went with a letter to her paramour. The knight kept his arms crossed. "I will not take it," he said. "Give it to my cousin." The young knight put his arms behind his back. "I do not like letters," he said. "I will not take it. Give it to the Queen." The Queen took the letter as if it had been something dangerous. Having been persuaded that it would be kept from her, she could only believe that it was some new trap when it was so surrendered. She looked at the wallet, turned it this way and that, and then handed it to the lemon. "Read you this letter," she said, "and tell us what it says." "Ah, gentle Queen," the lemon said, "letters I have none." The Queen looked around the room. "Who of us can read?" she asked, and there was a silence until the little king said, "I think I am the only one of us that can." "Then take you it and read it, gentle son of mine," the Queen said. The Lord Mortimer sprang to disembarrass her of the wallet, to take from it the sealed scroll of the letter, to break the seal, unroll the many sheets of vellum, and to hand them half kneeling to the king. The young knight shot a glance of question at the Knight of Cousy, but the knight had his back to them all, and the young knight turned to the window and called out to a man in the street, bidding him saddle a horse as soon as the shower was past, since his pains had left him, and he was minded to supple his limbs by riding. The little king read with puzzled brows, and his lips moving slowly. It was not easy for him to read anything but mass writing. "Do you find anything of treason?" the Queen asked. The little king shook his head impatiently, for what he read engrossed him. "Nothing of treason," he said, "but a very strange story." And he continued to read on, raising his small brows. The Queen looked down upon the letter over his head. The Lord Mortimer edged nearer and nearer to gaze over his shoulder at the incomprehensible marks upon the vellum. The young king frowned. "Now this I do not understand," he exclaimed suddenly, and he smote his little thigh. "How that thing should be a disgrace to these two knights." The Knight of Cousy asked suddenly, "Nenny?" And the Queen said, "What things?" "Even," the king began, as if he were talking to very stupid people, "that the ladies of these two knights should fight a tournament and a melee the one against the other." "Merciful God!" the young knight exclaimed. He looked amazed, puzzled, and then suddenly joyous. "Cousin," he said, "if thy wife kill mine, or mine thine, what a grace would God be showing us! If mine were dead, I should have her dower intact. If thine died, you would have joy of your fireside." "And you would take your lemon safe into Wiltshire," the Lord Mortimer laughed at him. The young knight looked him coolly between the eyes. "I will take my lemon into Wiltshire," he said, "if all the wives of all the devils in hell await me there, and Roger Mortimer may be at the head of them." The Knight of Cousy had come round upon his heel. "Gentle king," he said, "of your mercy, read us this letter." The king had finished his private perusal, and he looked up at his mother for encouragement. "Read, read," she said. "I warrant there is treason in it." "No treason," the king said, "but a very strange story." He arranged the sheets, coughed in his throat, and addressed his eyes to the page. "From the abbess of the poor convent of St. Radegund, by Stapleton by Salisbury, to the knights of Cousy and of Egerton, greeting in God. The young king stuttered a little. Who is this abbess? The Queen asked of Roger Mortimer. He shrugged his shoulders. What know I? He said. I think she is from France. Know, the young king read again, that a very great disgrace awaits ye at the hands of your intemperate wives. It behooves ye at once to leave all other things, and to hasten back here. Ha! The Queen exclaimed. Here is the treason that I knew I should smell out. These knights have had this letter written to them as an excuse to hurry away from our army. This plot is very plain. The Knight of Cousy bent his brows upon the Queen and cleared his throat, but the young king stamped his foot. Queen Mother, be silent, he said. If I am to read this letter, I will have peace. For he was proud of his reading. Nevertheless, he had never before so spoken to his mother, and she glanced at Roger Mortimer. I think we will not have this letter, she said. It is like to be all a parcel of lies. But I will read the letter, the king said angrily. We are the king. We do not leave off what we have begun. And the Lord Mortimer almost invisibly shook his head at the Queen. Hasten back here, the king began once more to read. For of a truth, he continued, while the Queen snorted, here all things are at a very evil pass, and there is no more any order in this countryside. It began with the coming of the Greek slave of the old knight of Egerton of Tamworth, and since then there has been no more peace in this world. Ha! The young knight interjected. That slave of my brother is come then. We had awaited him for a month before I left. It was a very faithful servant. The king frowned, and once more let his fluting voice sound out. If this slave, who is called the Sieur Guilhelm Sorrell, were not come with a very holy miracle, I should write that he is the son of the devil. But in truth I know not what to think. Know then that, upon his coming, he wrought several miracles upon the halt and the maimed. Our nuns of this convent too he has restored to health in a singular fashion. And with his own hand alone, by the aid of spirits in shining armour, as has been testified, he slew and put to flight 100 robbers, taking many prisoners, and laying a log across their legs to hold them down 10 in one row. Nanny, that was a good stroke, the Knight of Cousy exclaimed. And since then his miracles have never ceased, the king read on. He stopped and looked at the knight. Now what is in all this to make a cry about? He asked. I see nothing, nor in this, that follows. The sacred relic which this pilgrim or slave bears is the cross which St. Joseph of Arimathea fashioned out of the gold of the money changers, whom our Lord did scourge in the temple of Jerusalem. And though this is a very sacred thing, yet it has what must in my blindness appear an evil property. For no sooner do the eyes of beholders fall upon it than they are filled with desire for its possession. My own nuns became mad at the sight of it, so that they sought to take it by force. And when I prevented them, they cried out upon me, and they continue to cry out, so that there is no more any peace in this convent. Work that should be done is neglected, the gardens are no more cultivated, the fruit upon the trees goes unpicked, the very prayers are hurried and gabbled through, so that the sisters may come together at the hour of bloodletting, and cry out against me, their abbess and shepherd, for that I did prevent their taking this cross into my keeping. All this is very strange. Again the king looked at the faces of his hearers. Now this I do not find strange at all, he said. If a sacred relic came, what more natural than it should work miracles? And if it be of gold, what more natural than to desire to possess it? I think that this abbess was very foolish to prevent the nuns from taking it. I should desire to take it myself. Yet it is my cross, the young knight said. Someone's it must be, the king said. That is evident. And he read on. Thus things are in a very evil pass. But worse is to be told, worse things almost unimaginable. For no sooner does this slave come to the castle here, than a great wrangling breaks out between the wife of you, gentle Knight of Cousy, and the wife of you, young knight, as to who shall possess this cross. The Lady Blanche says she will have it, being the cousinly blood of the young knight. The young Dionysia says she will have it, being his wife. The young Blanche says that the Lady Dionysia is no more than the wife for the time of you, gentle Knight of Egerton. Well, that is a very nice point, the young knight said. "Who won it? If it was my wife whom I have never seen, I dread for my life, for anyone who can beat my cousin Blanche will throw me over a windmill." "And your lemon too?" the Lord Mortimer said. "Nay, that she shall not," Gertrude exclaimed suddenly from the bed on which she was sitting. "I will not go into this Wiltshire." You shall," the young knight said. "I will bind you hand and foot and throw you over a pack-horse." "Now this is a very hot passion of a knight for his leman," the Lord Mortimer said. "There shall be many ballads made of this ride into Wiltshire." "Oh, the shame, oh, the disgrace," the king continued to read out the abbess's words. "I have seen these two ladies at it. Almost they did tear each other's coifs in their straining desire to possess this cross. And I shudder to write the words. Now they will fight a tournament and a melee, they and all their ladies, for it." "There is something fanatical about this abbess," the king broke off to comment. "Why should ladies not fight a tournament? I will have some of my own do it before me." But here this abbess goes on. "What more filthy, what more foul could be thought upon than that ladies should put upon them the armour of men, defacing the bodies that God has given them with sweat, maiming, and other iniquities? For their bodies—" The king blushed. "This sentence I will not read aloud," he said, "but I will pass on to, 'Therefore, good and gentle knights, hasten home and stay this great disaster and shame. They will fight this damnable tournament upon the 27th of September.'" The Knight of Coucy said, "Much trouble, too, is caused by worshippers who come to adore this slave and this relic," the king read on. "They camp them down before the castle in great hordes, so that the grass whereon we pasture our geese is defiled and trodden down. To this slave or pilgrim they bring many offerings of great value. I have heard that in 1 week he has had as many as 94 pounds in money alone. They follow him in great crowds wherever he goes. In short, I do not know what to think, for the image is holy and the man protected by heaven. Yet I have heard from a person, I believe, that is in the castle, that there is not one woman there that has not lain with him at night. That perhaps is not a great thing. So at least I am told to consider by the excellent and erudite Dean of Salisbury. But I think, none the less, that it is not a very becoming thing that maidens, meeting each other in the dark on their way to caress and fondle this pilgrim, should fall one upon another. And all these women are packed into the castle of Stapleton, living there together, to be near this slave, and to prepare for this damnable enterprise of the tournament. This, too, should be of import to the young knight, that the lady Dionysia follows this slave about as if she were his shadow. They hold hands all day long and gaze into the eyes of one another. And this pilgrim has been heard to ask whether such a marriage as that of the Lady Dionysia's might not, by the grace of the Holy Father, be done away with if she lose her dowry. Please God it might, the young knight said. I will help it all I can with my prayers if I may have the dowry, for this would be a miracle of wonder beyond all the cross. Well then, may it so turn out, the king said. He glanced down at the letter again. Touching the Lady Blanche, he read. The Knight of Coucy exclaimed, Ha! And the Lord Mortimer grinned. I cannot discover that she has done deeds of sin with this slave. Maybe she waits till he shall tire of the other lady. I cannot read her heart. She occupies herself much with the little page Jehan, having him in her bower, and buying him fine clothes. Ay, he hath a hawk of his own, but I think he is too young and simple to do deeds of love, and the servants say he declares himself to love only his mother and the Virgin, so of that I will say no more. Thus much have I reported to you, gentle knights, for it is my duty, being abbess and the highest religious person now in these parts, and I think we have only half done our duty when we have stopped at uttering prayers. But though I have the will to stop this infamous disorder of a tournament, I have no power. Hasten then, hasten upon your swift horses, and come, purge this country of its disorders. Your friend in God. The king ceased reading and looked over the letter. His hearers were all silent, and he exclaimed, I think this is a very masterful abbess. I am glad she sits near no castle of mine. Ah, gentle knight, the queen said darkly and insultingly to the Knight of Coucy, Did not I say this was a treasonable letter? This is all the lies that you have had written to you to have a colourable excuse to be gone." The young king looked up at his mother with candid eyes. "Ah, gentle queen," he said, "I do not think that that is so. It is too great a story to have invented, nor do I think the Knight of Coucy is the man to invent these things. I think his motto is like mine, keep troth, and he will keep it. But yet I do not see that this letter should call these knights away, for of them we have great need." The Knight of Coucy looked at the little king with pleasant eyes. During the reading of the letter he had not spoken, save when the question of his wife's honour had been broached. But being appeased on that point, for he knew that had the abbess had any grounds she would have known of them, being a very skilful spy, being appeased on this point, he had sunk into listening silence again. "Gentle queen," he said, "I think the king, being English, shoots nearer the mark. You are a Frenchwoman, and the French are always over clever, so that they miss the truth because it lies too near them. Now, if you will hear me speak, I will deliver my thoughts as far as they have gone." "Speak on," the little king said. "Now I will not hear them," the queen called out. "Come away, my son. Stay you, Lord Mortimer, and hear this fellow." "Nay, I will not get me gone," the little king maintained. "I will stay with the Lord Mortimer." The queen clenched her fists with rage. She wavered for a moment, and then brushed through the door, taking leave of nobody. "Ah, gentle king," the large knight said, "hear then all that I will speak truly." He cleared his throat and breathed deep. "To the king, your father, I was a true servant, but he, we have heard, is dead. Upon the news of his death, my cousin and I, and many knights that you know of, came together and consulted as to our duty, and so we made it out that our duty was towards you. Had the king lived, we would have fought for him, for we are men made for fighting and for little else. But your mother was too quick with us, and had him down and dead before we could rise, as you know. So he was dead, and it was perhaps as well. As for this talk of wrangling with the Hainaulters, that is folly, but it was natural that my men should fall upon them, for it was they who landed with your mother from France, and did the king to death. That might have been well. But now they give themselves great airs of how they rule this our country of England. They are loud about it in the marketplace and in all the inns. This my men will not stand. I did not will them to set upon the Flemings. I have honourably punished them when it was to be done. But my men and I are as of one family, after the old fashion of things. I cannot keep them from the Flemings. They will always be about their ears, so that our marches are hindered and our strategies come to nothing. And since my men are as of my family, I will not punish them any more. So I must needs get me gone, if you will not send away the Flemings." "And if that be declared a treason?" the Lord Mortimer asked. "In the first place, it is no treason," the knight answered, "for my cousin and I came here of our free will and without summons, since by law and custom no knight south of the Trent can be summoned to serve in a Scots war. But if you will call it a treason, then we will quarrel upon it. I am a man for fighting, and so are many of my friends. To me, it is little odds against whom I fight, and I had rather fight you than many others." "But that would be to fight against me," the king said. "Not so, little king," the knight answered, "for I think it would be all one to you whether we or the Lord Mortimer counselled you, and I think it would be better for your realm if we did." "This is monstrous free talking," the Lord Mortimer brought out. His mouth grinned, and he was white about the nostrils. "It is well that it has come to free talking," the knight answered, "for it was time." He paused and continued after a moment. "I will speak my thoughts roughly, and do you consider them at leisure. It is evident to me that no good can come of this Scots quarrel whilst the Flemings are of the army. If you will send them home, this I will do. With the Flemings we can do nothing, and they are of no avail against the Scots. They are heavy-armed men upon great horses, and time out of mind it has been proved that what is needed against the Scots are bowmen. If you will send them home, we shall be the stronger, for as it is, whilst we wait for their heavy horses to stumble amongst the rocks, the Scots break camp and are away, so that we never come at them. In this way great discredit has come, as the gentle queen said, upon her and the Lord Mortimer. but it is because of the Flemings. I do not say that without them we can do much, but we can do more." "I think you have the right of it," the king said. "I have often observed that whilst we waited for Sir John of Hainault, the Scots got them gone." "Sir John of Hainault," the king of Coucy continued, "is a great knight and a famous captain. I have never known a better. But for this enterprise he is a hindrance. I am not at one with you when you say that there is nothing in the abbess's letter to call us back. I think this tournament of women is a disaster, and if I may catch my wife, sword in hand, so I will lay my sword upon her that she will not again be as froward for many years or never again at all. But it is 6 weeks to the day for that tournament. Now this I will do. Let us leave the Flemings, and for 10 days let us ride straight into Scotland, burning and harrying. Let us ride 10 days back by another road, burning and harrying still. If the Scots will meet us, so much the better. I do not think that they will. Then shame will fall upon them because they have let their land be harried. If you will, you may leave the Flemings for the protection of the Queen and of the city of the new castle. It is all one to me, so they ride not with us. But in 3 weeks' time I'll be back here, and next day I will ride to Louth, so that in another 3 weeks I may come to Stapleton." The Knight of Egerton exclaimed, "Oh, oh!" "I think this is a very gentle offer," the king said. "Then devise upon it with the gentle queen, and tomorrow by day I will come and devise more," the Knight of Coucy said. "I do not like this freedom of the tongue," the Lord Mortimer said. "Ah, gentle lord," the knight answered, "let me tell you this in your ear. All lessons of honourable chivalry teach us this. It is good to fight. It is good to lay on the hard blows of gentle prowess. But it is bad to have bad blood against a gentle knight. Fighting is the day's work, as revelry is the work of the night. If so you'll observe the rules, you may yet die well. But I think you will yet die by the headsman, as the wise woman has foretold. So God keep you." The little king was gone down the stairway, having made his greetings modestly. But before the Lord Mortimer had made his exit, the Knight of Coucy had sat himself heavily upon the hutch. He breathed with a heavy satisfaction, and pulling his fair leman to him, he sat her upon his knee and squeezed her waist. Of this leman he was very fond. She had been the wife of a goldsmith of Vier, and after the sack of that town he had bought her of a bowman, who had with others plundered her house, and was leading her through the streets naked, and with her hands tied. And since that time he had seldom been without her company upon his campaigns. In the winter she lived very virtuously in the city of Salisbury, where many of the clergy came to eat at her table, for she was too stately and proud to consort with the wives of the citizens of that town. "Mamie," the knight said. He tweaked her chin, which was like a peach for fair softness, and he smiled as if at a foolish thought. "Almost I have it in me to say that I will so maim my wife that through all this winter you shall live in my castle of Stapleton, whilst my wife lies abed. So the Knight of Egerton would do for his Gertrude." "In God's name, castle me no castle," the leman said. "I am much better when the winter howls in my little fair house in a cosy city, and I have windows of buttered paper and lie warm." "Ay, so thou does," the large knight said, and she kissed him on the lips, for she liked him very well. "Ah, gentle knight," the young knight said, "that is your resolution upon this letter?" "That is my resolution," the Knight of Coucy said over his leman's shoulder. "In 6 weeks, upon the day of the tournament, we will ride into their lists to challenge, and if my wife will ride against me, I will throw her very ill, and if she will not, I will so belabour her with heavy blows as she flies, that she will not again rise from her bed in many days. And this, I think, is her due. For whilst she made life unendurable for me at home, she was acting like most wives. But now that she has written a fool's letter to this queen, meddling with my affairs abroad, for she will always be with her nose in things, now that she has taken a man's part, she must ensue a man's burden, for this is intolerable and past bearing, or so I think, and this is my plan. If you have a better, you shall tell me it." The young knight looked at Gertrude, but upon her sulky face there was no inspiration. "Ah, gentle knight," the young knight answered. It is a very good plan, and I see none better. But I would it had been a plan that had kept us away a year or more, for you have perceived from this abbess's letter that my wife has an armourette for this slave, and would break our marriage. Heartily I wish it were done, but this will take some time, for there must be messages to Rome on their part about it. And I cannot, within the rules of chivalry, sit in my castle with my wife in my castle, and her paramour in my castle and all. I must of duty kill the one or the other, or both. That is even so, the large knight said gravely. Yet I bear them no ill, the young knight continued to muse. I am a very unfortunate man, for if I slay my wife, her dowry passes back to her father, and if I slay the slave, I remove that which should make my wife desire not to be my wife. And yet again, I cannot, by all the rules, go wandering houseless through the winter months. That would be an unheard of thing. That truly you cannot do, the knight of Coucy agreed. He lifted his leman from his knee and gathered up most of his armour upon his right arm. His left he set around Griselda's waist. Well, we will go eat and do gentler things, he said. If you can think upon a better plan, I shall be very glad, but I see none better. I pray you, send Henry the page after me with the rest of my armour. And he padded from the room in his stockinged feet. The young knight sat mournfully himself down upon the hutch, and called Gertrude to sit upon his knee. Why will you not be to me as Griselda is to her paramour? He asked mournfully. You see how I cudgel my brains for you. And he kissed her for a long time. She withdrew her cheek patiently when he was finished. Did you not observe that Griselda had a new green dress? She said. It trailed behind her for a bow's length. This is the newest fashion of Paris. Even the Queen has not such a dress. Give me one like it, and I shall know that you are a mighty lord. The young knight groaned deeply. Get the sempstresses here and the clothiers tonight, he said. Gertrude looked him in the eyes. And it shall be of grass-green velvet, and upon the sleeves shall be points of gold, and the train shall drag out behind me a bow length and a half, and it shall be so heavy with stuff that I can scarce walk, and I may have a folded hennon so broad that I cannot come in at the door. He said, Yes, yes. Then she threw her arms about his neck and kissed him on the lips with all the ardour of her young body. End of Part 3, Chapter 3. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 5th of March 2024.